5 minutes left on countdown.
Okay, maybe they're upstairs then. Can we oh wait, okay. Can we He's not doing anything. Why? Can we usher them to get into the venue? It's 5 minutes left. Yes, please. Toby or Jin. I think Jin is the one ushering them upstairs. Thank you. Mickey on gallery, talking on gallery, Mickey on gallery, talking on gallery. Our comms on broadcast.
I am. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yep, that's nothing on broadcast, thank you. No, still hearing that. Just delayed.
one. Yeah, I get it done. Yeah, I get it done. Yeah, I'm the one. I'm the one. Yeah, I get it done. Yeah, I get it done.
You better twerk it fast, get it started. We finna get it lit like the Mardi Gras. Diamonds dancing, ice dripping like a broken faucet on me. Black boy from the land of the free lunch. Corner store trip, rerun, moon full. Look at the dark clouds. Know you see us, you wanna be us, huh?
Touch the floor, we gon' light it up. I'm on 10, can't get high enough. I'm on 10, can't get high enough. We fortified, we don't know them guys on the other side, they are not with us. I'm on 10, can't get high as us. I'm on 10, can't get high.
I'm the one. I'm the one. Yeah, I get it done. Yeah, I get it done. I'm the one. I'm the one. Yeah, I get it done. Yeah, I get it done.
I'm the one, I get it done. I'm never two on the list. 3 of them on the line. They try and see if I'm a trick. Slide big bucks down to 4 or 5. If I'm carried out by 6, 7 or 8 hitters in the caravan with the 9 on it.
Touch the floor, we gon' light it up. I'm on 10, can't get high enough. We fortified, we don't know them guys on the other side, they are not with us. I'm on 10, can't get high as us. I'm on 10, can't get high enough.
I'm the one. Yeah, I get it done. Yeah, I get it done. Yeah, I'm the one. I'm the one. Yeah, I get it done. Yeah, I get it done.
Stick up, kid, put them hands in the yeah. Wave 'em around like you just don't give a why, yeah. Stick up, kid, put your hands in the yeah. Wave 'em around like you just don't give a why. Stick up, kid, put them hands in the yeah. Wave 'em around like you just don't give a why, yeah. Stick up, kid, put your hands in the yeah. Wave 'em around like you just don't give a why.
Baby, talking pennies on me. 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 Baby, talking pennies on me.
Play the roof, baby. It's about to blow. We be all baby. In low frequency love. Play the roof, baby. It's about to blow. We be all baby. In low frequency love.
Hello and welcome to Spark Out, your new favorite 2XKO tournament. It's our double elim. We have 3 colleges who have sent their students over to compete neck and neck for our amazing trophy. I am Quix. I will be your stage host for the day. And before we get into any of the action, we do have a great music performance from the one and the only Des.
He left no time to regret, kept his dick wet with his same old safe bet. Me and my head high and my tears dry, get on without my guy. You went back to what you know, so far removed from all that we went through. And I tread a troubled track, my odds are stacked, I go back to black. We only said goodbye with words, I died 100 times. You go back to her and I go back. She wanted to test her husband. She knew exactly what to do. A pseudonym to fool him. She couldn't have made a worse move. She sent him scented letters, and he received them with a strange delight. Just like his wife, but how she was before the tears, and how she was before the years flew by, and how she was when she was beautiful. She signed the letter, ah, yes, babushka, babushka, babushki, ay, ay. Ah, yes, babushka, babushka, babushki, ay, ay. She wanted to take it further, so she arranged a place to go, to see if he would fall for her incognito. Yet when he laid eyes on her, he got the feeling they had met before. Uncanny how she reminds him of his little lady. Capacity to give him all he needs, just like his wife before she freezed on him, just like his wife when she was beautiful. He shouted out, I'm all yours, babushka, babushka, babushki, ay, ay. All yours, babushka, babushka, babushki, ay, ay. All yours, babushka, babushka, babushki, ay, ay. Oh. Babushka, babushka, babushki, ay, ay. Babushka, 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 ay, ay. Babushka, ay, ay. Babushka. Babushka, babushka.
Wow, what an amazing performance there. That's just absolutely blown us away. I mean, the amount of times we turned to each other and went, oh my God, that was crazy. But now, getting into the actual technical side of our tournament here, I'm joined by Panda Richie and by Asura, your two amazing casters for the day. How are we feeling about the matches coming up?
You know what? I'm really excited.
I'm really excited. Seriously, fantastic game. It's still relatively in its infancy in terms of the fighting game genre, but there is a lot of source involved. Don't you think so, right?
Yeah, no, obviously, I mean, I'm incredibly excited. Obviously, it's a pleasure to be here in the first place. I mean, seeing everything here production-wise has been absolutely amazing, but 2XKO at the moment is in such a great position. It's great to see a lot more people getting into the game, and that's one thing that we've been trying to fight, especially as a region in general. So to see something like this, and then obviously we have stuff like Red Bull Knockout next week, obviously another event to watch out for as well. It's just so cool to see it on the rise, man. So I'm really just happy to be here.
I mean, with how 2XCO is formatted, the fact that it allows for the viewers to play together, we are seeing in the bracket today, we have got quite a fair few viewers, and there's not many solo players coming in today, which is actually really nice to see, because the fact that you can have two people in a team playing together, it brings that team synergy. There's a lot of things you can actually do as a duo that you can't as a solo, so hopefully some of the players, that are playing as duos today can exploit some of those mechanics and put on, quite the show.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got a ton of fuses to work with. Every single character is pretty versatile with one another, which is, again, a great thing about 2XKO. A lot of characters just work super well with one another. And it'll be interesting to see some of these team comps come into play, because I was reading some of the notes today, and some of these comps are very interesting, but also remembering that today is also a mixed bracket. And And what's so great about Mixed Bracket is not only do we have solo players, but we also are promoting the duo side of 2XKO today, right? So it is going to be a pretty interestingly exciting bracket. Obviously, we have it up here at the moment, taking a look out at our top 8 here. And, I mean, hey, it should be good, man.
Yeah, I mean, our first game is going to be Mbot and Jim Jam versus Will. So, going through the notes, I had a little bit of a chat with some of the players prior. So, Mbot and Jim Jam. Mbot typically plays the Warwick and the Echo. Quite different play styles, right? Warwick is very much unga bunga. Once he gets one straight hit in, half your health bar's gone. Whereas Echo is incredibly technical. There's a lot of sauce and flavor to his play style.
Absolutely.
Completely contrasting. Whereas Jim Jam plays Timo and Brom, and again, completely contrasting because we've got this tiny little yordle that shoots out poisonous blow darts, and then this big hulking muscle of a man with a door frame that he's just stolen off a blacksmith in the Freljord.
Quite literally. Yeah, no, absolutely.
So I'm really interested to see how Mbot and Jin Jam play. And funnily enough, I haven't actually had a chance to speak with Will. So coming into this tournament, he's an unknown factor. I have absolutely no idea what he's going to play. I have no idea what he's going to bring to the table. So in terms of who do we think is going to take it? I mean, Will is that unknown factor. So I'm interested to see what he's going to bring and see what
it's going to be interesting. I feel like
put on.
Yeah, no, I mean, sorry, I cut you off there, but it is super incredible. It is super interesting to see because, again, Will, no data on this player whatsoever, and I think that's always the most exciting part about this kind of stuff here as well. So, surprise us, give us something that can be exciting, and yeah, honestly, I'm ready for it, man. Should be good.
Quicks, anything you want to ask us? Any burning questions?
Any questions
The main thing that I'm thinking is obviously you talked about how Will is a bit more of a wild card.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of more wondering what about the rest of the players. Are there any favourites coming into this, or anyone who has kind of excelled recently, who we can
see? Right, I've got a little bit of a storyline because the 3 colleges that are here, we have the teachers ourselves, myself included. We all have links. So North Warwickshire, South Leicestershire is the mentor of Nottingham College, who is also my mentor. So there is a trifecta of colleges here today that unknowingly actually have deep roots and deep connections. Personally, I want my students to take the crown, and I'm sure each of the college's teachers have their own biases. But, from a professional standpoint, I'm just here for some sick gameplay.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's the most, PR way of putting it possible. Although you did, give us a bit of a hint of what you're, hoping to see. How about yourself? What are you hoping?
Same thing. I mean, obviously I don't have as much of a connection, obviously, as yourself and obviously some of the other people in this venue, but I'm just here to see some good 2XKO, man. As I said before, we want to basically garner a really big scene here. And I think this is a good start for it too. So you never know, you might see some rising stars. You never know what you'll see. I'm just here for some good time, and some just good 2XKO, honestly.
Right, sure. I'm gonna have to ask you a question.
Yeah, by all means.
Which is your favourite character to play?
Oh, Blitzcrank. I know what people are gonna say. I've been called a glue eater.
I
I've heard it
agree
all,
with that.
man. I've heard it all.
Listen, if you didn't say Darius, so I'm happy.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
How about yourself, Panda?
I am an Akali enjoyer. I know she's literally been out in the game for like 2 weeks, but she's so much fun. I used to run Ari Jinx, then went Ari Akali, and now I've gone back to Jinx with Akali, so Akali Jinx. Quite interesting. I don't touch Darius with like a 10-foot pole. I have some personal opinions that I will set aside for today.
Yeah, so you're a bit more on the technical side.
Personally, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I always went Vi and just picked Juggernaut, so I only had to learn how to play one character. Was my little trick.
Oh yes, yeah. Juggernaut is, it's a good fuse to have for those, especially getting to fighting games. It's quite forgiving. Buffed up health. Increase super bars. You get access to Fury straight away. Yep. So it's quite forgiving and it's quite beginner friendly.
Yeah, no, Juggernaut is one of those fuses that when you do see it, especially I remember when the game came out, there was a player who ran Yasuo Juggernaut and made it to top 8 of a major, and that was like a monumental moment for us, right? Like it was amazing. But yeah, Juggernaut fuse is one of the most exciting fuses in the game here for sure. Obviously, it comes down to just blatant skill on one character. It's the only character that you have in terms of lifeline. Yeah, sure, you have a little bit more damage, you have a little bit more health, your character's slightly tankier, but I mean, if you let that character slip, you could be gone. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all of that put together is what we're about to see all of these players compete for, because we do have what I've got to say. It's a little bit biased because I want it for myself. I could never earn it. We do have an amazing trophy up for grabs for whoever tops out on this bracket. I mean, you'll see some VT now. I mean, look at that.
Wow.
That's so nice.
That is
Put that on
very
your
nice.
mantelpiece.
That would be nice. See, I've got great space in the cabinet for that.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, I get the impression that if we were in the bracket, we might not fare quite as well as the people who are going to be playing today.
Who's to say? Who is to say? But no, it's going to be awesome. The winner of that is going to be taking that Spark Out trophy, and it looks so clean. It's very, very nice. I'm very jealous of the victor of today.
Yeah, genuinely. And I mean, for the grassroots side of a scene, it's very rare to actually see getting a trophy like this at the end of a tournament. So it's going to be a very big flex for whoever actually manages to get their hands on that.
Yeah, that's true. To be fair, speaking of grassroots scene, it's been popping quite a lot, especially around Europe, because 2XCO, they and Riot themselves, they have a EU community program that they support, locals, grassroots tournaments, and nothing like this is part of the prize. You just get a bit of a congratulatory graphic. That's the word to say.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, just a high five, nothing you can put on your shelf.
Sometimes it's the best motivator. So
yeah, very true, very true. And I mean, the bragging rights you're going to have as well, to come out on top in such a technical game as well.
Oh yeah, but I think we're getting ready to go to games now?
I believe so.
It is looking that way. It does look like our first two players have jumped into their match, so I'll let you guys take it away and take us through this.
Thank you. So whilst we're waiting, so again, Mbot and Jim Jam, right? They are Warwick Echo, Timo Brom. What do you think out of those characters that you realistically want to be seeing them play?
I would put, if I had to put a comp together here, I would put Echo Brom together, especially with the amount of buffs that character has received. Brom is insanely good as a support character. Echo's Echo. He's never realistically ever going to get nerfed at this point. Well, he's been nerfed, but not like horribly, at least I don't think. And I feel like he's always been such a versatile character. He just works really well with Braum. But looking at this, I feel like even Timo Echo is a team that we've seen quite a lot of in the past. I believe that Sonic Fox Inzem used to run that quite a while back before they switched to RE Timo. So it's a pretty big staple to have Timo as your support character. Not a lot of people, I mean, he's about as annoying as he is in League from what I've heard. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'll have to agree with you there, Sora, because like Brom, his amount of utility that it brings to the game is insane. The stand behind me when he brings a shield up, completely unblockable, completely negates it. So Darius, to be honest, whenever you run a Darius, you want to run that Brom because Darius is Mr. Parryable. Brom completely, negates his weaknesses. Gets those straight hits, uses the apprehend, uses the cleaves. He's closing the gaps, and Brom is pretty much within the scene Thanos essentially. Yeah, he's pretty much depicted as the Thanos of 2XKO, and Timo has been seeing quite a lot of rise as well, like you've mentioned. I think now as the game is starting to evolve, a lot of people are starting to understand the combo routes, understand all his nuanced techniques, and he's starting to rear his ugly little head.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, Timo has had quite a popular rise since the game initially came out. Again, was that like go-to top-tier support character that you essentially want on your team, because that level 1 super, people will pop that round start, and essentially what it does is, for those that don't know or in our audience, Timo has the ability to just stay in one corner and zone you out for a good period of time. That's Timo's whole thing. But that super 1 practically enables that to like an 1,000. And so what a lot of players will do or tend to do is that when the moment the game goes go, they'll pop that very first super to just keep you at beta go, have a mental refresh and a mental check and go like, okay, I'm going to keep you here. I'm either going to throw out my assist depending on what other character I'm playing, or I'm just going to hold you like to this, at that point. So yeah. But I believe we are getting into our game now, so let's get straight into the action here. Very first match here today, Mbot takes on, and Jim Jam take on Will here. Again, we don't have too much information, but it looks like we're going Darius Braum here, Panda.
Yeah, Echo Braum versus Darius Braum. I was literally just talking about the Darius Braum combination and how those two synergize together. They're both going to be running the double down fuse, so I'm fully expecting supers to be popped left, right, and center. So as we are going to be getting into our first guy, guys, can you make some noise for Mbot and Jim Jam versus Will?
Excitement, excitement, it is game time. Here we go, and starting off already here. As we all know, Darius is one of those characters that just thrives off the range, and you've got a ton of great combos that you can hit with Braum as well. In the back here, great stuff though, as the switch comes out. Handshake tag into Mega Timewinder, and immediately Will is trying to put on as much pressure as possible, but again, that Darius is just not letting Jim Jam and Mimbo get in any closer.
No, they're not. The break is now going to get forced, and now it's a Braum versus Braum. The little one's going to get caught out, and now little Poro's going to get caught, and now the battering ram slams him into the wall. Now we've got the unbreakable. Now the battering ram keeps him in the corner, but the combo drops, and now the anti-air takes the throw. Make the run back.
Yeah, you got to be patient with that Timewinder, make sure it doesn't hit you on the way back up, otherwise you're going to get caught in some pretty unbearable mix here. Beautiful counter here, what a super coming out there from the Braum, saving them a little bit of skin, but you saw the tag come in, was like, hey, you take a little bit of damage for me, otherwise that Braum is going to get blown up, and you don't want to be put in that situation. Great trade there from both of them.
Yeah, there's not much health bar left for the side of Mbot and Jim Jam, but they get caught by that Chrono Strike. They force tag out, gets caught by the heavy. And now Echo with a slither of HP. If he gets hit once, he is dead. Hits across of the level 3. It's time for some snacks as the Poro Avalanche is going to take them out. Just letting that rip right off the bat. Gets connection, so round number 1 is going to be going over to Will.
Listen, if you have Super 3, if you've got 3 whole bars of meter, you've got that invincibility on startup, let it rip, especially when you just have to deal with that one character. This is, again, as we have just been told, best of 3, so first to 2, pretty standard in 2xKO brackets. So this game could either go by very quickly, or it could take its time. What a counter there, though. Here, beautiful stuff there. Will's going to have to suffer for that, especially with the armored shield. Using the projectile, 2H does hit, though, but the 5M comes in at the perfect time. Break comes in there from Will, finds their way through. The Timewinder comes out for some extra damage here, but again, just gets countered here, Panda.
Yeah, and the revolving door into the battering ram is going to send them forward, and Poro is going to try and connect. Manages to catch on the underside. That's going to force the breakout, and now Darius is going to get caught by the get-up attack, and that assist from Braum just slams them in, but they manage to find an opportunity to take back the turn. They're going to cleave, they're going to hack, they're going to slash, they're going to cut through these muscles, and now as the heart of Noxus and the heart of the Freljord takes down Braum's health bar, there's not much that Mbot and Jim Jam can do. The Glacial Spire's going to connect on the underside, and down they fall.
Absolutely insane. That's what you call some great coordination there on that double down. And again, that was so good there from Will, but he's going to lose that Braum. The question is now, can that Darius get the job done here? Echo, very good at getting in close here, just has to make sure that they can maintain their distance in this situation. What a 2M here, coming out from Will, getting this full combo, unfortunately drops it, giving Jim Jam a little bit of time to breathe.
Yeah,
Fury has been popped.
There's that get behind me assist coming in clutch for Darius. Manages to connect through it. The Fury has been popped, so Echo is going to be able to do a lot of damage. Manages to connect on the get-up. Gets caught by the throw on the tech roll. The Headless is going to get let ripped and going to decimate their way through. So game number 1 is going to be going over to Will. Look how composed he was.
I mean,
Stone cold killer.
I know. It's absolutely insane. That was game number 1, and what a game starts off, right?
Game. Honestly, it could have gone either way, but Will was able to find those connections, but Darius Braum does a lot of damage. You do not want to get caught out.
One big thing about Darius and Braum here, as I was going to mention earlier on, they have such great range, right? That shield and that axe are just so big, and the hitboxes that they have just go into each other super well here. And not only that, they just have great team synergy overall, especially because of their assists. Handshake tag comes out. That's not going to matter as we're getting a little bit of a happy birthday situation. Both characters being hit there. Super 2 here. Going to go use the rewind right back down into Super 1 here as we use the double down just to get a little bit of extra damage now. Dangerous position to be in here if you're that Braum. Only so much you can do. Again, finds the feet with that 2M Panda.
Okay, so Will is running away with the momentum now. Now it's all up to the Echo. The Apprehend manages to connect in. It's caught by the Timewinder. But not going to get Chrono Struck. Manages to get hit by that 2H. Blocking, catches them on the throw, sending them into the corner. This is a very dangerous position for Echo to be in. Uses that Timewinder to try and create a little bit of space. They're going to get caught by that Timewinder and get Chrono Struck themselves. But when they're caught in the air, gets attacked, manages to connect. Oh, interrupts the last stand super. And with that Noxious Guillotine, they're going to get slammed. Round number 1 of game number 2 is going to be in favor of Will. Now they got themselves onto set point. What is Mbot and Jim Jam going to answer to? Unfortunately, not very much. It's going to get cleaved as they're going to get caught out Now the battering ram is going to get themselves into the Unbreakable. The tackle is going to make sure that they are kept in, but they're going to drop the combo. And now Ashura, they're going to force the breakout. Now the Heart of the Freljord is not going to connect.
Yeah, I'm not entirely too sure about how I feel about that. Trying to go for that punish with the super. It's the echo, but again, just only so much you can do. Back throw there. Beautiful stuff, though, now. Will in control. Only one character to deal with. Air-to-air trades here beautifully now as we start to get into the corner for some extra pressure hit. There we go. That's what you want to do. Use that Darius assist to get the wall bounce. Guaranteed, but unfortunately, overextended a little bit too much. Here now, and Embog has a little bit of space to move back now, but unfortunately, again, Mega Time Winder came out too late, and for Will, it was an opportunity to shut the proverbial door. That's 2-0 in favor of Will.
So congratulations to Will. That's a nice 2-0 start for them, in quite convincing fashion. So, Mbot and Jim Jam, they are going to get knocked down to lowers, but Will are going to continue on their run in the winners.
I mean, what a crazy start. I mean, in the first round, it did seem, a lot closer, and then they just kind of, once the momentum was there, it just kind of didn't seem to stop for, 5 rounds straight? I mean, what do you guys think was the deciding factor that actually gave that advantage? Was it the change in character or playstyle?
I think for Mbot and Jim Jam, their synergies with their ultimates was kind of off.
Yep.
Like the ultimate uses were delayed. That gave Will enough room to use the recovery mechanics to get out of those sticky situations, jump over the Mega Time Winder. And there was one instance where they popped the after image super and followed up with the Heart of the Freljord, so that kind of wasted some super bar, not able to find much value. So there are a little bit of inconsistencies in their game plan that I definitely found, and Will was able to exploit them quite nicely.
Yeah, I mean, again, echoing essentially the same sentiment here, I feel like it was just a little bit of synergy not working out with one another, which does happen a lot in duos, and it is understandable. It is very hard to pilot, especially first time around. Supers were kind of off a little bit here and there, but 2XKO has a habit of keeping momentum for one player. So once a player feels like they have a ton of momentum, they can keep running it down, and they can keep going, and especially with a team quite like Darius and Braum, that kind of just rewards that momentum even more. Because you have two characters who succeed so well in the corner that they just don't give you an opportunity to breathe here. And I mean, again, great stuff though here from Mbot and Jim Jam to just get them out. And once again, Will just showing us poise, great reactions, great damage, good combos, making it easy, nice and simple. Not going too crazy here. There we go. This double down combo was just perfect. This is what you need to do here. And again, there was a segment earlier on where I saw them in the corner. They were stuck. Not much you can do. Abuse those big hitboxes, because that's what you got to do. And Will use the tools that was given to him.
Yeah, what I also like from Will's game plan is that they're able to utilize the bomb assist, the stand behind me, much more effectively than Mbot and Jim Jam. I didn't see too much from them, and I think that's where they lost a lot of their value. Whereas when the games were starting, Will would pop the stand behind me assist, use Darius's short range to just get in and mitigate those weaknesses, and were able to pick apart Mbot and Jim Jam quite nicely. It was really well done. You can see that Will understands the synergies of their composition, understands the weaknesses, and they know how to mitigate them.
Essentially, yeah. And it just goes to matchup knowledge as well at that point. And you can definitely see how comfortable Will was, especially dealing with Echo. Echo, I feel like, surprisingly in that situation, was a little bit of a weak point, because you have Braum who can contest range-wise, but there was little use of Time Winder in a lot of those situations, and every time Echo would just get blown up, and it would be super unfortunate to see. But yeah, I mean, again, it does come down to sort of just being experienced in that matchup, and then obviously playing with your duo. So it's a lot of factors, but yeah.
Would you say that's quite typical when you have a completely just brawler comp on one side compared to that more technical on the other side? Does it kind of typically fall towards the bruiser side, or?
Not necessarily. Again, the thing is with 2XKO is matchups, right? I feel like everything just kind of happens. Everything kind of works. It is, and in my opinion, comes down to just base knowledge. Because you could have two massive bruisers, right, and then you could have characters with crazy cross-up potential like Akali and Ari, and much more smaller characters. So it necessarily doesn't always come down to range. It's about how you use your tools in certain situations that really gets you into certain positions. Because again, I'll use the example, say Ali or Akari. Sorry, I messed up. Akali or Ari, for example. Smaller characters, but they have really good cross-up potential, just really fast in general, great ground speed. Echo as well is another example. If I've seen Echo overwhelm Braum, I've seen Echo overwhelm Darius to certain degrees, and when aggressive can be really, really good. So I think if you have that aggressive upper hand, you're in a better position, but I don't necessarily think it means it matters because of your character size.
Okay, so from my less informed perspective, a lot of situations did seem like it came down to the fact that on one side you have two players who have to actually focus on their synergy with one another, whereas on the other side you've got Will, who is just by himself. He knows every decision he's about to make and how to play off of that. Do you feel like typically a solo team will have the advantage, or once you've got that synergy in a duo, does that kind of build that momentum again?
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one because at the moment, because 2XK is still in its infancy. Sorry. Solo players are the ones who are coming out on top. In the recent major Evo, the two duos came 13th and 17th. That was the highest placing that any duo was able to take in Evo Japan. Everyone else was a solo player. So at the moment, solo is very much more dominated. You can, pilot each of your characters by yourself. You know yourself exactly what you want to do. Whereas having a duo, you need to have that communication. And if you don't talk, it all crumbles and falls apart. But that being said, I do feel like duos is potentially the way to go forward because there are specific interactions that only work when you are a duo. A good example of this is Teemo Yasuo. When Teemo uses his blow dart super, he keeps the enemy essentially positioned in the air, and this allows Echo to just Yasuo, sorry, to just basically free slash as many times as they want and just produce an absolute humongous amount of damage. But you can't do that as a solo though.
So it sounded like it's only a matter of time until duos start to come out on top. It's just in that teething process still, the game's still fairly new. Everyone's kind of picking up that new skill set. Would you say that you agree, sir?
Yeah, no, 100%. I feel like where we're at with duos right now is it's really cool to see the rise. At first, I remember there being a lot of, a little bit of a taboo around it because I think 2XKO is probably the first mainstream fighting game we've had in a long time that allows you to play with each other. And now that we actually have that sort of thing, it's a completely brand new form of innovation within the FGC. So you typically don't see that at all. And so it's obviously a new format that a lot of players have to stick to. And you have to remember as well, tag fighters are some of the hardest fighting games to get into at a deep level. And 2XKO is one of those games, right? There's no doubt about it. It definitely is one of those games. So when it comes to duos, you have to, in my opinion, put in a lot of work to coordinate with your duo. And even the most successful duos, they put in a lot of work, put in training sessions, whatever they can to just basically come up with new combos or anything. Again, I'll use the example of, I was going to talk a little bit more about Sonic Fox Imzem or, the twins over in Japan who are, quite good at this stuff, but they literally are like together every single time. And yeah, I feel like whenever you are in a duo, you want to be with them as much as possible. You want to continuously keep being like, all right, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to do it. But sometimes in the heat of the moment with matches, it can be kind of hard to really, get together.
Okay, and so on just kind of like a baseline, would you say that a strong duo team need to have a similar playstyle, or would you actually argue that if you have two players with a completely different playstyle, is that mix-up kind of enough to be able to actually push you even further as a duo? Yeah,
I would pretty much say so, right? I think one of the biggest things that you need to understand as a duo is understanding combo timings, the speed at which moves comes out, when you're able to tag in, tag out, because one of the biggest things that can cause a lot of losses is when you try to call in your assist and it gets caught by a stray hit. Because having that second character come in is essentially not get out jail free card, but it's a way for you to extend your fight, extend your combos, improve like the amount of damage output you can have. But if that gets caught out, it's completely negated. So as a duo, you need to understand more of the nuances behind the game's mechanics, understanding when a specific mood is going to hit, when it's going to recover, when you can tag in, when you can essentially push block, burst, all that kind of stuff. Because otherwise you're just going to get no value. And that's, I think, where the biggest struggle for duos comes in, especially ones who are essentially figuring out each other's playstyles, like you've talked about. It's more of that synergistic communication, understanding when to go in, when to not. Because sometimes you can force a tag launcher, so you can force a switch out between you and the other person. And if you're not on the same page, you might as well have just done nothing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, you could literally set yourself up for the potential
Yeah.
to, you know, maybe get a touch of death combo going and then completely just,
Yeah.
you know, it gets completely whiffed because you haven't communicated properly or the read wasn't there.
Pretty much.
Did you have anything you wanted to say
I
on
mean,
the topic?
you've covered pretty much everything there. I also do believe it comes down to whether or not you're very familiar with your characters or your partner's characters. Because sometimes there's one thing, you know, when it comes to learning the matchup, but it's another thing when you have to learn what your other partner's character does, how they play, what their habits are, and everything. And then obviously getting into that rhythm of being like, all right, cool, this is how my character is going to function with your character. Maybe we have to workshop it. Maybe I have to switch to another character or whatever. And that's the beautiful thing of labbing, right? Labbing, you sit there, you just see what works. And I think that's always the beauty of that. But yeah, pretty much echoing the same sentiment Panda said. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it.
I want to continue on this topic about, you know, team fights and synergies. The new fuse that got
Yes,
announced yesterday,
yes,
right?
let's talk about it.
Quicks, you might not, you know, be like too much in the loop about it,
Yeah, I
but there's a
missed
new
this.
fuse that has come out. It's literally called Team
Team
Fight.
Fight, yeah.
So it revolves around the whole tagging aspect. So you can call your duo in, and you can both fight on the screen at the same time.
Yeah.
It is actually,
Jump
it
the-
looks
I think
sick.
Last, like, I was told last 7 seconds. So
Yeah, it does.
you literally call in someone, you both get to jump them in the corner. And the community's reaction was very mixed. A lot of people were like, this is really cool, you know. I can have fun with my friend and absolutely jump the other guy, and you know, there's nothing they can do about it, you know, for 7 seconds. And others were like, congratulations to so and so for now winning their 5th Evo, and it's like, well, I mean, yeah, it's an interesting fuse.
Yeah, you're going to get doomers from the get-go, but from your personal opinions, just from first glance to Sura, what do you think of the new fuse coming out?
I'm not excited to get absolutely destroyed with duos online. I play solo, so I feel like a lot of duos are going to be abusing that, and when I get jumped on, I'm going to feel it. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think when they did the announcement trailer for it, it looks so much fun, but I think it's fairly balanced. You know, if you get caught by a super, by
Then
either
that's
your
it, yeah.
point or your assist, it's completely gone,
Yep.
completely wasted. If you call in the tag, but you get hit, you know, as the opponent, the timer just ticks down. So you normally have 7 seconds as a standard, but if you're on the receiving end of the damage, that timer gets, you know, reduced more and more and more. So it does kind of balance itself out, and the assist character can only hit mids. They can't do that high-low mix-up. So, you know, you don't have to try and fuzzy block for 7 seconds, because God forbid, that would be absolute hell.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's interesting to see that we're actually including new stuff like fuses into the game. Obviously, I didn't remember it being part of the... Well, now it's part of the roadmap, but I remember that wasn't part of the initial vision. But I think it's really cool to see these types of new things be thrown into a fighting game, because we don't often get, like, new perks in a fighting game. And I think the only time we ever did was when Dragon Ball FighterZ got, like, a significant update within the last, like, couple years, when they finally allowed stuff like assists or multiple assists or whatever. So it's really cool to see 2XKO kind of innovating new stuff, and sort of kind of just implementing and sort of making stuff better, which is really cool to see. But yeah, I can't say I'm very excited about the new fuse, but
I'm really excited.
I mean, the main thing which is just like jumping out to me is, obviously, I can't imagine anything more entertaining than if 2 duos both take the same fuse and they both take team fight and you know, there's 4 people just scrapping in the middle of a match.
100%.
But how is it going to work when it's a duo versus a solo? How is that going to be balanced?
So they actually really talked about it. So as a solo, you will be able to pilot both characters at the same time. I think when you're performing your inputs, it will just happen automatically. But when you press and hold the tag button as a solo, you'll only operate your point character. So you can actually manually switch between fighting with 2 characters versus fighting with 1. But that's going to be quite technical, because you have to sacrifice one of your digits to hold down the tag button, and then, you know, if you're playing on a hitbox or a controller, depending on your controller setup, it's actually going to be easier on one than the other. So it's just much better on duos, personally speaking.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I think that's all the time we have for that discussion, because we have another game coming up. So let's get straight into our second game of today. Here it is going to be a banger for sure. Once again, we have, I believe, another duo taking on a solo player in Ashtar and also Embark and I believe Mirror. So that should be fun to watch.
It's gonna be interesting to see. So if we go, let me pull out my notes, shall we? So Mr. A and MK Bark, they're gonna be running that Darius Akali from what we've seen, and then Ash has quite the versatile mix. They typically might run Vi Darius, Vi Caitlyn. They might even throw the Akali in there. So Ash's champion pool is quite varied and diverse compared to Mr. A and MK Bark, which is a bit more stagnant. So. I'm not expecting Mr. A or MK Bark to change from their game plan, but I wouldn't be too surprised if Ash decides to switch up comps, mid-match.
Yeah. I think that's one of the many beauties of fighting games. If you feel uncomfortable with a certain character, you can always just switch to another one. If you feel like you need that extra leg up. Yeah, I mean, if you have a great assortment of characters, then, why not go for it, right?
Yeah, now as we're going into game, right, so going into Champ Select, MK Bark, yeah, picking up that Akali and Darius. So Ashtar is going to be going for that Vi Caitlyn combo.
Nice.
Hopefully they've been taking notes from Wawa from the recent
Yes,
Evo.
yeah,
He was absolutely sick on the Vi Caitlyn. Maybe we'll see some semblance of brilliance today.
Who knows, man? Who's to say? Who's to say? I mean, it's great because Caitlyn recently got buffs, a very good buff, where her rolls actually keep her momentum quite, decent. So let's see whether or not that goes into the play. Freestyle, Caitlyn, Vi versus Double Down, Darius and Akali. This should be good, man. This should be an interesting match. I mean, obviously we're starting off very aggressively so far. Denting blows, unfortunately not going to hit their counter, but we reset back to neutral here. As again gets caught, but that super one, not wasting any time. They said, you know what, we want the damage, let's do it. 5M from Caitlyn starts us off there, and now we're getting into some crazy action.
Yeah, that hard tag out, going to be switching out into the Darius. Caitlyn just trying to keep her range. Nice retreating guard, using the Salted Earth to just keep Caitlyn zoned out, switching back out, trying to catch them with the tackle, but not going to be finding them. Burst is going to be used, not going to quite find them with the kunais or the Karma. Break is going to get forced out from Ash. Those Dental blows aren't going to connect. Nice, too heavy, and that Crater Maker takes out Akali. Nice start for Ash right now. They're keeping this down in this corner. The Dental blows keep them in. Can they continue on the combos? Yes, they can. Oh, they dropped the combo, not jumping out, but they managed to find it on the tag launch. The Bolo keeping the shot.
Is that a headshot? It is. Well, significant damage there from that Caitlyn. And again, 5M, big hitbox. Why not go for it? Let it rip. Great start there from Ashtar. Keeping this entertaining there for sure.
Nice, heavy. That's two, sorry, coming out from MK Bark, but they're not going to be able to find much more of it. Are they going to be able to block in time? No, they're not. But yes, they are actually, sorry. The tackle coming in, sending them in. Super Crater Maker actually finds the connection. So Akali's health bar is incredibly low, so any form of damage is going to be hitting incredibly hard. And you can see how much life they've just lost. Managed to connect with the heavy strings. Tackles in. Can they continue on? No, the Apprehend is going to get dropped and Low is going to take them out. But they have got Fury on the side of Mr. A, which is going to get popped right now.
Yeah, immediate Fury pop there and a great dash cancel here. Great combo coming out there from Mr. A, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. Denting blows once again in the corner, looking for that get up attack option there as well. None of it hits, so we're going to take a little bit of time to reset there. Get that throw in, move all the way back. Crater Maker, great anti-air here coming out from Ash. Beautiful work there. Caitlyn still in the back, decides to come out now. We're throwing out the reflector. It's not going to be enough as they get caught in, but it doesn't matter as the Low gets snipped out. Looking for that grab. Denting blows again, misses. Counter attack here, though, coming out from Mr. A. An opportunity to capitalize. Break has been wasted here as well, but the cross-up will do the job there. Ash takes game number 1.
Nicely done from Ashtar right there. Been able to do it in quite convincing fashion. So there are a few openings that MK Bark and Mr. A need to, try and, work on. But Ashtar, their game plan, pretty solid for the most part. There were a few times from both sides where the combos were getting dropped, but for the most part, Ashtar was very much more consistent in the way that they were operating the characters and the champions. Yeah. So, it's very much more in the favor of Ashtar going into this next game.
100%, absolutely. I feel like in that first game, though, there were moments where you could have punished a lot of things that were dropped. I mean, denting blows kind of being thrown out randomly. There was a couple other hits that didn't make it. A missed grab that there was an opportunity to punish as well. Ashtar has had some gaps in those. Obviously, it is just game number 1. That meaning, however, now you've got that momentum, you've got that juice going into game 2. Hopefully, it'll be a little bit more formulated. You'll feel a little bit more in control going into this next game. But yeah, let's take a look at some of the stuff here from game 1. Great combo, unfortunately not able to do anything here, but this anti-air was smart enough, realizing that 2H is not going to reach you in any capacity there, so we're just going to have to do our best with denting blows, with Crater Maker, and just get as much damage as we possibly can.
Yeah. I mean, nicely done from Ashtar right there, right? They were able to, catch MK Bark and Mr. A completely unawares for most of that game. I also really like their use of their Crater Maker. They let it rip, and I don't think Mr. A was able to, understand or anticipate where it was going to hit in terms of the hitbox, so they got caught by that cross up. But it's going to be interesting to see how, the next game goes.
For sure. I mean, again, momentum swings like a pendulum in this game. If you get it, you grab it, you take it, you go run away with it, and that's what you got to do in a situation like this, especially when you have to deal with a team like Vi and Kate, right? Characters that pretty much cover each other's weaknesses to a T. If Kate is in the back and zoning you out, you have Vi assist ready to throw out to get anybody on that close situation. And we saw a very good use of freestyle at some point that Ashtar actually produced. Where they had a full combo and almost got the command grab into the trap, switching right back and forth, which I thought was really clever there, by the way, because they almost hit both characters. But had they nailed that, again, there you go, shows your brilliance there. So there is moments of brilliance here from both players, both teams, sorry. Again, they just need to capitalize on each other's mistakes, and I think things could potentially go differently.
It'll be interesting to see how they go into the next game. I think we're running into a bit of a tech issue going into our next game, so that's why things are slightly delayed. But Caster's curse.
You got it. You got it.
Caster's curse. It's a beautiful thing. Now we're going back into the game, so no changes in composition right here or right there. So it's gonna be interesting. Oh, sorry, what am I saying? Ashtar's running the Akali.
Yeah.
I've just clocked on. My apologies. So it's going to see how we do things a little bit differently. So we are going to connect onto the Akali from Ashtar first, but they're going to get caught by that tackle from the assist, using that trap to just keep them in place. And Darius is just going to tackle through. They're going to use that tag. Nice use of the Shuriken flip to just take them out. Catches them, blocks that S2.
Ooh.
Enforcer Hextech Shield is going to juggle Darius a little bit, but they are going to get caught by the low. That's going to force the breakout. And now Midnight Shuriken is going to put down that Shroud. Nice block. Oh, but nice use of that dust step to try and teleport behind. They're not going to be able to find much more of it. They are going to get caught. Akali's range is surprisingly short, but MK Bark is making it look like it's not. Now the final Repose Super is going to just slam Caitlyn back into that corner. Able to take the turn back, using that tag launcher into that RS2 and using that dust step to just bring them back down quite nice and quickly.
Yeah, it's honestly a really good move. RS2 obviously brings you right back down to the ground there, and it gives you an opportunity to just kind of go crazy there on the ground. And here we go now, using that super right back down there. Beautiful work there from Ashtar, keeping themselves alive here. Again, struggling a little early on in that early game, but now all of a sudden seemingly got their bearings back here. Caitlyn still on that danger zone, but that's not going to matter as we get the throw here. What's the mix looking to get Caitlyn in there? With the assist, you saw the tag in here. Beautiful work. Once again, keeping them at bay. Beautiful stuff there with the bullet. 5M once again right off of the trap there. Ashtar takes yet another round in dominance.
Yeah, really nicely done from Ashtar, keeping that Darius check in corner with a lot of that pressure. Now this is an opportunity for MK Bark, get themselves some damage on the ball, which they were able to do. Manages to connect, and now with that S1, they didn't follow up. Oh, they're going to get caught by the low, and now they're going to get flipped into the corner, but now to that tech roll, the final Repose gets whiffed. Now they're going to punish that. Now it's a good opportunity for a lot of damage to come out. Ashtar jumping back the wrong way. It doesn't even matter, because they keep him in the corner. Not going to go for a follow-up. They're forcing the breakout to keep them into the corner, but they get caught by the low, and the tackle is going to do so much damage. And Caitlyn, his health bar is going so slim.
Yeah, scary position to be in there if you were Ashtar for a second. I mean, using that tap right into the shoulder to get that wall bounce and then guaranteed to get a nice little combo mix. But look at this. For Ashtar, it doesn't matter. Fury meter all up 100%. Darius left standing. Mr. A is going to have to do something to make a comeback soon. Caitlyn, immediate freestyle switch here. The Fury is going to go through, but so is that shield. And now we're going to capitalize. Parry attempt actually gets hit.
Beautiful stuff there once again from Ashtar to just keep the pressure on this Darius. Wear down the Fury meter as much as you possibly can here. Looking for that high-low mix-up, and again, just no one was home. Pressing that button way too much. They can't keep going for those parries.
Yeah, the parries are not finding any value, but they managed to find the connection onto the air. They do take out the Caitlyn in the meantime from the assist. Now they are going to have to be blocking. That Fury meter is gone. It's dissipated. The scaling is back, but they mind the connection. They've got no meter to use that headless. They're trying to have to go for as much chip damage as they can, but they have got not a single opportunity as Ashtar is keeping them in check. And that throw tech gives them an opportunity to use the S1 Super, and Ashtar takes the game.
Wow! What an unbelievable way to come back there. Ashtar was in control there for a good majority of time, but all it took was a deep breath, Panda, a little bit of time, and was like, you know what? I know what I got to do to get this game. What a game from
Honestly,
Ashtar there.
a slither is all it took from Ashtar taking that game or us going into a third and final round.
I genuinely thought it was over. At least 6 different points during that round, I thought it was over. But to be able to bring it back like that.
What, like 5 HP max is actually crazy. I mean, after watching all of that, what do you guys think, again, was actually like the deciding factor? What do you think gave Ashtar such a hands up for so long?
Looking at the gameplay, you could see from Mr. A and MK Bard, there were a lot of inconsistencies in their synergies. There were times when they were hard tagging out when they should be extending the combos. Mr. A was using that parry button a little bit too much and getting zero value out of it, because if you use the parry and you don't get that parry connection, you lose and expend a bar of meter, which is really important because you can see in their combos they weren't able to get anything out in terms of supers because of the fact that they used that parry. But Ashtar being able to use that Enforcer Hextech shield to keep Mr. A in that corner proved to be quite, I'd say not the definitive factor, but it was a really good use of their game plan, keeping them in check. And the use of the Twilight Shuriken as well, that super, because what it does, it creates distance, so you could be right in their face, but you pop that super, that's it. You're now away, gives you a bit of a, a cushion to, work with, essentially.
Yeah, essentially.
I mean, the perfect time of the Hextech shield, like you mentioned, the fact they timed it so perfectly that as the Fury popped off, but it completely shut it down straight away was crazy. But how about yourself? What do you think was the tipping of the scales?
Man, hard to say. I'm not too sure. Oh.
How about, so something which I was curious about, because the fuses is a very 2x KO thing. It's not, it's not something from any fighting game which I've played before. What do you feel like is the main contributing factor when it comes to fuses? I noticed that Ashtar used freestyle, whereas on the other side we had double down. I mean, what impact does that actually really have on the round itself?
So it depends on your playstyle. Realistically, a lot of it is very dependent on how you feel as a player. And at first, a lot of people thought, oh man, maybe it's like dependent on character or whatnot. I mean, it can be either good for certain characters or it's not. But it is just dependent on how you feel about the game. If you feel like as if freestyle is like the best thing in the world for you because your characters are volatile like that, then yeah, go for it. Use freestyle. If you feel like your characters work well with double down, you use double down. So in my opinion, it's really more of a character. It can be a bit of a character thing, but it's more of a player thing for me anyway.
Yeah, there's a lot of nuances. I keep using the word nuances a lot because there are a lot. There's very specific interactions that occur depending on the fuse that you use, because most typically a lot of pros, a lot of the high levels, use freestyle because you can switch between those characters. You can create those high-low mix-up consistently. You force the opponent to fuzzy block. But in double down, you can have your super go off, but if you've got your assist character on screen, you can tag back into them. So whilst one super is going off, you can then attack with your point character, which you can't typically do with the other fuses, which then creates some really interesting interactions. So I came across this last night, actually. I was going up against a Vi Warwick that was using double down, and they had this really cool setup. So if you're in the corner and you get caught, they use this super creator maker from the Vi. They'll tag into the Warwick, and then the Warwick will be in Bloodlust, will use his, anti-air, swipe up, and then whilst you're getting beaten, you're then getting slashed by claws, and then he can then pop his S1 super whilst you're in the air, because that auto tracks, and then you're gonna get caught by one, you get caught by another, and yeah, it's just
it, yeah.
And you can only do that with double down.
Yeah, because if I'm correct, double down is the one which allows you to use multiple tags within the same combo, right?
It's both your character supers.
Yeah.
So your super and then your assist super.
Yeah.
You can, that's essentially what double down is, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would hate to come across what you just came across,
It was
considering, I mean, what I always struggled with in the game, which I really respect the fact that we haven't really seen that much today, is a lot of people struggle on the defense side of things, actually timing the combo breaks correctly, because it does take quite a while to actually charge that up. I mean, in the match we just saw, would you say that that could have been used a bit more optimally in some of the rounds, or?
Yeah,
I would say so. Yeah. I mean, do you wanna?
I was going to say there's a lot of room for improvement because in 2XKO, when you use your break, there's only a certain area in which the effect will actually take place. A good comparison game to this is Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear has a similar mechanic of the burst mechanic, where in Guilty Gear, it's a full screen burst. So if you get hit from anywhere in the screen you burst, everyone gets hit. 2XKO is there's a specific vicinity that you can only get caught by. So if you just pop that break at like either end, it's basically worthless. The only reason why you would use break in that scenario is if you're getting caught out by a zoner and you need to have a recovery frame, keep yourself in the air, you know, whether it's like Ari or Jinx, you know, using your down S1s. That's like the only really useful interaction. Other than that, using the break only when necessary, like when you're close up to the character, is the preferred way to use it. So seeing some of these players just use it haphazardly does cost them quite a lot.
So do you think that's kind of why the Akali and Caitlyn combination works so well, because we have so many range and like projectile-based attacks you can kind of mix between and make those breaks a little bit more, I don't want to say useless, but less impactful.
100%. Again, it's that whole thing that they cover each other's weaknesses quite well. Again, Akali is known to be, while great at mid-range, very good up close and personal. I mean, you saw the amount of pressure that Ashtar put on with Akali in general. And I mean, it just goes to show you that when you do that, a lot of people will panic burst, right, or panic break. And when they do that, they waste an opportunity to be able to use that break in the next round, which is why you'll see a lot of players basically hold on and be like, all right, I'm gonna get hit, I'm gonna die, and then I can save break for next round because there might be a chance I can use Fury instead. And so people are very selective with how they do it. But if you're in a situation where you're scrambling, then yeah, it can be useless. But it's time to move on into our next game here. We didn't even get to talk about Champ Select. Rako and Sceptile, Artemis and Fried Rice going at it here today. It is Vi and Braum on double or 2 times assist, sorry, and then double down Caitlyn Vi. First time we're seeing 2x assist here, Panda.
Yeah, it's going to be quite nice because 2x assists, especially with Braum and Vi, they've got very useful assists to use. So being able to use it, quite nicely for 2x, it's going to be good. But these Vault Breakers, they're trying to find a way to get in, not able to find too much, okay? Now, that Braum trying to find the connection, but they're going to get caught by the denting blow, so Artemis and Fried Rice keeping them in. Now they're using the break. That's forced to break out from Rako and Sceptile. Trying to get that connection, but that Vault Creator Maker does find them. Getting into a little bit of a stalemate right here, trying to go into a little bit of footsies. Neither side is really engaging. They're kind of just staring longingly into each other's eyes as they just try to find, a reason to beat each other up, yeah, but eventually we'll get there.
The most passive 2xKO set I think I've seen so far. A little bit far away from that Creator Maker, I'm afraid, but it's not going to go on for too long, that passive stuff. Here we go, the aggressiveness starting to come out there from that Vi. The denting blows not getting that wall splat that they wanted to, looking to use these dashes, which is again a great mix-up tool, but if you do get caught on the other side of it, just like you did there, it can be a complete detriment to your game plan here. Again, trying to go around, maybe looking for that grab there, but gets caught. Caitlyn in the corner now, trying to capitalize off that mistake. Great punish here using denting blows. Are we going to use down S2? No, we're not. Instead, we're just going to get hit. And both players now just trying to find their way in.
Well, that's a really nice sway coming out, but they're going to get caught by that super Vault Breaker. You cannot be swaying through that. And now they're going to block that Creator Maker. Now we're in a little bit of a footsie situation, but that door managed to find one connection, but not much more. Blocks the Creator Maker. Now using that knock-knock to just show them the way to the exit as they just pummel this Enforcer into the corner, but they are going to take their way back. And now the 2xKO comes out, the title card for Artemis and Fried Rice.
First one of today, certainly, and hopefully not the last there. That is a good motivational start there for both Artemis and Fried Rice. They've started us off here very nicely. And immediately into the tag here, trying to potentially, go for that super Vault Breaker. I was maybe assuming trying to go for that parry. That was a
really interesting interaction. Managed to get the sway, but they did get caught on one side, but they managed to take it back. Sways away from the Creator Maker, trying to find the way in. The denting blows connect onto the Caitlyn. They keep the combination going. That's going to force the breakout now. Oh, nice use of the assist to just get in, a sway to just create a little bit of space, and those dented blows are going to get exchanged back and forth, but the side of Racco and Sceptile is going to be coming out on top. The limit break sends them to the corner, trying to use that Vault Breaker, but those sways are coming in, coming out, and that Super Vault Breaker is going to find the connection. Oh, the Vi on the side of Artemis and Fried Rice isn't down and out from the count of the blows are getting exchanged left and right. Rock'em Sock'em Robots is the name of the game. I don't think any of the one in the audience is old enough to know about that, but anyway, we divulge. The Mighty One comes out, slams them in. The Unbreakable is in and out. Gonna get caught by the dented blows, gonna force the breakout.
This is the most entertaining 2xKO match I've ever seen, and I genuinely mean that. There's been a lot of denting blows. Goodness gracious! The sound of that shield, Panda, I mean, it was insane. Brom's still here, both players taking their time. Clock is going down, but they are just waiting for the opportunity to strike. What a 2M there from Sceptile, keeping themselves alive here in this game now. And again, both of them on a bit of a nice little stare down here. One of them's got to make a move eventually. It's a little scary. We're going straight to the super. We're not wasting any time whatsoever. They said hold the shield, hold the ice. And again, trying to use that defensive guard there, but no one was home. And that doesn't matter as we come out with the assist. Vault Breaker into Brom. And immediately, once again, they've sealed the deal.
Nicely done. The side of Racco and Sceptile luring them into a false sense of security, just lulling their patience, and jumps behind, manages to use the tech roll in the air to get behind that ace in the hole. Not going to be able to find anything. But the side of Artemis and Fried Rice, they do have a break just in case that Super Vault Breaker gets ripped, and they just tear through the defenses of Artemis and Fried Rice. Going to block those denting blows, sways away, trying to find a way and gets their ankles caught. This is a lover's quarrel if anyone's seen Arcane. Now as Mira is going to get caught, just trying to find a way to get in, but that revolving door is going to send them packing. Here, show you the exit, but they're refusing to leave. Now they're staring longingly into each other's eyes. The Super Vault Breaker is going to get, blocked. Finding the way in. This is a good opportunity to tag in. But they're not going to be able to do so. That time is slowly ticking down. We have got 70 seconds left. Not much action is taking place. Blows are going to be traded, going to be exchanged. Oh, the revolving door keeps them into the corner, but they manage to find a way to take the way out. Break to keep them in check. Not finding anything else. Oh, nice anti-air. But that Creator Maker is going to find that straight hit, charging that S1. Not going to be able to find anything. Oh, the whiff, the parry. And it's a good opportunity. Look at this beatdown, not able to extend the combo. Those denting blows from Artemis and Fried Rice are going to be able to take a little bit of Racco's and Sceptile's health bar down.
Yeah, I mean, insane stuff there so far from both of these teams. Now, Super Creator Maker must have been a massive missing, but walking up slowly, Vault Breaker, insane work, gets caught with one down S2 of their own. A Creator Maker will do it. Brom's still alive. Sceptile with a lifeline here. We're switching right back into the Caitlyn. We were back where we started a game ago. The Super doesn't hit this time around. History doesn't repeat itself 2 times as we're going to get a nice punish there from the Caitlyn. It's not going to be enough though, however. Brom's still alive, not in the danger zone at the moment here. Break almost available. 10 seconds remain. One of them has to make a move soon, and it's going to be now or never. It's 5 seconds out.
Heart of the Freljord does not connect and gets blocked. 2 seconds left, 1 second left, and that is going to be the side of Racco and Sceptile taking the round just by a hair's breadth. So game number 1 through timeout goes over to Racco and Sceptile.
I mean, went down to the wire, quite literally went down to the wire. It was one of those like sort of Wild West matchups, they had their dramatic stare down, they took a little bit of time, walk up, Vault Breaker. This was actually quite entertaining. I'm enjoying that.
This is quite entertaining.
Yeah.
It's scrappy, right? But it's so much fun to watch. It's really interesting to see, some of the levels of experience that some of these players are coming in with, especially towards fighting games, and it's creating some quite interesting moments. Now, as we're going back into character select, we are going to be going for a Blitzcrank and a Caitlyn combination. Racco and Sceptile sticking with that vibe bomb. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if that's what, you're comfortable with. with and absolutely go down that same route. But I think we might have a little bit of a character switch. They're thinking what could potentially work here. We're seeing the Darius, we're hovering over the Darius. I don't know. It's a good comp. All things considered, it's a pretty good comp. We are going to lock in the Darius and Braum here. Rako and Sceptile going down for it. 2 exorcists right back into it. Here we go. Game number 2. Remember, still best of 3. Winner of this will move on in our winner's bracket, and the loser will fall down. This is a lifeline for both Artemis and Fried Rice. Let's get straight into the action.
So we are going to have Braum start things off. You know, spinning turbines coming out from Blitzcrank, followed by the Wrecking Ball. They're going to get caught by the Trash Compactor command grab, get slammed. The spinning turbines find that connection, and the command grab is electrified, gives them the armor, they keep them going. But that revolving door is going to keep them in check. They're going to get cleaved, they're going to get hack and slack, send this robot back to the factory for a bit of a reset. The bleed is going to chip away at their health bar. That break is going to get forced out now. And now, as the Nocturne General tries to enforce their power onto the Piltover police force, they're not going to take a second of it. They're going to use that super, but that tech roll is going to negate the damage. Now they are going to get kept in check. They are going to get caught by the bleed. The Apprehend not going to find anything as those lights jab through. The Bowler is not going to find the connection. And nothing more comes out of it. They get caught by that low. The break gets used.
Scary position to be in here now and again. We're trying to slow the pace down as much as possible. Great block, but you do have bleed here as well now. Doubles down there on that chip damage. Let's disappear. Again, they're just taking their time. Get 5M. Here we go now. Full combo. Beautiful. We're not going to have enough to go anywhere, but the parry comes out there. What a punish there from Caitlyn. Incredible stuff there from Artemis as we keep ourselves alive in this matchup. And here we go.
Nicely done from Caitlyn right there. Getting that parry. Absolutely sick moment right there. Absolutely clutch from them. Really nicely done. It's definitely what they needed. And that worked out so well for them.
100%. Darius coming out there with that shoulder tackle again, guaranteed wall bounce. A couple jabs, you know, let's keep it nice and easy, let's keep it special. Fried Rice has the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever here, but the question is can they do it there? We're gonna go and try and create some entry points now. They're not gonna be able to do anything there as the Braum Super manages to catch their Super One, gets it. Shield at full here. Blitzcrank, not too sure what to do. You also have to deal with bleed. Caitlyn takes the freeze, however, now, and Fried Rice has got to do something soon. Looking for the wrong thing. We're going down for the Super One, but it's not to be. It is super unfortunate for them as Rako and Sceptile are back on it again.
That they are. So game number 1 goes over to Rako and Sceptile. I just wanted to point out that, you know, as, you know, Braum was just aura walking, quote unquote, you know, putting them into, you know, full sense of security as we're going into round number 2. Running with the command grab, going to get caught by that light, you know, when that command grab doesn't have the electrified force field, there's no armor, so you can cancel it. The concussive blow is not able to find the connection, but the tackle does! Coming out from the Darius. Those revolving doors sending this Caitlyn packing. Darius, please get down, Mr. President, but does to no avail. That break going to be used, but a little bit too late. That bowler shot catching those ankles of the Freljordian. The block strings are coming out quite nicely, but they are going to get caught on the run. That headless cleaving through their health bar, and now as Caitlyn just runs away and uses Blitzcrank as a sacrificial lamb, he's going to get ground pounded. He's going to keep on going. The Wrecking Ball taking a page out of Miley Cyrus's book, and he's going to send this guy into the dirt.
This is genuinely, and I'm going to say this again, just some of the most entertaining 2xKO I've ever seen. There has just been so many big moments after so much tension build up from them just aura farming on each other. It's been so fun to watch that. What a great start here though from Artemis and Fried Rice. They look to get 1 round on the board. Reminded that Braum was the one that carried Rako and Sceptile to victory. The question is, can it be done here again today? They are 1 game away from guaranteeing victory here. And again, we're going for those 5Ms, going in close, trying to get some more in, trying to maximize the chip damage there. Beautiful stuff there. Getting the 2H right into the Darius assist, and again, just giving themselves so much momentum to work with. We're going to use the grab, nothing coming off it. 6H coming out here from the Blitzcrank, and again, full steam ahead. We have armor on the trash collection. Here we go. Once again, Fried Rice going to keep themselves alive here in this matchup here. Fury has been activated as well, Panda.
Yeah, that Fury is incredibly dangerous using the hardened failure. The armor of the super goes through. They might be on a lifeline, but if they keep their hits going, we're just going to try and rip it. Both supers going up. Oh my god, no way! the heart of the Freljord, finds the connection through the S2 Super from the Blitzcrank, and some way, somehow, they find the game.
Move priority is what ends up happening there. Super priority, and unfortunately, yeah, it takes a long time for that Super 2 to come out there from Blitzcrank, but my lord, what a game, what a set. Again, just so entertaining.
I love it. This is so much fun. I'm just watching Super just get ripped left, right, and
Literally,
center.
right? It's a different type of set, and it just feels so fun to just watch. And it's like, again, as you said before, Supers are just being literally whipped left, right, and center, and it's so fun. So
yeah,
fun.
congratulations to both teams. And that was our first duo versus duo. So Artemis and Fry Rice, they do get knocked down into lowers, so double eliminations, they are still in it. They have got that lifeline left, but Rako and Septile, they continue their run in the winners, in quite spectacular fashion, might I add. To be honest, it could have gone either way, and I would have been happy with either result.
Absolutely. I mean, again, it would have been amazing to see. Well, if it went to game 3, I would have been excited. I'm just saying, if it went to game 3, I would have been mad excited. Timeouts here, timeouts there. It was, yeah, this was a set full of cinema, in my opinion.
Yes! I looked around the audience, and I think I was the only one smiling. I think we might be getting old.
Yeah, I definitely know at least 2 people in the audience would know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. I'm glad you were also. Please
Yeah.
tell me you got the reference as well. So thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. There's at least us on the deck. But no, I mean, what a crazy matchup so far. I mean, the first time, like you said, that we've had 2 duos against each other, and I'm completely on your guys' side now. When you see 2 duos who know what they're doing, fight it out, that's so entertaining. And especially that last play, at that last second when both people are like 1 HP, and it was, what, a matter of frames that made the difference? Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing, isn't it? Like, I've got a massive grin on my face. I love duos action. I love it, love it, love it. And especially when it comes down to just those dramatic moments. You get them in singles and they're still fun, but there's something about 2 brain cells working together at the same time and going, all right, this is, we're gonna do something. We're gonna create some magic here. And they created magic, and I couldn't ask for any more.
Yeah, genuinely. I mean, the synergy that we saw this game is on a different level than we've seen so far today. Doesn't mean that we won't see it again, because, I mean, every team has shown such promise. But, wow. I mean, I can't even keep up with what was going on the screen. But, I mean, as per usual, I mean, there's a lot less of a gap in the match we just seen. But what do you guys feel like caused that gap, no matter how small?
It's really hard to say.
I genuinely think it came down to Brom's. That level 2 super, if you get caught by that, I think that was the definitive factor. Yes, the Blitzcrank was able to use their super towards the end, but because of that armor, it was able to connect. Also, can we just talk about the hitbox on that super? I'm sorry, what? That S2 super managed to catch that Blitzcrank from like 3 miles away and still hit?
It's insane. It's absolutely wild. But we're gonna get right into our next game now. Sentinel taking on Mono and Loki. This is gonna be one hell of a match. I'm very excited to see how this is gonna go now. Akali and Warwick. First time we're seeing Warwick here on stage. Looking like they're gonna go for that 2 exorcist potentially. But I mean, Warwick, for those of you that don't know, was insanely good when the game initially came out. Recently got gutted quite a bit, but it's still a fairly strong character, all things considered.
Yeah, Warwick is pretty strong. I mean, he's not really, played quite often in terms of the highest levels of playwright. He's quite forgiving, especially like in those lower ranks. I think we're running into a little bit of a technical issue in the character select screen. But that being said, I think we're seeing the Blitzcrank on the other side from Mono Loki. Akali, Warwick. It's gonna be quite interesting, right? There's a lot of potential with that composition because they both want to get up in your face.
Yeah.
So if they do, it spells disaster. But if Mono Loki can keep their distance, it's going to be quite favourable for them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can do that, and I mean, massive hitboxes too, right? So it allows you to kind of space out quite well. Especially Warwick, who is insane with big hitboxes. Again, so it'll be interesting to see how those 2 come about. I don't think I've actually seen Akali Warwick in action before. So I'm kind of down to see how that will go. I feel like Warwick will cover a lot of where Akali will struggle. Again, big hitboxes, lots of good range, decent damage output. That overhead is insane. I mean, yeah.
I think with the game plan that they've got to go into, I think with Akali Warwick, you want to get that Bloodlust on Warwick as fast as possible.
Yeah.
There's a lot of the enhanced moves from Warwick come out once that Bloodlust is popped and online.
100%.
And depending on how each player pilots the characters, it's going to be, I'd say, quite the determining factor. Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay, but you know what? We're here to yap, right? That's what we do.
Yeah, exactly, right.
And I'm interested to see what Monoloki is going to be running along with that Blitzcrank, right? Who would you say is your preferred character to run along Blitzcrank? Because you are a Blitzcrank enjoyer yourself.
I am indeed. Well, yeah. Yeah. I mean, Blitz is one of those characters where there's so much that you can do with him. He's incredibly good with a lot of characters. I've never played him at point though. I think that's kind of interesting to put Blitz in point because he, for me, works as like a really good support character, just a great anchor in general. But his assists are really, really good. However, the problem with his assists are, you miss them, you're in for a bad time. Like, I have sat there, hands in my head, going, damn, I just missed my assist back throw, now there's nothing I can do, and I'm just getting absolutely washed by Ari, and it's like, well, I mean, yeah, Blitz has some ups and downs, but buff him more, please, Riot, annoy the people, keep buffing Blitz, he needs it.
Yeah, I think, like you were saying, like Blitzcrank's one of those characters. He's a really good support character, right? Once you hit those assists, it's great. But like you said, there's a lot of value. But if it's like missed, it's very punishing. It's kind of like an all or nothing kind of character, right? You use the assist, you get that restand, keep the combos going. It's really powerful in that sense. But if you miss it, the game plan just crumbles right there.
Yep,
and then.
correct.
You then just end up taking a lot of unnecessary damage, and it can cost you games.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that he does end up suffering quite a bit for it. But I think also what's really interesting is you've got a Zona grappler, right? It's not something you see every day, and I think that he benefits so much off of it. In so many great scenarios, especially with Fury, right? Fury Blitzcrank is scary, like incredibly scary. Because that B&B by itself, right? The basic B&B with Blitzcrank does enough damage as is. You pair it with Fury, and it's like GG's. Like that's a good maybe 70% of your health bar gone within like one interaction. And he's just relentless, so yeah.
It is very scary, and like seeing Blitzcrank players like operate them proficiently is a sight to behold. I tell you what, I do love the Blitzcrank setups, especially when they get them set up in the corner with the Wrecking Ball.
Yep, yes.
Before the Vi nerfs, quite a top player in the EU, Habaduba, was running the Vi Blitzcrank.
Yes, of course,
You've seen their setups before? Oh my god, it is a delight to see.
Habaduba is one of my biggest inspirations, bro. I've genuinely looked at that team and went, I could do Vi Blitzcrank. I can't do Vi Blitzcrank, but that team is amazing. And yeah, you mentioned Wrecking Ball. One big thing about Blitz Wrecking Ball is the way that people are using it now. Nowadays, a lot of people are using it for that sort of assist setup, and one thing that I've noticed a lot is they'll throw out projectiles to jail people, especially with the Blitz Wrecking Ball. Akali is like criminal number one when it comes to that. You've got her shurikens, her kunai, sorry. Actually, you know what? No, even her shuriken too. There's a lot of situations where you can put people in the corner and force them into a very awkward high-low mix-up situation where it's like, okay, I can throw kunais on the ground and it would force you to have to block low. But what happens if I just, dangle this thing above your head that's a huge wrecking ball? Are you ready to block high? No? Okay, get hit, cool. Then I'll just down 2S, S2 you, and that's it. You 2S2 again, and that's it, GG's, like that. It's really that simple, really.
Yeah, and speaking of GG's, one of these two teams are going to be saying it to the other. So, the Warwick Akali on the side of Sentinel, and then Monoloki is going to be running that Vi Darius. So, as we're going into our next game now, we're going to see how these teams operate. So, Warwick is going to start things off using that Infinite Duress Super right off the bat to just try and get a lot of damage. About 40% of Vi's health bar just taken there, right there and then. A little bit of a scrap in the air, not finding the connections, but then Vi manages to send this dog packing into the corner. The Crater Maker Super keeps them in check, and so do these blows. Not able to find too much more.
Yeah, no, a very good continuation there as well, going with that 5M, continuing the combo. Unfortunately, ending up dropping it, so that gives you an opportunity to punish there. And for Sentinel, going absolutely crazy now. Vi in the dead zone here, once again in the corner. That overhead, a detriment to that game plan there, but again, getting that 2M forces the break there in that situation. It's not going to matter, unfortunately, as again, Mono Loki is forced into, once again, a very awkward situation. Now, Darius, only character left remaining, looking for that high, again with that Akali, but the Fury being forced to come out here.
That Fury popped on Darius is incredibly powerful as they swing and tear through their opponent. You know, 2 hits and that already health bar is gone. Using a 5-point kunai in the air just to jump over the apprehend, but now that Darius finds the connection, Akali's health bar is going to be chipping away. Now that the Fury's popped, they don't take any damage from Chip, but now as you go into the Headless, you can see how much damage there is, and that bleed is just going to take their health bar away. But they managed to find the connection with the medium, keep the Shuriken and keeping them in the corner. They've got to get into that Twilight Shroud because they get a lot of opportunities to enhance their attacks, and this 5-point kunai strike finds the connection. But now as the Fury is dissipated, chip damage is something to be aware of. And with that assist, Darius is going to get completely overrun.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, now Faultbreaker is going to come out here just to nullify the Akali here in that situation, but the jab is going to be more than enough there. And look at the health difference, incredibly close between both of these players. And a comeback was on the horizon, but it just was not meant to be. Round number two, as we run right back into it here, and immediately Sentinel has not wasted any time whatsoever.
Oh, they have not. They're using that feral slashes to build up that bloodlust. We can see that like just over 50% has been built up, and they're going to try and keep it going. They block the overhead, but they get caught. They're going to get punished, and these denting blows are going to send them packing. They sway into the uppercut. Cross up takes them out, forcing that break, and the kids keep the combo going. They're jumping, they're dancing, they're blocking everything coming their way. Oh, they managed to exchange the blows. Now Mono Loki trying to just keep it going. They're punishing Sentinel into a happy birthday situation. Now both characters are going to get taken. Super Crater Maker is going to chip away at Warwick's health bar. This is something in Arcane that we have not yet to see. This is off the script. Now they're in the corner. They're blocking. They managed to punish the defense. They have got break online just in case they need it. Those feral slashes block, and the chip damage takes them out.
Yeah, chip damage is a condition in this game that can cause you to lose. You have to be very careful with how you're dealing with that in that situation there. And unfortunately, it wasn't enough there for that Vi to keep themselves alive. Mono, Loki, and Sentinel have 1 character left per player there, but 100% health here on that Darius, looking to try and apply this pressure there with that Super 1. The Night Shroud out here and available to go here as well. Now sending out that Warwick, but again, gets caught there by that back S2. Headless doesn't hit this time around. Roll comes through, but the 5M more than enough to get the job done. A jab will do the work there. Great work. Game number 1.
Nicely done, nicely done. It was looking pretty dicey towards the end. I thought the Akali was going to be able to find an opportunity to, find that opening using that dust step, but that Darius managed to find that connection with the 5M, like you said, managed to get there.
I think with, as you were saying, low health Akali, you've got to be very careful, because if you run in and try to 5M or you try to 5L or something, you are going to get caught and then you're going to get blown up immediately. So making sure that you're not overextending too hard, especially when you're trying to approach, it's a very scary and dangerous situation to put yourself in. But here we go, Mono Loki currently up 1 now, but it's not over until it's completely over here. Sentinel has been putting up quite a fight, and ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing the Blitzcrank Warwick now officially come out. We might see a difference here in gameplay. Let's get straight into the action.
That overhead not going to quite find the connection, but they managed to keep it going. Now as you use those feral slashes, they're not going to find the connection. That tech roll managed to take them out, and now those denting blows catch both of them into an happy birthday situation. Do get punished through those frames. Both sides do have break just in case they need it. Punish on that anti-air. Keep the combo going, grabbing them, slamming them, Crater Maker super, pounding them into the corner, and they get caught on the crosser from that Crater Maker as well. Punishing them out. The Blitzcrank, they managed to get grabbed. Sentinel not blocking for long enough, and they're going to get punished for it. Nice defense from Mono Loki. 1 single jab is all they needed, and now it's all up to the Blitzcrank. The sway into the uppercut, into the Crater Maker super. It's going to deal a lot of damage. Not going to be able to find much more. Spinning turbines into the S1 super. bit of an interesting strat.
Yeah, very, very interesting strat there. Not something that you really want to typically go and rely on a little too much there, and especially because you can get punished. Oh, nice little combo here coming out from the Blitz. Unfortunately, missing that 2H there, landing on the ground, but that's going to do some pretty good chip damage. And again, a little bit of Fury left to go, but that Darius could pop Fury, or maybe even keep it for the next round. Immediately sending out that Warwick to try and get some damage in. But again, there we go, overhead 6H now, looking for those 2Ls, trying to get some damage in. Here we go now, there we go. That's the kind of mix-up that you want to look out for. But again, if you end up blocking it, you do put yourself in a bit of an unfortunate situation here. 2H comes out, carry on the combo there, into the Super 1, nice and easy, doesn't have to go any crazier. Mono Loki, 1 game away from securing another win.
That they are, as we could go into set point now. Mono Loki has got the momentum on their side. They have got the resources, no break on the side of Sentinel, so if they get caught, they're just going to have to take the damage. That they are. Mono Loki not giving them a second to breathe, creating a vacuum and suffocating them. Happy birthday situation with those denting blows, and the Vault Breaker into the Super Vault Breaker sends these two packing back into the corner. They're not letting Sentinel breathe, not giving them a second to say anything. Inflict Arrest hits, gets a bit of damage.
Yeah, that is a bit of damage indeed here. Mono Loki starting off like an absolute super rocket, looking for that the anti-air into the super. Unfortunately, not going to hit there. And again, we're starting off nice and easy with these combos there. The Warwick coming out there to try and give out a little bit of a wall bounce. But again, happy birthday to you. Denting blows, break fails. What a block! Beautiful stuff there from Mono Loki. What a punish! And again, now Warwick, the only character left standing. Set point, as we said before. 2H comes out. Crazy reaction time there. Super 1, nice and easy. Mono Loki completely wraps it up, and that's going to be all she wrote.
Nicely done from Mono Loki. The magic pixel of health for them. And they managed to, that blocking that break was the definitive factor of them winning that game.
100%.
So well done.
Oof, what a game. What a game.
Okay, so I mean, slightly quicker game than the one just before it, but no less intense. I feel like both teams are just a lot more aggressive than we've seen so far today.
Oh yeah.
I mean, what were your two's like? What were your highlights? What stood out to you guys?
You know what? The amount of happy birthdays. There was quite a lot of happy birthdays that were taking place. So for those of you who don't know, happy birthday is a term in the FGC where if both characters, in a tag fighter game are being attacked and damaged at the exact same time, it's called a happy birthday. Don't ask me why. Atsura, do you know why it's called a happy birthday?
I forgot the reason, I'll be honest. But I remember it being a big term. I think Marvel 3, but I could be very wrong. But yeah, no, I think one thing that immediately stood out to me in that game is obviously the contrast between this game and the last game and just how intense it was, but both players gave it their all. They knew what they were doing, and I think that was what made it so exciting, is that they had their combos on lock. They knew what they wanted to do. They knew their character strengths and weaknesses, but unfortunately, one of them has to come out on top, and I think that tension that was being built up throughout that entire set is what makes it really exciting. One of them grabbed the momentum by the throat and said, you know what, I'm taking it, I'm gonna run away with it, and it's all mine. So yeah, congratulations to Mono, what a great thing to do.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel like the first map was a little bit more a tug-of-war game, a little bit more back and
100%.
forth, and then the second game, it just kind of, like you said, they grabbed the momentum, they just absolutely just ran with it, and like just completely, dominated. However, for now, we are going to be going to a short little break before carrying on with our double Elim tournament here at Spark Out. So go get yourself a snack, go get yourself a drink, stretch your legs, but don't go too far because you do not want to miss what's coming after the break.
see us, you wanna be us, huh?
Touch the floor, we gon' light it up. I'm on 10, can't get high enough. I'm on 10, can't get high enough. We fortified, we don't know them guys on the other side, they are not with us. I'm on 10, can't get high as us. I'm on 10, can't get high.
I'm the one. I'm the one. Yeah. I get it done. Yeah. I get it done. I'm the one. I'm the one. Yeah. I get it done. I'm the one, I get it done. I'm never two on the list. 3 of them on the line. They try and see if I'm a trick. Slide big box down to 4 or 5. If I'm carried out by 6, 7 or 8 hitters in a caravan with a 9 on it.
Touch the floor, we gon' light it up. I'm on 10, can't get high enough. We fortified, we don't know them guys on the other side, they are not with us. I'm on 10, can't get high as us. I'm on 10, can't get high enough.
I'm the one. Yeah. I get it done. Yeah. I get it done. Yeah. I'm the one. I'm the one. Yeah. I get it done. Yeah. I get it done.
Stick up kid, put them hands in it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Wave 'em around like you just don't give a what, yeah. Stick up kid, put your hands in it. Yeah, what. Wave 'em around like you just don't give a what. Stick up kid, put them hands in it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Wave 'em around like you just don't give a what, yeah. Stick up kid, put your hands in it. Yeah, what. Wave 'em around like you just don't give a what.
Baby, talking pennies on me. 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 Baby, talking pennies on me.
Play the roof, baby. It's about to blow. We be all wavy. In low frequency love. Play the roof, baby. It's about to blow. We be all wavy. In low frequency love.
Hello and welcome back to Spark Out. I hope you had a great break. I hope we're all well nourished. We've all got hydrated and we're ready for some more intense action. Again, I am Quix, your host for today, joined by Panda Richie and Asura on the casting desk here. I mean, so far it's been really intense. We're about to go into our first semi-final rounds. How are we feeling so far?
I'm feeling great. I think everything that we've seen from inexperienced to experienced players. We've had a contrast of so many cool things that have happened today. It's been great, honestly. I don't know what I was, expecting with the players today walking into this, but I've just seen so much fun, so many fun things, and it's been a real treat. So yeah.
I've been having a lot of fun, seeing, the players, partaking against each other. It's quite interesting to see the level of experience that they're coming in with. A lot of scrappy moments, quite funny as well. They've made for some, really nice, exciting moments, showcased on screen. So, to be honest, all in all, I've just been really enjoying what we've been seeing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen some pretty solid gameplay. Like you said as well, there have been a few moments where you can tell that the plan's not quite gone how, expected. And there's been a few quirky little solutions that people have come up with on the fly. But that's what we like to see in a tournament, isn't it? We want to see those moments. It's no good if we can't farm a few clips here and there. But so far, from what we've seen, what teams are kind of standing out at the moment?
In terms of teams standing out so far, I think Ashtar had a really strong showing at the start. Monoloki, closing things out. I think Will, so far, has been, in terms of everyone that we've seen, has been the most, I think, in terms of, consistency, in terms of how they've been playing, Will's been the, I'd say, the most consistent. And I was saying, he was that dark horse coming into this tournament. And speaking of Will, he's up here on screen right now, up against Ashtar. So it's going to be the Darius Brom combination versus that Vi Akali. Okay, so quite the dynamic, difference. So Will, I'm expecting a lot of damage coming out of him. Quite consistent as a player. So Ashtar is going to be quite tricky, with their characters whilst they're piloting them to make sure that they come out on top.
Yeah, you can hear a bit of the crowd also going crazy for Ash as well here. But this should be a very, very good semi-final watch. And remember, even if one of your favorite players does lose, they can still make redemption here through that loser's bracket. But immediately here, Will has not wasted any time whatsoever. That double down coming into effect. Vi taking a lot of damage in the danger zone, forcing themselves to get frozen. Their freestyle comes into play as we get the handshake tag in. And immediately the back throw here will go ahead and neutralize them here for just a little bit there.
Yeah, using that Twilight Shuriken. Oh, it's going to just keep them in check. And now Will is going to send Akali into the corner. But that tag launcher just straight off the back, sending the Vi out, using that back throw, keeping them into the corner, pushing them in. The apprehend gets parried. Super Vault Breaker takes them down. But Will was blocking the entire time. Great defense. Not going to find the connection onto the electrified force field. Sorry. But Vi falls down slowly, swiftly by Akali.
Yeah, gets caught in a little too much. Can we talk about that parry? Who does that on the Darius, bring back? Who does that? That's insane. I've not seen a lot of people do that in situations like that. Super Vault Breaker comes right back out here, and Ashtar showing us some moments of brilliance here once again. Twilight Shuriken comes out there. It's going to go through the shield. Shroud here available here now too. Looking for the Crater Maker, but again, two heads are better than one as we get ourselves a nice little Super 2 here there from Will. Braum comes out here for some extra defense here, and once again, looking for that the Ares 2. No one was home. Once again, thrown into the corner. A lot of damage here being thrown in. That 2H, an opportunity of escape. Will going to try and get the kill. Not able to do so though, as the Crater Maker comes out just to give them a little bit of space. Break right back out of the corner. And again, it is just a scrambly situation.
Into one manages to find the forehead of Vi. Gets dashed up on, uses a grab. Tag launcher just right off the back. Will not defending. Manages to backdash away from the apprehend, but that battering ram finds the connection. That big swim not able to find too much more, but the Super Vault Breaker manages to take down a little bit of the health bar. Nice pushback coming out from Ashtar, creating some distance between them and danger now as the Twilight Shroud has been planted. That Headless is going to get ripped out, gets blocked. Can it get punished? No, it cannot. push block coming out from Will, keeping them in check, but that bleed damage is going to do so much. And down falls the Akali. Vi has got a lot of health bar to chew through. The Glacial Fissure super getting ripped right off the bat. The little one finds the ankles of Vi and takes them out of the sky.
Unbelievable stuff there from Will, keeping themselves in the game. That's 1-0 currently against Ashtar. Both players showing us a really, really exciting matchup here so far. A lot of, it could go either way realistically. I mean, we could go to game 3. Who knows? I'm not going to speak too much because commentator's curse is a very real thing. But so far, we've had quite a lot of, it's been very scrappy. Scrappy is the best word for that. There's been a lot of scrapping going on.
It has. I feel like we're in a junkyard rather than 2XKO battlefield. But I think we are going to be going into, changing champs. I think a little bit of a game plan switch is going to be coming out. So it's going to be interesting to see what both players decide to switch to. Brom Darius still sticking, but the Vi followed by the Caitlyn now. So Ashtar is going to be changing that composition, so switching things up. So the Kali wasn't working out, trying to just get a little bit of extra range into their arsenal by, picking up that sniper out of the vault. Sniper over, a tiny little knife. I know which one I'm picking. And if you're Ashtar, you're picking those gauntlets of power. Finds the connection onto the cleave, and the apprehend in the air keeps Ashtar juggled up. The S1 super catches the Zornite, followed by the heart of the Freljord, pummeling them into the ground. And now as Will has got the Unbreakable, very dangerous situation for Ashtar to be in. Switching to the Caitlyn, having to use that break and gets caught by that Winter's Bite. The Unbreakable coming back out, and the tackle keeps him in the corner. And they are going to just be taking on a nice little sleigh ride. The two-step finds the connection onto the second hit. That get-up attack takes them away. The sniper is going to get blocked. And the Unbreakable, the S1 super coming out again, but the armor pummels through. There's not much that a bullet can do through a shield covered in ice.
Unbelievable stuff there, and it's, again, Bullet could not pierce through that at all, but we're just going to shut them down here. But going back on that point there, that headshot could have done significant damage, but again, when you have armor like that, there's only so much that a bullet can realistically pierce through. Again, now setting up the Braum for a little bit of extra coverage as we start ourselves off here. Will immediately, once again, doubling down here on those supers, getting as much damage as humanly possible as we can to start us off. Here we go now, gets the hit there on the shield, looking for that headshot again, but there we go. Braum was prepared, not going to be able to take that hit. Super Bolt Breaker comes out and again gets blocked. What's the punish? There we go. Beautiful stuff there coming out from Will. The patience has been rewarded here for Will. Projectile goes out. Freeze has been enabled. Caitlyn completely taken out of the equation here, Panda.
Yeah, that stand behind me being able to save Will's behind. Okay, now the battering ram comes out. And now we're going into the heart of the Freljord. Super. The Unbreakable is going to be staying thanks to those recent buffs, and Ashtar is going to have to just take the chip damage. Those Glacial Fissures not finding much. Get pummeled into the ground. Oh, Will is just going to keep blocking. The Mighty One not going to find the connection. Breaker's going to get forced out, and Ashtar is going to be felled by Will.
Well played though to Will. Incredible stuff. Keeping themselves calm, cool, collected. Great work there with the punishes as well. Very optimal, and just didn't overextend too much. Just kind of kept reserved. Knew when to rip those supers at the perfect time. That confidence in the combo structure as well is definitely something that we have to look forward to every single time Will plays. Yeah, honestly, I'm impressed. Even Ashtar was keeping some pretty good pacing as well from some good points.
They were doing really well. I think it goes back to what I said initially from the quick assassins question. Who do we think is, the one to look out for? And I think Will is that one. They've been keeping that consistency up throughout, and it does show. They've been able to, hit the reliable combos, using that assist from the Darius tackle at the right time to keep them in the corner. Because once that battering rams get used, there is some few frames of recovery that Brom won't be able to do anything, right? And now with that Darius assist tackle, he keeps them in the air, allows them to juggle. But yeah, as we can see on the screen, Will dominating the bombs.
Hey, so I mean, that game was that was crazy. The technical skill coming from Will was actually insane. I think that's the most damage we've seen in one combo so far today, right? I mean, that was insane. Literally catching the juggle on the last frame every time. I mean, compared to what else we've seen, I can agree why we're starting to think that Will might be, the favoured player here. What do you think could have been done differently in order to beat Will, however?
Of overextension. A lot of moments where you get caught in certain moves are getting thrown out that shouldn't be getting thrown out. Again, we talk about that Super 1, for example. Immediately after you get blocked, you're going for that Super 1, trying to get and attempt that headshot, and you're like, well, I mean, I could do it and it might hit, but if it doesn't, I get punished for it, and that's not necessarily where you want to be in a position like that. So stuff like that, where I feel like there are panic options that do end up kind of spiraling you out of control, is definitely one thing that you got to keep in mind. Yeah, I think that was kind of the big thing for me, whereas just got to be careful with how you pick your supers, I think.
Yeah, I mean, how about yourself? What kind of gaps were you spotting that could maybe be done a bit differently?
I think you have to look out for. There was a lot of interactions between the two players where moves could have been punished that weren't being punished, like Ashura said. The S1 super from the Caitlyn, once that gets blocked, there's a lot of time before Caitlyn can actually do any form of interaction, so there's a good window of opportunity for Will to capitalize on it, which they weren't doing. So yes, Will did end up winning the series, but it could have been even more dominating, and it could go vice versa, right? There were segments in both games where one could have punished the other, but it never came about. It just ended up to being a little bit of a stalemate. So I would like to see, the players as the tournament goes on, understanding those, gaps in the defense that can be exploited.
Yeah, I mean, it does sound like it keeps coming down to very niche, specific mechanics rather than overall game plan. However, we are getting ready to go into our next match. What kind of things are you hoping to see? What kind of comps are you hoping are about to come up?
Just some more intense action, man. I think that's the best way to put it. You can't really put a label on these types of things. Rocco and Sceptile had one of, again, as I said before, the most entertaining matches. But this is going to be one of those ones where it's going to be they're going to skate uphill here. It's going to be dangerous. It's going to be scary because Mono Loki has shown us that they know exactly what they're here for. So let's get straight into game number 1. Let's get some noise going in the crowd once again, and let's have some fun. It is time for Mono Loki versus Rocco and Sceptile. Let's get straight into it.
So we're going to go for a Vi mirror straight away. Mono Loki going to be the one coming out on top, manages to connect onto that low, but we're going to drop the combo. Tech roll. Going to get punished now. Now Rocco and Sceptile having to use that break. Oh, Rocco getting caught out consistently, and Mono Loki is just getting free damage, and that super Creator Maker is going to be taking them out. So just as quickly as the game started, Rocco gets taken out, and now the overhead finds the connection on to Sceptile, and they're just going to get absolutely beaten to a pulp. No meter to be expended. So they're going to just reset, keep the combos going. This way is going to drop.
Yeah, one thing that you have to remember is once you get blown up in a situation like this, especially against a player that kind of knows what they're doing, you have to be very, very careful with just about how you're going to be able to retaliate. So there's only so much that you can realistically do in a situation like this here. And Rocco and Sceptile have been able to get a decent amount of damage. Denting Blows comes out here as we go into the Vault Breaker. Super Vault Breaker confirm. It's not going to hit, unfortunately. Gives them an opportunity to tech, but the break comes out now. And they're going to retaliate there with a jump hate. And that's going to be more than enough. Mono Loki takes game number 1.
Yeah, so round number 1 going over to Mono Loki. You can hear the cheers from the crowd that there are some supporters for the side of Mono Loki. And rightly so. They've been putting on quite the performance, keeping them going. And they're going to keep this momentum riding like a tidal wave that doesn't want to stop. They're going to be sending Sceptile into the corner. They're going to keep the pressure, but they're going to drop the throw. And now as an opportunity for Sceptile, just take it back. Not going to be able to find it. Denting Blows, keep them in check. The Vault Breaker into the Super Vault Breaker explodes their health bar. I didn't know if we catched it because Brom's big body, but Mono Loki was able to find a happy birthday situation, and Rocco is just going to take an absolute beating. This vacuum of danger keeps on going. Nothing is going to be able to find their way through the defenses of Mono Loki, but they managed to find it just in the nick of time before that turn gets taken back.
That's it.
And game number 2 goes in the way of Mono Loki.
I mean, did you hear the energy in that crowd the moment that first hit came out, man? Someone was screaming at the top of their lungs. That was amazing. But that's great stuff there from Mono Loki. And as I was saying just before we were in Champ Select, this is one of those matchups where you are going to be skating uphill. It is going to be one of those ones where it's going to be dangerous. Again, we saw them at a level where they had to play against another team who didn't know what they were doing. And that was great for them. But when you have to fight against someone who knows what they're actively doing, I mean, we're talking mixing up, getting cross-ups here with that jump heavy, it can be quite detrimental to your game plan. And I know someone that when I started 2XKO, I was in a very similar situation where I would get put into a corner and get one touch and blown up immediately because I don't know how to react to certain things. And it's like, well, you know, it will take time and, you know, having to now deal with the duo and everything. There's a lot of factors in this matchup that we have to consider here. But we're going right back down into it. And immediately the sway gets caught here. Huge stuff there from Mono Loki. And we're going to ride that wave, as you said previously here. Super Crater Maker, 16 hits guaranteed. And we're going to go ahead and continue that momentum going forward. Gets caught there on the assist. Denting Blows is going to miss. We're going to try and use those big hitboxes to capitalize here on favor of Braum. But the Vault Breaker comes out, pushing them right back down. And again, that jump H, that one button, has been such a detriment to the Rako and Sceptile's game plan that has just kept them in the corner here. Couple jabs out here. Beautiful assist. Rako and Sceptile have come alive.
That they have now that Braum's got the Unbreakable. It was an opportunity for them to turn the tide, but Mono Loki is going to stop them right in their tracks. And now, as they keep on going, they are going to get caught by that medium, and now the cleave into the Headless decimates their health bar. Mono Loki still does have the break, but now as the bleed and the chip damage come through, a lot of their health has been mitigated, but those denting blows are going to keep them in check. Vault Breaker into Super Vault Breaker. It's going to drop because of the delay. That's going to force the breakout now. Now the cross-up finds the back end of Rako. And now they're going to get pummeled. They're going to get ground pounded. The cross-up comes out. Beautiful. Those ankles are going to be taken out and chipped away.
Mono Loki.
The Trifarian tactics does find the Vi, but look at this health differential. The mountain to climb is insurmountable. The super gets punished right off the bat. Mono Loki taking the momentum in their stride.
Mono Loki showing us what for. You saw that big grin on their face. They're going to go right back into it. They're not wasting any time whatsoever there. That jump H, definitely a massive detriment to their game plan here. Look at this break available here as well, but I don't think they're going to want to pop it here now. There we go. Super Crater Makers. They're going to nullify any opportunity of them getting out of the corner. What's the mix-up option again? Going for another Crater Maker, forcing them to use break in a very, very weird position there. And that's going to give them less options to get out of certain situations. That Darius assist coming in at the perfect time, trying to double down on that 2x assist, but unfortunately, no one was home. Denting Blows coming right back out. Here we go. No electrics, not needed. Doesn't matter. Was about to catch them there on that 2s2 there with that Crater Maker, but no one again was home. So this time took a little bit of time to just get that 2H in. Here we go, though, once again. Rako and Sceptile starting to find their bearings, but every time Mono Loki sees even a little bit of health coming out, they were like, all right, we're just going to stop them from doing anything here.
Headless is going to get blocked right there and then. Now Mono Loki's just going to continue on with this momentum. Nicely done, yeah, and the assist tackle keeping Rako in the corner. The denting blows keep them going into the Super Crater Maker. That health bar is entering the danger zone, but the last stand super decimates the health bar from Mono Loki. They still have both characters going, they still have the momentum, but right now the defense of Mono Loki can only hold out so much before they fall. And once again, this script is being rewritten. We've seen this scenario one too many times, and Mono Loki takes the game, sending Rako and Sceptile into the losers.
Wow. I mean, we even have chants going. I mean, there is a lot of energy going on here in the crowd right now, and we love to see it, man. Keep giving people your energy. Mono Loki, clearly a favorite. Yeah.
To be so better defined than what we just saw over those two games, especially in that first map as well, was absolutely crazy to open up the first round in such a way to be able to just take down a full health bar in one go is insane. I mean, I just want to hear what you guys are thinking about what we've just seen.
Yeah, I think you put it pretty much in a really great light there. I mean, again, starting off the way that you do, especially in that sort of scenario, is like, damn, what do I really do in that spot? Vi enables you to do that. If she gets in close, even remotely, and touches you once, and then is able to just continuously keep pressuring you, there's, you know, you have to put your hands up at some point and go, all right, well, I mean, I just wasn't ready for it, unfortunately. But again, it is that whole thing of player differential experience. And yeah, it is just super unfortunate. But there is still in the losers bracket, there is still an opportunity to go back, refresh, take a little bit of time to just take a breather. And Poro here live on stage as well. We'll cut that in a sec.
Hey, don't mind me, don't mind me.
I mean, yeah, it felt like at a lot of times we didn't even see the Darius come out from Mono Loki. It was purely just stay on the Vi, not even using Juggernaut though, so still just for one single health bar value. Just absolutely just managing to counter everything perfectly and just keep building more momentum and capturing it over and over again. I mean, surely that can't be too common.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I feel like, again, you don't really need the Darius out all too much, especially when you're in a position where you can just continuously go crazy with Vi. As I said before throughout the match several times, that jump hitch, that one button, was such a good way to lead in for some really good pressure. And they just kept doing it. They just kept doing it. And I think that's what happens, again, when you play against players who are slightly less experienced. You have, you can catch onto their habits very quickly and then just go, I know what I can do with my character and just how it is that I'm going to just knuckle down on your bad habits and then just make you pay the price for it. So fair play to Mono for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just capitalizing on that consistency, isn't it? I can see that you've got your drawing tablet out, and
I want to write on this.
It's worrying me slightly, but let's see what you
like.
Let's see what you come up with.
Can we bring up like you know, I want to bring up a replay just because like I want to kind of just like start breaking down and just showcasing like to the audience some of the things that me and Asura have been talking about in terms of, you know, what we can exploit and what we can. So, oh God. Obviously I'm a pro at this, but you know what? Let's just go off on the big screen. So, in this scenario, right, this is a good opportunity to break it down. You know, capitalizing on, you know, the mistakes from the side of Monoloki. In this situation, when you've got the Brom Unbreakable, you want to be trying to use that shield as much as you can, as well as the armor, because you essentially get a free hit before, you know, it takes into effect. So it's a really good opportunity to, you know, capitalize on damage. This segment right here, when both Rako and Sceptile were able to synergize each other with the use of the ultimates in the last stand, really, really well done. And I think one thing that a lot of people don't forget in this game is that chip damage is really an important mechanic to like keep in your mind, especially when you're up against a Darius. When he applies that bleed, not only are you taking chip damage, you're also taking additional chip damage because of, you know, the bleed damage, you know, that is applied. So if you're up against the Darius, you have to be incredibly conscious of it. Fortunately, wasn't able to see. Oh, hold on. It's up.
Kind of come back to life, yeah.
Well, we are going to be going into our third game, so I'll let you guys take that away.
Oh boy, it's duo action time, baby. It is two duos going at it here. 2v2, Mbot and Jim Jam take on MK Buck and Mr. A. It is game time. Echo and Braum take on Jinx and Ilawi. First time we've seen either of those characters here today.
We are in the losers bracket, so one of these two duos will have their run ended right here and right now, and the other one will be continuing on through the lower bracket. So which one of these two are going to be coming out on top? So we're going to get things started. Both sides are going to keep a distance, but using fishbones to send them out, but the revolving door finds a connection, and through the battering ram, managed to get the Unbreakable up online, and those Glacial Fishes do a lot of damage towards Jinx. The Winter's Bite does not find much more. The Fishbones in the air, trying to just keep them at a distance. Jinx has got such a great opportunity to zone, but that Brom Bomb is going to make swift work of them, keep them in check, and the Tentacle Smash slams them away. But the Pow Pow Super, that's actually what it's called, does get used, and now the combos keep on going. The Limit Strike is going to build up a lot of meter, and now the zoning takes place. The back S1 keeping them in check. The Mighty One does not come out, forcing the tag out, and now Alawi is going to be charging towards her lover, going to slap them with that idol. The Brom Bomb not finding the connection, but MK Bark and Mr. A find one.
Yeah, they do indeed. That's good for them. That's going to give them a lot of momentum coming into this now. That Echo, the only character left standing here. I don't think you want to activate Fury. Here we go. Super One's going to slam them down here. We aren't going to double down. We're going to save that meter and try to build up on it here as much as we possibly can. Fury has now been activated here from Jim Jam and Mbot, and they're going to try and basically try to double down here on this. They need to. They have to push forward. If they're not aggressive and that Fury meter goes down, they're going to be at a huge disadvantage. Time Winder 2H tries to do something with it, and again, sitting up in the corner here with the super Time Winder here. Mbot and Jim Jam have their bearings here. Both players now looking to try and end this, but Zap into the 2M immediately finds their mark now. It's a scrappy situation with both assists and now out. Zap into the face of Echo point blank, and now all of a sudden Mbot and Jim Jam find themselves in a very awkward situation.
Yeah, just a little bit of chip damage is all that they need. So round number one is going to be going over towards MK Bark and Mr. A. When it's Jinx versus Echo, Echo is at such a big disadvantage, and they're going to let rip that Tentacle Smash Super right off the bat, completely catching them unawares. And now Brom is going to get an absolute beat down. Gonna get caught in the corner, but it doesn't even matter because they take the turn back, forcing that breakout. The revolving door is not gonna find the connection. And now Jinx is finding everything that they need to take down the Brom. One character eliminated, and Echo is having to fight this mountain.
You can see the smiles there on their faces. You saw a little bit of a smirk. It's definitely a vote of confidence there for both for MK Bark and Mr. A there. Huge stuff for them now as the Super decides to come out. Now Echo's still the last character remaining. Now we're seeing some pressure come out. The Time Winder being set up here, looking for the grab, but unfortunately Time Winder is sending them at a very weird angle there for them. Not really anticipating the setup, but the dash comes through here, gets that 2M, and immediately we get the full combo into the Zap Fury available here for Mbot and Jim Jam, but they're not going to be able to activate it. Zap gets caught once again. Super 1, send them to the gallows. It is a beautiful way to start game number 1 off.
I don't know what's happened after the break, but MK Bark and Mr. A are looking more synergized than they ever have been. That's not to, you know, take anything away from Mbot and Jim Jam. They've both been playing really, really well, but I think that composition switch, especially into that Jinx, has been the thorn in their backside.
Helped out so well, and you have to remember one thing about Jinx and Alawi working so well together is that range difference, right? Alawi, huge hitboxes, but also is really good up close and personal. But once you have to deal with characters like Jinx who succeed at zoning you, and then all of a sudden, that dash 2M catches you off guard and you're not expecting it, there's only so much that you can realistically do, only especially when you're put in a position where you can only play Echo, right? Because that's seemingly what ends up happening. You take out the anchor, you then only have Echo. Brom barely gets much of a chance to shine. And here we go now, complete composition switch here, Pando.
Happy birthday to start things off! Battering ram into the heart of the Freljord, getting that unbreakable, but that Winter's Bite goes through the fishbones. Now we are going into the might of Noxus. Not going to find anything. The S1 Super is going to get ripped. It's going to get traded. And now the fireworks go off in a spectacular display, but the fishbone's not going to find the connection. The two-step taking down the ankles. Now they're going to get caught by the unbreakable. Look how much damage there is. And Jinx gets decimated.
A roar from the crowd there just goes to show you that there's confidence in their players. Mbot and Jim Jam come back to life now, and an incredibly emphatic first character depletion there. 2H comes out, crazy combo, looking for the Poro. No one was home there, unfortunately, and here we go, right back into the corner. Just benefit off of the wall bounce here. You're trying to capitalize a little bit more there, not able to. Bleed available here now for Darius. Poro comes out now, trying to apply as much pressure as humanly possible. Coming back now just to try and not get hit. Super 1, there's the punish. Beautiful stuff there from Mbot and Jim Jam. They stay alive. That's a round on the board for them.
From the top ropes, the Brom bomb comes crashing down. And now round number 1 goes towards Mbot and Jim Jam. The switch up in the compositions for them has helped, taking out that Echo and switching it for the Warwick has been able to help them increase the firepower. And look how much more opportunity they have to keep things going. No Winter's Bite to send out because they don't have the Unbreakable. The parry is going to get whiffed. They're going to get caught by those Flame Chompers, and they're going to get slammed. They're going to get crashed down. Brom is putting on an absolute spectacular display. Ankles are going to get broken.
Oh, they absolutely are, and they look like they're continuously going to keep getting broken. Freezes now come out there. The Poro just for some extra damage here and some nice pressure there as the Warwick does come out, but now they've been pushed into a position where now they have to hold this damage. They pressed a little too much, got punished for it. In the meantime, as the Darius is able to do something, Mr. Bark and MK Bark and Mr. A have to try and find their way out of the corner. The low catches them here. Beautiful work into the confirmed super. No, actually, believe it or not, it's going to hit. But forget about it, because we're sending Warwick out in a double down situation. We're going out again. Super's going to hit. That's going to be pretty much all their health gone. Mbot and Jim Jam are taking this to a final game here today. It'll be the first time that we do go to game 3. All it takes is one hit. The Poro to the leg, and they're still alive.
Nicely done from Mbot and Jim Jam. Our first game 3 of the tournament. And I couldn't be happy, especially when one of these teams are going to be falling out of contention in the bracket. Everything is to play for the final game. What is an exciting match to go. So, looking at the player screen, we are going back to Champ Select. Darius Akali for the side of MK Bark and Mr. A, but we're going to stick to the Warwick and Brom for the side of Mbot and Jim Jam. As we take our place on the bridge of Piltover, one team will fall and one team will continue. Who it will be, only 4 minutes, sorry, will tell.
Yeah, it's do or die, a situation here that you can only hope to win here now. And only 2 rounds stand between a win and a complete loss here today. And at the moment, Mbot and Jim Jam have taken the brunt of a lot of damage. Great cross up there. Break's going to come out, give them a little bit of breathing room just to go ahead and collect themselves right back again. But from the top ropes there, Braum comes in. The super's not going to connect, unfortunately, as I don't think Warwick was able to hit them there. On the wall there, gets crossed up again there with the S1 here. Then we got 5S2 coming in there. But again, happy birthday to you with some frozen cake here. I hope you like that. Beautiful stuff there as now MK Buck and Mr. A have started to respond.
Ooh, getting caught by the Warwick assist tackle right there. The Salted Earth is not going to find the connection. The Braum Bomb does miss on the cross-up, and now this is a great opportunity for MK Buck and Mr. A to take out the Braum. So it's all up to the Warwick. But look at that health bar. Warwick is incredibly healthy. Now as they're going forward, that parry is not going to go through. We got the Twilight Shroud set it up into the final Repose Super. We're going to send this dog packing. Someone call Animal Control because this dog is on the loose and needs to get sent to the pound. Now the Glacial Fisher's assist super is going to find some damage. Not before he gets slammed away. Get behind me, doing work. The cross up, the grab. This prey is getting stalked, and this dog is going to make mincemeat out of MK Bark and Mr. A.
Both characters, both teams now down to a complete low, and Mbot and Jim Jam almost have that comeback. Super One's gonna come out down to the ground, absolutely slammed, 1 round away from guaranteeing survival here in this bracket, and this cannot have gotten any closer. It's a shame that we're in our losers bracket for this matchup here, and now all of a sudden everything is riding on this 1 round.
MK Bark and Mr. A are in a great position right now. Get down, Mr. President, as Darius tags in. The Winter Spike goes through all the projectiles, and now Mbot and Jim Jam have a great opportunity to take the momentum back in their stride. They keep Darius into the corner, followed by the Feral Slashes. The Bloodlust is getting built. Break is going to be forced out as that straight hit comes out. The perfect execution to dodge away, but that stand behind me is going to pay dividends. And now, Darius takes that blow from the Winter Spike, but to of no avail. Down falls Darius. Akali is still in. Keep it going. We're not done yet. Winter's Bite finds them, and now we're going to a final round in our final game.
Yo, it has gone down to the wire. Final round here in our losers bracket. Mbot and Jim Jam have an opportunity to make their way out of this, but again, now they've just been able to hold on to a thread. Can MK Buck and Mr. A do something about this? They had a confident game, but now all of a sudden, that confidence must have been knocked from the top ropes. Looking again down below here at the heavens, looking to try and get something. The fish are not going to come out there, unfortunately, as the projectile completely gets swayed away, and the Darius 2M manages to hit headless, completely found. Bleed available here as well. Extra chip damage. This is going to be a detriment to them. But here we go now. Chip's going to completely disappear out of the equation. Darius now put back into the corner. MK Buck and Mr. A managed to find their way out there with the break. This is a dangerous position to be in. Both teams now have one character at least in the danger zone, while the full character's still there. What a cross-up. Huge work there. And we're going again, but the break comes out. And there it is. Braum taken out. Warwick left standing. Only one character remains. Can they get the jump done? Super comes out. It's just going to miss Panda.
Can they keep this going? The Infinite Duress does not find their mark, but the Glacial Fisher super assist does get a little bit of chip damage, but they get caught by the medium, the cleave, the headless. They're going to get chopped. They're going to get butchered. And now the stand behind me finds nothing. Infinite Duress is going to connect. Yes, it is. It's coming down to the wire. Get your cheers ready, everyone, because one of these two are going to be sent packing. And now the MK Bark and Jonas Ray keep their run going.
Wow, that was something. That was, if you had me at the quite literal edge of my seat. I'm sure the replays will have it up there at some point, but my God, I mean, what a set. Oh my goodness.
That was intense.
Very intense.
I mean, that's the closest you could possibly ever ask for a match to go. Playing all 3 rounds and all 3 matches is actually crazy. That's so insane. I mean, the amount of times I sat here getting ready to turn back around going, oh, this match is over now. And then you'd see someone pull out something crazy and get a juggle going and manage to bring that back. It was actually that was just insane. I don't think I've heard you two be so loud in my life. And I've known you for a while, but I've never heard either of you get that loud. I mean, what really... I want the highlights, let's be honest. We want highlights. What
We do want highlights. I think the entire set was a highlight. I'll be fully honest, right? There were a lot of times where blows were exchanged, damage was getting chipped out from either side, and it was done really nicely. I'll tell you what, the interaction between the Brom Bomb and the S1 Super from Jinx caught me completely off guard, because I thought it traded, but then the Brom got carried up into the air. That was a lot of extra damage that continued on, and there were a lot of minute scenarios that came through, right? And it was really well done from both sides. I really thoroughly enjoyed it.
How about you, Asura? What stood out to you?
I mean, I'm speechless. There were so many close calls, so many crazy moments, a lot of great spacing there from both teams. I feel like there were so many. It's just when you're in that sort of situation where you are fighting for tournament life, the adrenaline that goes. I've been there, believe me. The adrenaline that you have is insane, and when you're fighting for that tournament life, you're like, I'm gonna put it all out on the line. Sometimes you don't think or whatever, and you're like, all right, you know what, it could either be the biggest win of your life or the most, upsetting, and then you've got to do it again because you're in losers, right? So I think that them just playing with all that composure and just all that adrenaline built up was just so fun to watch, and I mean, it got everybody else riled up. I mean, what more can you ask for with a set like that?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is the first game where we've had literally the whole crowd going crazy over every single play, every punch that landed. It was actually insane. But going from what we've just seen, I mean, how can any match top it? Surely.
Oh no, man.
Well, we still got quite a big bracket to play, but like you said, this is probably the most exciting match. I just want to if we can get back onto the teleprompter. There's like there's one small interaction that occurred as we were going through. So as this plays out, pause in a second. This going forward. Where is it? It's when we get Akali, right? Okay. So when we get to the Shroud, there is an instance that's right there. If the Warwick blocks it, because MK Bark did a second perfect execution. If this situation was blocked, if that situation was blocked. Right, where are we? Let me get my frame. If that situation was blocked, it actually would have gone in favor of Mbot and Jim Jam. Right here. So if this was blocked, the health bar is completely misleading for Akali, right? Her health bar is like you get 2 hits and you're dead, right? Warwick they don't have meter, right? But they've got enough damage in the combo to keep them in contention, right? If this was blocked, MK Bark and Mr. A probably would have seen themselves out.
I mean, that's crazy, but it literally came down to, well, a frame perfect input. I mean, you can't really get much closer than that, can you? I mean, played every round, played every game, frame perfect input to, win out a match is actually, that is crazy. The fact that you've even spotted that is crazy.
I mean, yeah, I'm impressed, honestly, that you did spot that, because my head was just like all over the place by the end of the game. That I was just like, there are so many little moments that was there, but I can't really pick and choose which one. So honestly, kudos to you for doing that. That's actually incredible. But this is what we live for, man. This is the excitement and that we want. This is the kind of stuff that we need. But speaking of which, let's go over to our next duo game coming up here. Artemis and Fried Rice, who actually entertained us quite a bit, if you remember, and they're going up against Sentinel here again in our losers bracket. Again, if you took a look at the bracket earlier, our winners finals have already been decided, but it's now time to go through this Shark Tank and make your way out into that losers finals. Let's get straight into game number 1 and let's get some action going in.
So the Blitzcrank versus the Warwick. Man versus machine. If anyone's seen Arcane, you know that reference. But the Rocket Punch is going to start things off. The Infinite Duress Super is going to get blocked, and those spinning turbines are going to find the connection, followed by the Wrecking Ball into the Trash Compactor. Someone send this hound to the pound, because he is running amok.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there, and you're going to use that 2S2 there, that Trash Collector. Huge work there, but again, that Warwick putting in the work. Sentinel was able to recover from that mistake and just go ahead and move forward. And that's the kind of adaptability that you want, especially in a matchup like this now. But again, yes, you are going to get punished for that, though. The end-like is strong. We're going to use the break to try and basically mitigate that here. Now, Super 1's going to come down, does hit OTG. That's going to be huge there for the Akali. Can Sentinel capitalize? 2H comes out. Beautiful work, though, as the 2L decides to just
just get that interrupt. Nice little Abari action there. Here we go, though. Gets caught on the side switch. Headshot, bang! That's all that she's done right there. Gonna end up whiffing it, though. And here we go, the punish coming out here from a Sentinel. A little bit weird, but we got there in the end.
Whiffs that parry, so unfortunate for the side of Artemis and Fried Rice. Sentinel able to capitalize on those just frames, but they managed to find the trash compactor, taking them out. The rocket punch is going to stop them in the tracks. The infinite duress super is going to go through those spinning turbines, but a bit too overzealous. Okay, now as the wrecking ball comes through, finds connection. Oh, but the fortified command grab does not find its mark. And now, as Sentinel is just getting absolutely beaten to a pulp, we're going to try and run up. We're trying to get cheeky with it, but it's going to cost them their break. They find one. Now we're down to one character left. It's up to the Akali. Can they chew through the health bar? It's not looking quite so much, but Fury is about to come online. They pop it. Akali is fast, but can she be deadly?
Oh my god.
Down goes one. They've got another one to go. It's much more favorable in terms of the matchup for Akali. Ooh. They managed to cancel from that overhead. Ooh, trying to get tricky with it, but they do. The Twilight Shuriken Bringer puts them into the corner. The parry is going to get whiffed, and now Sentinel is going to run amok. This ninja is away from their homeland, but they're not going to stop.
Well, it's a scrambling situation there. Jabs coming out there in the end for Sentinel. But as I was saying, man, that could have gone either way. That was how you use Fury. Genuinely, that was a perfect example of how you should be using Fury in those situations. Going for that overhead, then immediately going, oh man, you ain't blocking low. I'm going to go for that low. Big headshot, right bang. There we go. Huge stuff there from Artemis, keeping us in this matchup here so far now. Both of them keeping themselves alive now. Again, this is the final round of game number 1. Action completely going crazy. We're going to go for try and get that full cross up. Unfortunately, the kunai is not going to really help us out there, but that, again, recovery here. Amazing there from Sentinel. We're going to send out the Warwick for some extra damage, trying to get some tag launches in. Very safe way to end it without end up completely messing up your combos there. Blitzcrank, can Fried Rice get something done? S2 gets them down here on the ground. Is it going to be enough? It's not. As we get down there, Turbine 6H manages to stop them.
Sentinel keeping the momentum going. The Fury is now going to get forced out by the side of Artemis and Fried Rice. The command grab is going to whiff, and now Sentinel is going to chew through the circuits. The infinite duress super connects their mark. Artemis and Fried Rice just get caught mashing those buttons, going to get punished for it. Sentinel taking a bit of damage, getting caught by those spinning turbines, but the command grab is going to whiff, and the infinite duress super is going to get traded. A tiny slither of HP for the side of Sentinel, and now it's all up to Akali. Can these shurikens put this robot packing? Oh, nice use. But there's punish from the command grab. Is going to find the 5-point strike. Is going to keep them in the air. The command grab comes out, and a slither of HP. One of these two are going to be taking game number 1, and it's going to be Artemis and Fried Rice by a frame.
What are these close calls? What is happening? Today has just been full of close calls, man. Wow. I mean, I've never been so on edge, like quite literally the edge of my seat for a 2x KO tournament in such a long time. And we have noticed and seen so many crazy things. These guys are giving us a treat. I'm so happy to be here. Here we go now. Game number 2. Reminder, this is still best of 3, and it is tournament life here for Sentinel. Artemis and Fried Rice have come together as a united front. The question is now, will that adrenaline carry on through their souls as we move on into this next game here now? Blitzcrank immediately looking to go for that 2s2 right off of the wrecking ball. No one was home though, so we're going to go ahead and punish it instead with our super. Right back down to earth here, and immediately looking for that 2L here on the roll. And Blitzcrank is getting blown up as we speak.
The force is going to get breaked out, so Sentinel is really able to exploit using these infinite duress supers, catching Artemis and Fried Rice and mashing. The break is going to get forced out, and now the command grab is going to send Sentinel packing, leaving all up to the Akali. Now Artemis and Fried Rice, you can see that the momentum from the adrenaline has been built. Manages to find a stray hit from the side of Sentinel, able to capitalize on it. That command grab is going to get punished by that overhead. Now it's all up to the Piltover Enforcer to bring peace to the lands of Piltover, using that bowler boost to send them into the corner. But there's 5-point kunai strikes are going to send Caitlyn packing down. All get parried, but there's a second hitbox you need to worry about. They're going to get caught out by it. Nice catch on the anti-air. Roll through to the perfect execution. Is going to just put some holes into Caitlyn. And now we are going to keep this packing. Now Artemis and Fried Rice are going to lose out, and Sentinel takes round number 1 of game number 2.
Oh man,
scary. And then you saw the end of the round, they pumped their hand up, they were like, all right, cool, you know what? And a little bit of a breath of fresh air for them there as well, especially in a situation like this where it could have been completely game-ending. They've locked in a little bit here. Great punish coming out from Sentinel as we switch right back into that Warwick. Now we're going for that overhead here, looking for a second one. No one was home immediately though. Happy birthday to you as we get a nice little combo in here. Artemis showing us what for. Headshot, bang, right? Beautiful stuff there. As Akali's going to take quite a significant amount of damage. We're going to wait, get that 5P, try to continue from that, get a continuation there off of that combo. Beautiful work there as we go right back down here. But the Warwick putting in the work, forcing the Blitzcrank to get that break. And now we're playing the zoning game.
That we are. Caitlyn trying to keep themselves out of harm's length, but harm is going to be brought to their doorstep. Now it's all up to the Blitzcrank. Can this robot crank it hard, or they're just going to fall to pieces? It seems like the latter is going to be happening. And now, as they manage to find an opportunity, they find their hands into their opponent, slam them down, and we are going to be sent packing into the final segment. Fury does get popped. Warwick with Fury is a dangerous dog to deal with. Nice block strings coming out. Oh, cancelling, but jumps over. The whiff because of the parry. And either side is going to be taking this. Oh my goodness. And Artemis and Fried Rice, they managed to keep themselves alive.
Wow. Yeah, I'm shocked. That parry should have been a massive punish opportunity. Instead, it saved them from being command grabbed, which I've never seen before as an interaction. That is absolutely amazing. That second hitbox is going to work out, though, for Sentinel here in this situation now. And as we go up to the top, we send Warwick out for the DP. Beautiful work there as we get some nice little air action. Switch out into the Blitzcrank here. Looks like Fried Rice is coming out for a little bit of action now, but gets scrambled into the corner here now. 6H there. Beautiful stuff. Gets the grab. Put that dog down. We're going to get as the get up attack comes in now, just to give him a little bit of breathing space. 6H once again, wrecking ball. We're looking for that 2S2 once more, but I think Sentinel has started to catch on a little bit there. Great assist though from the Caitlyn. Great break. Are we going to switch? No, we're not. We're going to go around and switching it right back into that Warwick here. Blitzcrank in trouble. Fried Rice might have put themselves in a situation they don't want to deal with. Nice use of double down. It's a little bit weird because that shuriken isn't going to hit. A little close there, Panda.
Yeah, a little bit. You're gonna extend those arms as much as you can because it's gonna just come down to the wire. So if Sentinel wins this, they do send us to a third and final game. And with the momentum that they've been able to build, it very much might be looking that way. Nice overhead to connect, but that tech roll is going to keep them safe. That connection on the low. Oh, the delay manages to catch them completely unawares. Trying to use the reload shot, gets caught by the assist. Now as the Twilight Shroud gets set up, it's going to be dissipated just as fast. Bolo Boost trying to keep it going, but the Karma is going to find the connection. The Twilight Shuriken is going to just put some chip damage. Nice parry! Coming out from Artemis and Fried Rice, send this ninja packet, and comes down to a hair as we go into a third game.
Oh my god. You've got to be kidding me. You actually have to be kidding me. That was insane. It looked as if Artemis was going to have a comeback in that game. We are going to a final game scenario here, but unfortunately overextended way too much trying to get that cross up and then got punished for it. But that anything could have happened in that scenario. And you asked us, how are we topping that last game? I think it's safe to say we've topped that last game. Game number 3 now. It is the final opportunity for Artemis and Fried Rice to keep themselves here in this bracket. Let's get straight into the action here as we set things off with a super.
Yeah, we're going to use that infinite duress right off rip because Artemis and Fried Rice keep getting punished from it. If it ain't broke, do not fix it, as the saying goes. Setting up that Twilight Shroud, going to get caught by the command grab, so there's going to be a fair bit of health getting taken out now. The Rocket Punch is just going to smack this Warwick away. Nice use of the command grab being fortified by that armor. Ooh, nice use of the 5-point strike, but as quickly as they appeared, Akali gets taken down. Now it's all up to the Warwick, but do not count this dog out. They've got a lot of fight left in them. Only if they get an opportunity to do so. Nice jump, nice grab.
Nice use of the Feral Slashes, but that Fury is going to be taking them out of it. Going to punish that command grab, and Blitzcrank HP is getting closer to 0, and that get-up attack is all they need.
I mean, I don't know what to say here at the moment. Now, action has gone absolutely insane there. We're getting that 2L now again, trying to go for that high-low mix-up there, trying to go high, but unfortunately gets caught there. Kalen was aware of what's going to happen here. Artemis keeps them alive around the way. It is all to play for here. Tournament life here for Sentinel as it's starting to spark out quite literally here. Let's get straight into it now. Artemis and Fried Rice have a chance to get their get back.
Sentinel recognizes that Artemis cannot block from that infinite duress. They are going to punish them. That Wrecking Ball is going to find them.
Wow.
Tries to tech roll to the other side, but get caught by the command grab. The spinning turbines finds Sentinel on the back sway, and those get-up attack negates the trash compactor command grab, keeping them in the corner. Limit Break is going to be able to find some resources. Not before life from the side of Sentinel gets taken out. They do have the break. They are going to be forced to use it. And now Sentinels is going to get caught lacking. The nerves are getting to them, and Artemis and Fried Rice are looking so good. They are cooking quite literally with fire right now as they are pummeling Sentinel into the ground. They are putting them 6 feet under, and they are sending them out of the tournament.
A pop-off well-deserved here, not only from the crowd, but from the players here too. Our duo walks away. The trash collection day usually is Tuesdays in London, but here today, it is on a Friday. Unbelievable stuff there from them. Wow.
I mean, we talked about how close the last game was. And like you said, I asked how can it get any better, but apparently Spark Out is the gift that keeps on giving. Yeah. I mean, I don't even I would love for you to be able to get up those last moments in multiple rounds. You can pick one, you can pick a few, and just talk us through how they even concluded, how they did.
I'm trying to find out because there's so many moments that that came about of it. I'm trying to find one where.
Most notable that I can think of is the first one out of the many clutches, where it's right on the wire and the command grab just went through at the last second, and they're able to just capitalize on that and go straight through. In fact, that's only one of many.
Oh, let me just play this.
Whilst Panda's looking for this,
right,
do you want to tell me any highlights?
This is just something I just want to quickly highlight right here. This is a... before we, when we have an opportunity to just showcase what I want to show, there's an instance where the use of double down was negated, and you picked up on this as well, didn't you, Ashura? Yeah. So it was in this instance where double down was used, and then so Warwick should have flown across the screen, right? You know, that auto tracks into the air, but it gets completely negated out by the Akali, right? And this is then forced the Shuriken to go before keeping this guy safe. So if the Warwick went forward, the Shurikens would be able to follow up, quite nicely after, dealing a bit more damage. And look how much health bar they would have had, right? That would have gone. So because of that slip up, it allowed Artemis and Fried Rice to actually take that game. So because of Sentinel's misstep, this was essentially the comeback that allowed Fried Rice and Artemis to keep their momentum going.
So yet again, two completely different matches apart, we've had a round come down to literally a frame-perfect decision. One side being the perfect decision, one side being just about missing it. How about yourself? How did you find that game? What was your highlight?
Game was amazing. Like I again noted just before game 3, how do we top that? And I think we did top it. I think it was one of the most anticlimactic 2xEO games I've seen in a minute. It was very close. A lot of split decisions, a lot of moments where, again, there were a little bit of like, why would you do that? But also, I think the bane of their opponent's existence was definitely that 2S2. That big command grab, especially with that full armor, is such a great move. And so every time you're constantly hitting it and you're in this loop, there's only so much that you can realistically do, but you have to try and anticipate that, because that seemingly is the way that they did end up winning that match. And it was very effective because there was no one punishing it. And so they were able to just quite literally get away with the constant command grab loop. It's like fighting against Zangief for the first time in Street Fighter 6. You let him get away with too many SPDs and you're like, okay, well, I eventually have to come up with a game plan. But it is what it is. I mean, they played their hearts out. Both of them, all three of them played their hearts out for that entire match. It just came down to those minor inconsistencies, I think.
100%. And highlights like that is only the beginning. We are going to go to a short little break. Go make sure you grab yourself some popcorn ready for when we come back, and we will be with you very shortly.
You make a play or something, and I'm trying to hear it.
Huh?
But I don't know if that's because I had my comms mic up.
Hello and welcome back to Spark Out. I hope you had a great break. I am, as always, Quix, your host, joined, of course, by Panda Richie and by Asura. We have had some crazy games so far, but we are going to be going into some of our last games, really fighting out for that grand final position. How are we feeling about how far we've got so far?
I mean, everything feels like it's gone so fast, right? It's been a blur, so it feels. But every single set has just felt so impactful today. I don't know how to explain it. Like everything's come so close. There have been some moments of just brilliance, some emotional heartbreak here and there. Everything has just been so fun to witness. So I'm having the time of my life personally.
I'm having a lot of fun as well.
Yeah.
It's been really enjoyable. I don't think I've ever shouted so much commentating ever in my life. Every single game has been down to the wire. And it's been so exciting and it's been so much fun. I mean, you know yourself when we've worked together at Epic Lands.
Yeah.
You know, the pacing of which we normally cast at compared to what we're seeing here is completely different. But there is some interesting information going into these next two games. So the next two games are actually students from the same colleges coming up against each other. So from Coventry College, both Racco and Septile versus MK Bark and Mr. A are going to be going up against each other. For the first game, both players are going to be going random characters.
Really?
Yeah, they've handshaked it. So for the next two matches, it's essentially bragging rights.
Oh my god. Okay, well, I think that what's interesting about that is it just comes down to nothing but pure skill. Yeah, literally just comes nothing. Sorry. It literally just comes down to nothing but quite literally just pure skill at that point, right? So again, when you play random characters, you might be forced into a position where you're outside of your comfort zone. And this should be good. I'm excited. I didn't think they were going to go all in, but hey, man, let it ride, right? Let it ride.
Yeah, you may as well. I mean, we're going to be expecting pure chaos, surely.
Oh yeah, I think this is a really great opportunity for me because these are my students. I think I have the privilege of ragging on them a little bit more, and I'll definitely be reminding them of what's about to happen in lessons next week. So it's going to be a great opportunity and great talking points going into the lessons next week. But enough about that. They are ready to go. So obviously all random, we don't know what's going to be happening. Funnily enough, Yasuo mirror matchup and a Caitlyn, so we just got to wait for one more. And the random is going to be
No way.
No way.
Wait, hold on. Hold on a second.
Okay, so
what are the chances?
we've got a legit mirror matchup. What are the actual chances?
I don't know. Someone has to do the math. Anyways, here we go. We've got two duos who've decided they would go completely random. Let's get into some action. Here we go. Game number one of our losers bracket here, and that Yasuo is not wasting any time whatsoever.
No, they are not. So MK Bark and Mr. A are going to let it rip. Neither side know how to pilot these characters, so they are going to be having to use those pulse combos to kind of just help them out a little bit, using that reload shot. You can see the experience is just completely just foregoing any form of gameplay right now. So, as we're going through, I think they're just trying to figure out what the character actually does at this point.
I think we're in that sort of weird phase of, hey, what does this character do actually? Because I gotta figure that out. Oh my god, the roll's coming in, and that final hitbox doing some work. And they're not really prepared for it either. And I think also you have to remember, when you are fighting against characters, you're just like, oh, what do I do? What do I do? You know, it's like, all right, it can be quite overwhelming in certain situations. That Yasuo here now for Racco and Septile, last character in and available. The shield's gonna come out there, but that Yasuo just doesn't go full screen anymore, so you won't be able to just go the whole distance now. And we're just gonna zone out. We're gonna keep them out here for a little bit. They're going a little too far out there, but gonna get the punish, and that's gonna be it. MK Bark and Mr. A get that first round.
Yeah, so first round going over to MK Bark and Mr. A. And just to point out, this is the loser, so one of these two duos are going to be out of the tournament, following on by Knox Colleges as well. So again, like I said, bragging rights are up for grabs. Don't forget about the trophy. Pride is on the line right now, and so far MK Bark and Mr. A are taking everything in their stride. Racco and Septile not able to find much more out of it. Winwaller is going to get popped, setting up with the tornado, finds the connection, and so Racco and Septile trying to find a way to bite back. But right now, everything is going towards MK Bark and Mr. A.
Yeah, it definitely is now. That 5M coming in close now. We're going right into that Super 1. Get a bit of damage in there as much as we can here. MK Park and Mr. Ray are looking good. Headshot. Bang! Oh no, actually, believe it or not, the jab came out a little bit before we got that level 1 coming out there. Again, that roll's gonna come through. That gives an opportunity for Yasuo to go out and just do his thing. Wind wall set up here as well, so projectiles are practically invulnerable there against the Yasuo for a little bit. And now we're gonna try and get a nice little switch in, a little bit of a sandwich situation here now. And again, Super 1 should do some decent chip damage. And there we have it. MK Bot, Mr. A walk away with game number 1.
Game number 1. So they did say that game number 1 is where they're going to be going all random, and then afterwards they are going to be switching back to the main characters. So
that makes sense.
Ideally, the type of gameplay that we're going to be seeing next round is going to be much more efficient, so to speak, right? You could definitely see the lack of experience with both characters being piloted from either side. So next round, next game, sorry, should be a lot more explosive.
Absolutely, and I think we can look forward to probably what we've been seeing all day long, and that is like no shortage of momentum whatsoever. These guys have just gone all out completely. But this is it, I mean, literally an opportunity to fight, to try and get to that grand finals position. And here we go now, there we are, the characters that you know and love that has been seen on screen. Caitlyn no longer here. It's Vi and Darius taking on Akali and Ilaoi once again. And here we go now. MK Bark and Mr. A just need to win this game to move on. But something tells me Rako and Sceptile are going to come alive once again.
That they might. Now Vi is going to find the first connection. Taking back. Trying to use the assist. Not able to find much more out of it. Finds the connection onto the medium. Not able to find much more. The tackle into the string of blows. But that tentacle smash is going to catch him completely unawares. And down falls the health bar. They aren't going to get caught by the grab. They still have break in their back pocket. Not opting to use it just yet. Trying to just find the more opportune moment when it is more relevant. Blocking. Nice, nice, nice. Into the Super Vault Breaker. Going to send both of them packing into the corner. The tackle's going to come out. It's going to force the breakup from MK Bark and Mr. A. And they're going to exchange breaks. The Shuriken is going to keep some distance. They're not going to get caught by the cleave, but the get up attack gets a whiff. It gets punished, and they get sent towards the corner. The roll finds their mark as they cleave through the competition.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from Rako and Sceptile. Keep themselves nice and cool here as they get that first character completely taken out here. That's going to hit OTG, prop them up here. Nice work there with the 5S2. That's going to do a decent amount of damage. Limit strike here as well now. They're going to try and go for it again. The Darius immediately tries to go for the higher option there now. The Crater Maker assist going to help out there tenfold as they're able to get their bearings.
Now it's up to Vi versus Kali. Health bar is very low. That was very punishable, and they managed to seal the deal. So now, round number 1 is going towards Rako and Sceptile. Now they are on point to send us to the third and final game. So now as we continuing on, the tackle sends the Akali assist packing. But that tag launch keeps them out. That Shuriken is going to be used, not going to find its mark. They are in Twilight Child, but it is going to dissipate. And now they are going to get pummeled. Those denting blows into the Super Crater Maker is just going to make easy work of the Akali. And now the Tentacle Smash assist finds the head of the Vi. They're keeping themselves at halfway. Get down, Mr. President, says Darius, but to no avail. Now going to keep up the blocks. MK Bark and Mr. A do have the break, but it's going to get blocked. Not going to follow up on that. Blocks the get-up attack. It's a punishable opportunity, but they're not going to follow up on it. Now they are putting the pressure on for MK Bark and Mr. A. They take the time back. The break's not going to find the connection. The throw with the Super Vault Breaker hits their mark and finds the connection.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there. I think it was trying to throw the Darius in that interaction, which is probably what caused a little bit of confusion there. That caused them an opportunity to fall like hands to the Vi, who was currently the legal character out. Denting blows, though, going to be able to finish off the Ilaoi here in this situation. Going for that Vault Breaker now, going into it, but there we go. A great lead up here from the Akali now. MK Bark and Mr. A are slowly coming back into it, but as I say that, though, completely have to eat my words. Looking for that 5M doesn't matter as we get the throw instead, and all of a sudden Rako and Sceptile are back on the ball.
Yeah, you can see on screen that they're having some words with each other. So going into the final game, it's all to play for. So one of these two pairs are going to have eternal bragging rights for the remainder of the year, and then the other two are just going to have to hang their heads in shame. Who will be? Only the next set will tell. So we are going to be having a bit of a change-up of characters. So it's going to be Jinx Darius versus Vi Darius. So sisters versus each other, sibling quarrel, any of us who have siblings are all too familiar with that.
Well, sibling rivalry featuring Darius is certainly the name of a movie that is you know, very interesting, and I think we're coming to its conclusion here as we get set now for our final game here of this set. And immediately we're going out with a couple projectiles, but doesn't matter as we immediately now start to come in with a little bit of extra aggression. 2H comes out, we're not going to follow up on it. That might have been a misinput there. Now, can we get the combo here? And unfortunately we don't, because the break comes out now. But the Super Vault Breaker, there's no break here, nowhere to go. And the dash comes in. Brilliant interruption here from MK Bark and Mr. A.
Pow Pow all gets caught by the zap, and now the slide takes them away. The Apprehend finds a connection with the overhead, catches them on the low. They're trying to keep themselves at harm's distance, but not much is able to happen because the Pachu Pow Pow Super is going to just keep them in the corner, and those Flame Chompers getting thrown across the battlefield is going to catch the ankles, not before Jinx finds themselves packed up into a coffin and put 6 foot under.
Yeah, 6 foot under indeed. We go for that Super 2 here in the air. Beautiful work there as we get a nice little piece of damage in now. You saw the little micro spacing there, just inching a little bit backwards just in case they didn't have to worry about a get up attack. And that was some really good stuff there from them just to keep themselves at bay now. And all of a sudden, it is 1 round away from completely going ahead and running away with this lead and this win. Now, are we going to get the Headless Super? Yes, we are. As the Super 2 comes out, bleed is in effect. And now immediately, a chip damage is going to cost way more here in this situation.
That it is, with the bleed applied, a lot of damage can be put on, but only if Darius gets right up into their face. That Vault Breaker assist gives them an opportunity to get in and deal some damage. Trifarian Tactics is going to go over the S1 Super, but we are going to be able to connect. That back assist from Jinx, using that rocket to just keep them at bay. Oh, they're trying to jump in, trying to find an opening, but they're just going to have that door closed right in on them. Darius switches out, trying to protect their Jinx. Are they able to find anything? The Trifarian Tactics with the overhead, the Apprehend into the cleave, and now the Might of Noxus slams them into the ground. They are alive. The S1 Super coming out, and with the Apprehend, it just seals the deal. But do not count Rako and Sceptile out. They have Fury on their side, and it's incredibly dangerous. Oh, but that zap! Followed by the cross-up. Now down falls 1, and now Rako and Sceptile are looking really good to take this game and send MK Bark and Mr. Ray packing.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, you have to be very wary. That's 3 whole foot dives in a row, and was looking for that third to try and lead up to something there. But unfortunately, again, when you're playing with your life, there's only so much that you can realistically risk. GG's to both. Congratulations to our winner.
That they do. GG's, well done, you guys. Right, you made me proud. Well done. Proud of you. But Rako, Breeze, and Sceptile are going to be continuing on. They do have, you know, bragging rights now. And as we're going into the next game, the not college students are also going to be fighting for that same trophy.
Watching a full map where it's complete random picks compared to every other map which you've seen so far was like, the contrast is crazy. I mean, I get the impression we don't have any Yasuo players.
Yasuo has seen a decline. Again, the character was incredibly popular when the game came out, or actually when the game was in alpha and beta both, because he was just the strongest character. Supers and normals would be full screen. This character had incredible ground speed and everything. So Yasuo initially was one of those characters you did not want to face. But ever since the nerfs that character has been facing, why would I play Yasuo when I could play Ahri, right? Why would I play Yasuo when I can play Akali, for example? You have characters that can realistically do the same thing, but just a little better. Yeah, it is unfortunate, and it was quite surprising that we did see Yasuo come out for the first time, but again, it was by the hand or random and RNG, so realistically only so much that you can do. But let's talk a little bit more about this matchup here. Obviously, the replay now coming out for us, and I mean, there's been some pretty good moments here.
I think one of the main themes that we've been seeing is the level of experience does show, because there's been a lot of supers that just get ripped right off the bat that don't get blocked. And it does punish quite a lot. Yeah. So I think it is a telling that, you know, they're not as experienced fighting game players, because most fighting game players might be a little bit more patient on defense, but if you're, you know, picking up fighting games, you know, relatively new, you kind of just want to hit buttons, you know, hit things, hit your opponent, and just try and beat them down, and that's where, you know, you can get caught lacking, essentially.
Absolutely, 100%. And it just goes to show you that you're not as composed in scramble situations as well, and that's why we get a lot of panic options, right? A lot of people will go, oh, I'll panic burst, or I'll panic jab and see what happens, and sometimes that's not always the best thing that you want to do in those scenarios, because you can get caught out by certain moves as well. So you got to be careful with how you're doing certain things, especially when you are just kind of new to fighting games in general. But yeah.
I've noticed as well when it comes to specifically using Fury, that it's either a case of it gets used literally the first frame that it's possibly able to be used, or it's getting held onto until the round's literally over. I feel like teams could definitely be using their Fury at a more opportune time. I don't know if that's something which you guys have been
So
seeing.
typically, one thing I notice a lot about high-level players, especially from what I see, is you want to hold onto Fury not in the first round, but in the second round. And the reason why I said this at the start of the bracket is, the reason why you want to do that essentially is if you end up popping your Fury or break immediately, right when you're in a combo, that break meter takes a while to build up, right? And it's not always guaranteed that it will build up by the end of the round unless you're not getting your advances in. So you have to be very tactical with how you do it. So what players will tend to do is if they're being put into a corner, for example, and they're just being like pressured and pressured and pressured, they'll be like, I'll take the combo, I have to, because then I have to save it for Fury for that second round when I probably will need it most, because that will probably be the game-ending round. So Fury is one of those ones where it's a lot of condition. You can maybe pop it in the first round if you're feeling it, if you're confident that you can get that back, and then you'll be fine momentum-wise in the next round. By all means, go for it. But a lot of people will end up holding onto it until the very latter half of the game, just so that, you know, they can go crazy at the end of it.
So what I'm hearing is it's just a case of people here maybe need to start saving their Fury till it's actually a time where you can punish with it and actually capitalize on it, rather than just using it to break out of a combo and then sitting there and thinking, well, what do I do with it now?
Because we've seen a lot of it today, right? And you make a very good point of that whole thing of I'm going to just activate Fury and I'm just going to sit there and not do anything. We've had a lot of that today where I've noticed that people will break Fury and then they will just not interact. And they can't because they've been overwhelmed by the opposite opponent, which makes sense because they're not giving them the chance to breathe. So you want to use Fury in a situation where you know full well that you can easily overwhelm your opponent, you can go crazy, and you can just make sure that you can wear them down completely, because if you end up completely wasting your Fury meter, and that thing goes down quick, if you end up wasting your Fury meter completely, it's GG's. But we have our next match coming up in just a couple seconds. I believe they are just getting their characters set up and ready to go. But it should be exciting to see what we have. I believe we saw Ashtar upstage, and I think a duo, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, it's going to be quite fun because, you know, the lecturer from Notts College has got quite the decision to make on who to root for. They'll probably just be impartial, you know, keep it professional, so to say. But like I said, both these you know, teams will be playing for those bragging rights, the much greater you know, prize on the line for both of them. It's going to be interesting. So we are having a bit of a technical delay with one of the controllers. That's why we haven't been able to get into game just yet. So whilst we're getting that fixed, again, we're still in the losers. One of these two are going to be, you know, going out. One of them is going to be continue on. But from what we've seen, who do you think is going to be, you know, taking, you know, this game?
Oh man, it's hard to say. I don't actually know. Ashtar to me feels like such a solid player, but there have been moments where they have slipped and ended up completely crumbling, in a sense, if that makes sense. We've seen a lot of their game plan crumble, and so it is like one of those ones where you have to try and basically redeem yourself in that sort of sense, where for me I can then be like, alright, I'm confident in you for practically taking this game. As for our duo, they've shown us some great poise in and throughout this entire bracket, especially to make it this far. So as to who I think could win, I want to say Ashtar. I think I'm going to say Ashtar for this one.
Okay, I'll be rooting for Artemis and Fried Rice. I think if we're going based on just whoever has the Goddess of Victory shining down on them, it's definitely very much Artemis and Fried Rice. They've been able to come out of situations that most people should not be allowed to.
No,
they've been getting away with a lot, and if the Goddess of Victory continues to smile on them, I think we're going to be seeing more of that, unless Ashtar has anything to say about it.
Absolutely. Oh well, I mean, listen, this is gonna be one of those matchups where anything can happen. And as you said before, they've come out of situations that they really shouldn't have gotten out of. So it will be interesting to see whether or not they can weasel their way out of that situation here once again, especially in a matchup like this where you have someone as fundamentally sound as Ashtar. So I'm excited to see what will happen. Bear with us though, we do have a small controller issue. I bet you it's those damn DualSense controllers, but yeah, I mean, should be all good.
How much of a drawer are you? If we have time, I'll
break out the
I'll put my
telescope.
Picasso skills to
why
play.
not? Do we have time?
I think, judging from what it looks like, I think we're about to get into games. So you know what? I'm gonna have to showcase my skills at a different date. You know, I've gotta
You will have
keep
your
myself
time.
humble. Don't want to show off too much. But if you want to see a character, which one would you want to see?
If I want to see a character, who would I want to see?
Don't say Blitzcrank, too simple.
Well, I mean, Blitz is like the obvious answer, isn't it? But no, I would like to see a character that we haven't seen at all. I think it was a pleasant surprise seeing Alawi. I'm surprised we haven't seen Ari, like, at all.
Actually,
She
yeah,
is
that's a good
currently de
point.
facto the best character in the game. So I'm like, huh, interesting that we just haven't seen that character come out anywhere. We've seen a lot of Akali, to be expected. Very strong character from the jump. Makes complete sense. Darius is like, well, everyone knows Darius is an incredibly strong support character. Yeah, I'm shocked that we haven't seen Ari yet. So if there was a character that I think I'd like to see, I think I'd want to see some more Ari, potentially in this bracket.
Ari is a lot of fun. I do enjoy Ari. I'm very much an Ari enjoyer. Her combo routes are incredibly fun. The source that she brings to the game, like it's a good watch. And watching high level Ari players as well, being able to pull off some of some of the tech using her movement especially is incredible to see. But will they showcase it here? Only time will tell. So the not students, they are going to be going random, as has been said, during the break. So it's going to be interesting to see what characters they end up landing on. But I would like to see Ari, like you said. Ari, I think we've seen the entire cast, but no, we haven't seen Teemo
We
yet.
haven't seen Teemo.
We haven't seen Teemo yet.
Teemo is another character that we haven't seen yet, but I remember we were writing notes earlier and we saw Teemo somewhere. So who knows, maybe we could, but I'm kind of happy we haven't seen Teemo yet. So,
We are going to be getting ready to go into game now. And
we are.
speaking of Teemo, the little guy's, poked his head out of the ground. So it's going to be Darius and Teemo
Oh, my
versus
days.
Caitlyn and
spoke
Warwick.
too soon.
Caster's
Spoke
curse.
too soon.
Caster's curse. It's a wonderful thing. Okay, so Ashtar on the Teemo Darius versus Artemis and Fried Rice on the Caitlyn and Warwick. If you are from Notts College, make sure you choose who to root for because it's going to be quite the difficult pick. So we are going to start things off. Ashtar is going to be cleaving these ankles and going to be using the headless to just decimate their way through their friends. And now they're going to be switching out, using that blow dart super to just keep them in the air. And look how much health Caitlyn has got. She's in the danger zone, but using that reload shot to keep them out. But that victory bugle is going to keep them in the corner, but they are going to roll out. And now Warwick is going to tag back in, and they overhead, but the infinite duress does not hit OTG. But they still managed to punish them as they got up. How they managed to be able to get away with this, I do not know how. Lady Luck is very much shining on their side. A wolf versus a mouse. Who is going to be coming out on top? The food chain says one or the other, but right now it's anyone's game.
Yeah, it can be anyone's game, and I was just taking a bit of a laugh there because I saw the grass come up and I was like, I know exactly what's going to happen here. But look at this, that's 2 for 1. Unfortunately, not going to hit there. Again, a little too far out there, so the Warwick ultimate the Warwick super isn't going to hit. As now we go for that 2M to start us off here. Nice little combo coming out here from Ashtar, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough as we go down to the wall here once again. Patience, beautiful stuff there from the Warwick here. As Artemis keeps them, Fried Rice keeps them here at bay. Mushrooms coming out. This is one of the most annoying supers in the game. What a cross up there, sending the Caitlyn out, but unfortunately gets absolutely swatted with the fly swatter. That is the hand of Warwick.
So Ashtar is going to be falling thanks to that infinite duress. So random ward is going to be going over to Artemis and Fried Rice. Bit of a misplay by Ashtar, not using the down forward heavy to launch those mushrooms forward. But they're picking random. They might not be so proficient onto the characters, but the might of Noxus super is going to be taking them out. The Salted Earth is going to be taken out by a bullet. How does someone explain to me how the science of that works? Darius is just going to run underneath the bolo shot. The break is going to be forced. Noxious traps are trying to get set up, but they are just going to be mitigated, falling into that Yordle snap trap. The bowler just going over the tippy top of Teemo's head, allowing for Darius to use that Salted Earth, and we're going to be sending mushrooms, and we're going to be sending this Enforcer packing. Not before she's able to throw out a few shots. And now we're playing the zoning games. Caitlyn definitely does not want to be in your face. Nice use of that freestyle, but the Infinite Duress again does not hit OTG. This has been the bane of Artemis and Fried Rice's life. They've been missing out on a lot of damage thanks to it. This time it will connect because they've not fallen asunder. A little bit of HP left on the side of Darius, switching out, using that Victory Bugle to try and just get the crossover, but not able to find, but that Frying Pan is going to do a lot of damage. How do you like your eggs are scrambled, my friend? The Headless is going to be stopped by a sniper shot.
The bullet came out here at the perfect time, and that's one thing that I really like about 2XQ is that supers, unless it's Super 3, don't have priority. So you can feel this great sense of like fresh air when you end up throwing something out completely because you're like, okay, I'm not going to be affected by the super because I'm able to save my teammate. Due to obviously them having like no invulnerability going on. Beautiful work there though, however, gonna get that get back here, and Teemo's still alive with just a little bit of health. Don't know if the Fury's gonna be worth it yet. You just gotta take it in stride. There's only so much that you can realistically hold. Laughs all around for both teams.
Yeah, a bit of a dire situation there for Ashtar. You know, a slither of HP and, you know, the bit of distance, and when you've got a sniper rifle covering the lane, there's not much that Teemo can do. The only way you can really get around it is by jumping, using that float that Teemo has inbuilt into his kit to, you know, trying to get away from the shots and delay the tech. But now, as we're going back, both players are going to be going for their opted characters. So, first game is going to be random, and now we're going to be going back to normal playstyle for the remainder of the series. So, Vi and Caitlyn versus Blitzcrank and Caitlyn. Almost a mirror matchup. Those spinning turbines aren't going to find that initial connection. The Creator Maker Super is going to get blocked. You know, from that Wrecking Ball. Ashtar trying to exploit the gaps in the attack. Oh, but neither side finds the connection. The electrified force field does not find anything, but those denting blows very much do. Now as we tag out. Oh, not able to find anything.
Yeah, I'm not too sure as to what happened in that sort of situation. We're just not getting that get up for some reason. It's a little weird that we're not getting that special because usually it does have a bigger hit, but I think it did get hit from the Shades. Huge stuff though, as we're going to end up hitting both of them, but the break comes out here at the perfect time now, and immediately going to capitalize off of this trade here. Here we go. Shield comes out. Unfortunately, not able to do much else here. Blitzcrank being pushed into the corner here. There's only so much they can do. Switching over to the Caitlyn now. Blitzcrank in that danger zone. Here we go though. Flips right back over, sets out the trap. Now they're setting the precedent, now they're setting the tone. Vault Breaker comes out though for some extra help. Creator Maker immediately there just to cover the roll. Beautiful stuff there from Ashtar. Great little punish there.
So
Isn't going to be enough.
Trying to just keep the momentum going, trying to put the pressure onto Artemis and Fried Rice. That they do so much so they're forcing the breakout, but now there's an opportunity for them to take it back with the bowler shot. Is going to find the connection, not before the tech roll out in the air. And now Ashtar is getting an absolute beating. Not before that Creator Maker crosses up and catches Caitlyn on the back end. Creator Maker assist, taking Blitzcrank out of their Wrecking Ball. Ooh, the back assist trying to just catch him on the air, trying to cover all bases, but it's not going to find anything. Cross up. Ooh, but the throw from the one-girl Wrecking Crew outpaces the Trash Compactor, and Ashtar is looking so much better now that the pilot.
Yeah, Ashtar is looking a lot more confident here. We're immediately going to cut into the second round here. Remember, Artemis and Fried Rice still have a round to get in order to push this to a position where they could potentially win the entire set. But Ashtar has been relentless. I mean, look at this now. Artemis has to suffer quite a lot of damage here now in the danger zone, and it looks like it wasn't about to stop anytime soon. Blitzcrank coming out here at the perfect time, though. They're going to trade, though, there in the meantime. And now all of these bullets are starting to come out zoning here. This is what these two characters do best there. The break's going to come out now. Immediately try to capitalize off it, shoot the trap, get that extended hitbox going in. And only one character remains. It's that nasty Blitzcrank that we've seen many a time before, but the Super Vault Breaker says it's not going to happen.
No, it's not. Ashtar going as best they can. The Fury is going to get popped by Artemis and Fried Rice, but that Creator Maker is just going to stop them dead in their tracks. Super Creator Maker just getting ripped right off the bat, and it's going to punish them. The Wrecking Ball catches them, followed by the command grab, slamming Ashtar down to one character left. If Ashtar can get their way in, they'll find themselves moving forward, but they do not.
So a little gun hand motion going on there. A little shot to the dimmer dome piece. Yes, sir. Love to see it there. Great win though for Ashtar as we now go down into game number 3.
Yeah, we're going back to the character select screen right now. So Ashtar is going to be sticking onto that Vi Caitlyn. You know, it's working, but we are going to be seeing a switch to the Akali now. So Blitzcrank and Akali, you know, taking out the Caitlyn. You know, we're all going that range, and we kind of want some more spice and sauce thrown into the mix.
I think this is good because you have a character that can now contest with Vi pretty well without getting blown up quite hard. Caitlyn does kind of do okay into Vi, but it is kind of nice to have somebody that can actually box with Vi. And then obviously you have that Blitzcrank to just try and keep up with Caitlyn. So it is going to be an interesting dynamic to see whether or not this comp is actually going to work out. We are going for those wrecking balls a little too much. The parry, here we go, get the punish in. Yep, there we go. Super 1 comes out though as we get the Sanding S1. As well as a combo extension there. No one was home. Unfortunately, no buttons were pressed. I mean, that tumble was going on for quite a while.
Yeah, they're trying to go for the grab as the Blitzcrank got caught by the bowler shot, but the overhead coming out, followed by the Twilight Shuriken. Gonna put the shroud down, but they get caught by the heavy. You know what? If it doesn't work, try again, and that second one finally manages to find the connection onto the headshot. The get-up attack does get, you know, find its mark. That Crate Maker delaying their air tech, followed by the Super Vault Breaker, dealing a lot of damage. So Ashtar is looking absolutely on fire right now. But Artemis and Fried Rice are going to take back their turn. They still have Break in the back pocket. The Spinning Turbines is going to get blocked. They're going to get grabbed out of the air. They're going to be sent packing into the middle of the screen. Not before Vi goes down and out first.
Yeah, Artemis and Fried Rice are feeling themselves, you can see it. One character goes down and they're feeling a lot more confident. That 6H is going to come out now. We're going to get the cross up into the 2S2. And there we have it now. One game away from sending Ashtar out of the bracket and moving on forward. Again, this is still game 3. Ashtar has a chance to try and get around this. But it is going to be difficult. It is going to be incredibly hard to do. As we throw out the shield immediately to stop the Blitzcrank, how do we capitalize? Unfortunately, no punishment, denting blows to make up that mistake. So it doesn't matter as we try to get that 5M going in. It isn't going to connect. But for the for Fried Rice, an opportunity to get that 2S2 command grab once again. And now we're using that zoning that obviously we can do to keep Vi at bay. Now switch over to the Caitlyn, and now we have a game of zoners.
Alien wants to try and keep this Blitzcrank away as far as they can, just using all the tools in the kit. That Wrecking Ball is being used ever so often, and they're getting punished because of it. They have got the steam set up, so they go for the command grab. It's not going to be able to be negated because of the armor. Now we have the Akali coming out, so Akali gets into their face. Ooh, that down S1, trying to shoot up in the air, not going to find its mark. They get caught by the snap trap, and now the headshot comes through, dealing a lot of damage. The bowler shot not going to find its mark, but the grab is. Now they tag out those denting blows, trying to keep them into the corner. And now the final Repose Super needs to get punished, trying to go for the grab. Nothing's going to come out of it. Where is the scramble coming from?
Like, I don't know, I guess. I mean, intimidation tactic maybe there. Super 3 is available, and the fun fact, we haven't really seen a Super 3 hit, I don't think, right, today, at all. It's not necessarily going to matter here, as you can see the emotion on the faces of all of our players. Like, you know, you're all right. But here we go, final round of this game, and this is all to play for here tonight. Artemis and Fried Rice have an opportunity to make it all the way back. Ashtar starting to fight back now and immediately wants to shut down the door on these two Dream.
One of these two are going to be maintaining their position in the tournament and having the braggart rights. And the other one will be seeing their friend continue on. Finding up the headshot, it's going to get blocked, going to get punished. Good opportunity now, forcing that breakout. Using the S1 Super to just try and with a bit of distance between the two. Those dented blows manage to connect onto the switch up, followed by the Super Vault Breaker. It's caught by the medium, nothing more, swaying to keep the distance, but they are going to get caught lacking. Now as the Twilight Shuriken descends, as the Twilight Shroud gets set up, using that enhanced perfect execution. Crate Maker Assist is going to just put them in their tracks. In the corner they are, but they find themselves a great opportunity, and Ashtar, got a great chance to take out one of the duos. And with this momentum going, it's looking quite likely That being said, Ashtar getting caught. Watch out. Blitzcrank has got this steam. Very dangerous. Good block.
There it is.
The level 3.
There it is. Well, I was about to say, we just haven't seen that the entirety of the tournament, but they have finally let it rip. And there's only one more character left standing in their way. But remember, they do have the health lead. The only thing that Caitlyn doesn't have is good up-close CQC. So this is an opportunity for them to do something, but you can be annoying and play the zoning game instead. Ashtar capitalizing over their character's strengths here, but can they continue to do so? Unless Akali blows them up, a throw comes in, and that's going to be all she wrote on the get-up.
Oh, the parry! The parry!
Who does that? Incredible reaction, but the get-up attack will stop them from getting any closer. Ashtar wins the game.
Congratulations to Ashtar. You have the bragging rights over your friends right there. So you'll be continuing on into the bracket, and that came by a hair's breadth. It could have gone either way.
I'm going to be honest, I almost jumped out of my seat when that parry came in at the end. Genuinely, I thought it was over. You guys thought it was over, everyone did. And when parry came through, I was like, we can't have that as well, on top of all of the other clutches we've had today. But yeah, we finally saw Teemo in the first map, correct?
Yep.
Which was finally a change from, I feel like we've seen the same kind of 4 or 5 characters in rotation all day. So how are we feeling about the fact that we finally got to see, you know, some more characters getting played?
I think it's nice to get that more variation. We do obviously see the same characters, but that is to be expected in a game with a very small roster relative to other fighting games. So it is completely understandable that that has been the case. I mean, I would pick a top tier too, so it's understandable. But no, it is nice to see characters like Teemo come out to play. Alawi as well was a very nice surprise. I very much enjoyed seeing Alawi here today. But yeah, I think we've had a pretty decent variation of characters. A lot of Akali, a lot of Caitlyn, a lot of Vi, you know. But to have the occasional Blitzcrank thrown in, or Braum, or, you know, every now and again, it's nice. It is nice to kind of have that.
Yeah, it's definitely nice when we actually get to have a little bit of variety.
Yeah,
I see the tablets ended up in your hands again. What are you going to talk us through?
So I just want to just highlight this quick little point. This segment right here, where the level 3 gets ripped out, that is where the tension starts to build up. Yes, Akali might have, you know, a little bit of health remaining. That parry right there is sick. But yeah, this segment right here, this level 3, when you see Blitzcrank rip his arm back, you do not want to be blocking, okay? So you can see that Ashtar is trying to block, you know, trying to block this super, but what people forget, that this is a command grab, right?
Yes.
Doesn't matter if you're blocking, you're going to get caught by it. So what you need to do is you need to be jumping, and because of this, it takes out Vi's health bar, right? She's just gone down and out. And then if we just continue on jumping through, so to where, you know, we get to the parry from Akali, that'd be sick. But this right here, Blitzcrank sucks against, you know, in this scenario.
I
right?
agree.
Just straight up, it's
I agree.
straight doo-doo, right?
I agree.
When there is this much distance between Blitzcrank and his opponent, there is nothing that he can do. He's just a big giant hunk of metal. So this was a great opportunity for Ashtar to take them out, right? And then that parry towards the end, just so sick. So a lot of the things did go Ashtar's way. There were a lot of elements that played into Ashtar's favor, especially when they had the Caitlyn out. This sequence right here is really what helped Ashtar bring it down. If Blitzcrank was able to close this gap, the story would have been completely different.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy how close everything is, but we are going to go into our winners finals now to see who's going to be going through into those grand finals later today.
Oh man. What do I... Will and Mono Loki. This, we could see it in grand finals again if it really, you know, goes in one of the other players' favor. These two have been so impressive throughout the entire tournament that this one's a hard one to call. Will, to me, feels like just a very calm and composed player. I've not seen Will panic a lot, and even if they do, they were able to just pick themselves back up, no problem. And to me, that's been really, really fun to watch. Mono Loki, on the other hand, is incredibly fun. Very, very scrappy, great gameplay, great game plans as well. But one thing I want to see from them is just being able to capitalize on whatever mistakes Will does make, or whenever Will does drop a combo. Because Will's Darius has dropped a couple combos in the past, no one has punished it. And even if they haven't been able to get away with murder. Because sometimes you can get away with murder when you hit Darius after he whiffs, you know, what's it, 2S, no, sorry, just regular S2 in the air, or aerial S2. So you can just about go ahead and go crazy. I'm kind of hoping that we can see that, and I feel like Mono Loki can do that. But again, this is bragging rights, and I'm here for it.
Oh, yeah. We've seen such crazy things out of both Will and Mono Loki. I mean, this is the first time we've seen them go against each other, so I feel like this is going to be the closest match we've had all day. I feel like is the direction we're going.
Yeah, that's quite a high bar to try and you know, overcome, especially since what we've seen today has been spectacular. Honestly, today's been a fun-filled day of 2XKO. There's so many close moments, so many highlights. Every competitor that has been taking part in this tournament should always keep their heads held up high, because they've been bringing nothing but joy and excitement to our front door. So whilst we're waiting for those tech issues, you know, to alleviate themselves, I have to say that I think the caster's curse is real today, because I'm looking over at their screens and I'm just seeing them start going into character select. So maybe we just need to just keep, you know, making cursed caster calls, and we'll be
maybe. I think they're good to go now by the looks of it. We just had that thumbs up, so I think we are now officially getting into that character select. It is game time, and one thing you should know about Mono Loki, they have the crowd on their side. So this is going to be an absolute blockbuster of a winners finals here. Go ahead, make some noise for us if you're in the crowd right now, because it's going to be real fun here. Will takes on Mono Loki, game number 1. Let's get into some exciting 2XKO action. The winner of this sits in the grand finals winner's side comfortably while they wait for that loser's side. Let's get into it.
So Grom and Darius, a staple combination versus Vi and Darius. Not something you see too often. You know, one's got a little bit more speed on their side, but how will Mono Loki fare with the defense from Will? That stand behind me coming straight out, expecting that. They are going to get a little bit of chip damage, so Will's not going to be able to find as much value onto it as possible. The Salted Earth going to get blocked, but they get some on the anti-air. Stand behind me once again, finds that value. Headless. Applies that bleed and takes a lot of damage, but look how much chip damage is now going to be applied. That super Vault Breaker is going to get blocked, and this is a great opportunity for Will to punish the competition. Oh, running underneath Mono Loki and just leaving it all down to the Darius. So fast, nearly 30 seconds into the game, and we're already one character down.
Trying to make up for that with that range here. Again, Fireball's going to go underneath, but that's not going to matter here as the Braum is able to help out here. Beautiful stuff. They're using the armor off of that hit now. Will coming alive now. Mono Loki's got to find a way to get around this quite literal iron wall of these two giants here. Getting around the back. Incredible cross-up. Fury has been activated. Gets the throw now right back into the corner here. Mono Loki with nowhere to go, but the jump knee will give them what they can. They have no gray health, so they have to run away with something. The jab, forget about it. It wasn't punished at all now. Fisher comes out. The chip damage is going to be insurmountable. The level 1 doesn't hit. Wait. Are they going to parry? No, they're going to hit. In fact, they get the jab here. Mono Loki keeps themselves alive in this matchup now. Will throwing out the Fisher once again. Fury still available here for Mono Loki. Poro goes out. Oh. And that's going to be all she wrote for round number 1.
Yeah, you can see Will trying to just throw out all of those supers, right? But because of Fury, not going to take any chip damage. They were trying to just win out through chip, but it wasn't going to happen because the Fury was on the line. Now Mono Loki catching them on the overhead. The grab is going to be throwing them into the corner. And the Mighty One comes down and slams them into the ground. And now Braum has got the Unbreakable. They try to go for again. 4v once, 4v twice. And you're going to get yourselves pummeled. With the pressure coming out, nice block from Mono Loki. Take roll, not going to be caught by the little one. Oh, but that revolving door is going to show them to the exit. There's a lot of damage. He's going to be taken out by those jabs. He's going to stop that big swing. Finally with that battery ram. Oh, but the Glacial Spire is trying to catch him from underneath. Not going to be able to go through, but that big swing is going to slam them away. They do get caught. The revolving door into the battery ram. He's going to get dropped. Look how much HP Mono Loki has. They've not got much to spare. They're going to be incredibly conservative. Every single hit counts. Now chip damage comes through, gonna take them out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you only had so much health to realistically work with there, and now here we go, looking for that overhead there. Wasn't able to find it. Now the Vi gets there overhead on their own, looking for that jump heavy, but again, wasn't able to find that. Great punish there from Will, but unfortunately wasn't able to capitalize. Poro goes out here as well, just to try and guarantee a little bit of space, which is the Darius, who has a lot more health there. Fury again from Monoloki available. That isn't going to connect, unfortunately. Again, just a little too far. Headless will do the job. Will takes two rounds, in game number 1.
Yeah, game number 1 going over to Will. Feeling calm and composed. See that his experience is starting to shine. Monoloki is unfortunately on the receiving end of it. There are some semblances of brilliance, so Monoloki does have a good opportunity, and it's going to start right here, right now, as they send them into the corner. It's a good opportunity. The Creativator gets blocked, doesn't get punished. Oh, they find themselves in the anti-air, keep the block strings, the overhead connects, and they punish them with the low, forcing that breakout. You can hear the crowd cheering for Monoloki. Not before it gets blocked. Oh, but that battering ram, not going to find the cross-up connect, but nothing more comes out. But the overhead finds them up. The charge into the electric, but the grab is going to send them into the corner. They do have break available just in case they need it. The concussive blow does get blocked, but nothing more is going to come out of it.
Yeah, they really wanted that overhead there too, to just try and get a way of entry in there, but that Vi is looking like it's going to be absolutely cooked here in a bad situation. Gets the cross up here once again, no follow-up. Unfortunate stuff there as they try to get the air grab there, but the low comes through here from the Braum now, and Will, being patient here, doesn't want to press a button too hard, gets caught there on the dash as the throw gets it. Now Will takes out Vi. Darius, the only character still remaining. Fury still available here for Monoloki, and has been relying on that Fury for quite a while here, Panda. And I mean, the question is, will they have to pump it to take out both characters? It doesn't seem like it's going to be the case currently, though, however, as the damage comes through, goes over, but gets caught there with the 2A. Fury activated now. Headless, are we going to block? No, we're not. We're going to get hit instead.
Nice connection on the jab, not able to find front form, and now as the super Fury has been popped, that stand behind me is going to protect Will with their life. The Headless coming out, it's not going to get blocked in the nick of time, and down they fall. One more round, and Will see themselves into grand finals. Now, they're not going to follow up with that Decimate. They're just trying to find the connection, and all that Super Vault Breaker is going to find their mark. No, it does not, because the stand behind me protects them. But they do find the combination of the denting blows, forcing that breakout. A nice grab coming out from Monoloki. Not able to find the connection from that leap to electrify them. Will is having to very much play the defense game. Find one, doesn't find a second. Now Braum is getting an absolute beat down. Monoloki trying to just switch things up. Apprehend is going to come, it's going to get blocked. Not able to find anything, and now Will is going to get punished for their troubles. You can hear the crowd cheering for Monoloki right now. And as they're jumping, they're ducking, they're dipping, and they're trying to slip their way through the defenses of Will, and they manage to find their way in. Those dented blows keep it going, but not able to find much more. They're going to get grabbed, and they're going to get sent into the corner, and this Noxian General is going to make light work of them.
Yeah, there we go, and I mean, that is super unfortunate there in the corner. Getting hit with that throw, and then obviously forcing to block low, but then going for that high there. Crazy, crazy good stuff there from Will. Incredible awareness from them, but we've seen this Darius do damage before. There we go, full combo, super one, coming up from Will. Into the Braum, we're doubling down there. Beautiful work. Again, Fury still available here for Monoloki, but there is a lot of work to be done if they want to win here. Going to break it. Loads of great hope to make back here as well. For compensation, it's not going to matter, however. Once again, back into the corner. Super One does it, and we're doubling down further. Said, forget it, I'm ending it with Darius. 2-0 in favor of Will.
So there we are. Will sends themselves into grand finals. So congratulations to Will. You're going to keep that spot nice and warm for the remainder of the tournament until your next contender makes their way up.
I mean, we were talking about how close of a game that one was going to be, but it actually ended up being, again, like what Will keeps doing in every match which he plays, which is he keeps just dominating whoever his opponent is. However, you can't completely dismiss Monoloki. That is probably the best performance anyone's had against Will so far in the tournament. I mean, how do you guys feel about everything that you've just seen? It was quite tense.
Oh yeah, I think there are some glaring issues with Monoloki's game plan, especially when the stand behind the assist comes out from Will. We can see that Monoloki continues to attack and try and brute force their way through that shield, which is never going to work. So what they need to do, they need to switch up the game plan, play a bit more patiently. They just need to start blocking, essentially. You don't really want to be interacting when Brom has his shield up.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you completely lose your turn. Even though you can hear the hits, the sounds onto the shield, all the ding 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 ding. Forget about it. It's not going to work in their favor. And Monoloki kept getting caught out by it, and that was one of the main reasons why they were losing out.
Yeah, we've got our replays coming up now. I mean, these are our highlights from the game. Do you want to talk us through what's going on?
Let Panda go, like the top square is
I'm
pretty good tool.
I mean, whilst we're getting that prepared, do you want to?
Yeah, I'm more than happy to. Yeah, we can talk a little bit more about what we've seen here in that replay. I mean, it was pretty much what I had said earlier on, where Will just has the consistency to just continuously keep going and hammering down at just some really good damage. And again, the only way that you could realistically break out of it is one Brom. Obviously, having that shield out, meaning you don't want to interact, otherwise you get rushed. And you'll notice that quite a lot with when Vi kept running in, right? Vi kept running in, you kept getting hurt, and then eventually, while that shield was up, as a cover, Darius was able to just go crazy. And once you get rid of Vi, then you have to just deal with that Darius. And then you force them into a situation where they have to use Fury. And it's like, you don't want to have Fury be your last crutch every single time. And it's like, I can understand that being quite a frustrating case.
Great segment about to talk about. So right here, this is the last segment into the final game, right, where Will was going to be coming out on top. So in this instance, you can see that Darius uses his apprehend, right, down as Monoloki falls down. You can actually see he's actually prepping that attack in the air, but because of the hitbox, right, don't be deceived, right, it's much bigger than what it looks like. He does get himself caught out by the ankles. You can see those ankles are going to get snipped right there, right? And this exchange is exactly where Monoloki lost out, right? If they were blocking, they would have kept themselves safe. And if we play forward,
it is on screen,
yeah. Okay, it's just not coming on my telescriptor. But right there, this allowed them. So they get the apprehend because Brom's got his unbreakable prepped. That means when he is going into the Winter's ride, he can actually slide into the corner. Apologies for this. But as I was saying, sending them in, able to continue on the combinations and just seal the deal. It's like there was that one instance right there where that apprehend come out and just swiped Monoloki's ankles that just set everything in motion.
100%.
I mean, so after what we've just seen, how do we see these next 2 games that we have left in the entire tournament? I mean, we've still got our lower bracket finals to decide who else is going into those grand finals. I mean, any predictions?
I don't know about predictions because I feel like this bracket has just been so unpredictable from the jump. I feel like if my sentiment from what I had said earlier on is legit, then I think we may see Monoloki versus Will's run back. But obviously, I believe we have Ashtar coming up next to take on Monoloki in our losers finals. So that's going to be good. We see winner of that moves on into losers side of grand finals, and the loser will play for they'll play for third essentially. Yeah, I think it's hard because when you do get knocked down from winners finals, there's this sense of like you've got more to do. And I speak from experience on that because whenever you do, you've got to lock in twice as hard. And in terms of mental capacity, you have to just do as much as you can and try not to let that previous loss bother you because you're trying to get that run back essentially. So you've got a million things to think about. How can I improve myself from the previous game, and now how do I have to prepare myself for this game? And there's a lot probably going through Loki's mind right now, especially when it comes to trying to set up for Ashtar. So it'll be interesting to see just how that comes into fruition. But again, I couldn't give you a prediction on who I think would win.
I want to point out, just looking at the graphic of the bracket, right? The winner's side has all been 2-0s, but the loser's side has all been 2-1s.
Yeah,
right?
it's all been dramatic.
So it just shows that in the losers, everyone is just fighting and gunning for their spot in the tournament, which is really which is actually pretty interesting to see how like the losers has always just been, no, sorry, winners has always just been 2-0s, you know, very one-sided, whereas the losers have been very much more closer in terms of competition, and I just hope that just keeps going, like, and continuing on.
Exactly.
Well, speaking on that point, we are about to go into our next lower bracket game. So we will see if that trend carries on. Right now, I'll let you guys take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. It's time for your losers finals here at Spark Out, and it is an opportunity to make your way onto the grand final stage. The question is, which one of these two proud warriors will make it there into that lower bracket game? Here we go now. I believe Rako Septile taking on, I think we had that, right? Is there a...
Rako Septile versus Ashtar.
Yeah.
One of these two will be facing up against Mono Loki in that final game. Okay, so one of these will continue on, and one's run will end right here, right now. Only time will tell. And as we continue on, we are going to get things off, and Ashtar is going to kick things off with the Noxian General cleaving their way through, but those denting blows are going to be exchanged, but everything is going to be blocked. But the Trifarian tactics find their mark. This is a great opportunity. It forces the breakout. Then the Headless comes through, but the Super Vault Breaker just goes through everything. That is such an honorable super to use. But Ashtar has got a few choice words to say about it. The Force Tag is coming out from Rako and Septile. The bowler shot is going to connect onto Ashtar's ankles. Now, we are going to see the Headless coming out. Now they are coming out. I feel like we might have a graphics change, because this is very much the composition that Rako and Septile use, and Ashtar is by Caitlyn. But as we continue on, one of these Vys is going to get eliminated. Now the other falls as well.
Alright, well,
there, Ashtar. Yes, we have, Ashtar is the one on the Vicalen. So we are going to be continuing on. Nice, almost happy birthday situation going in right there. Oh, trying to go for the grab after the bowler shot, but it's going to get whiffed, and now they're going to be cleaved their way through. So it is now going to get applied, it's going to get blocked, but not much more is going to be able to find off of it. Getting punished with that bowler shot, forcing the breakout, not going to connect. Creator Maker is going to be let rip, but it's going to get blocked.
Yeah, Super Creator Maker going to push them back there. That final hit going to do them some help here. Ashtar, though, going to suffer in the air. Denting blows now. Can we get something off of this wall bounce? We're going to go for a second one. Limit Strike is guaranteed here. We're not going to be able to do anything after that, though, so that gives them an opportunity to go ahead and recover now. Break available for Ashtar, but we're switching over into that Vi now. Can we run Caitlyn down? Can we overwhelm them? As the headshot looking to come through there, but great push block there coming out there from Darius, as we're able to get some breathing room here. And the denting blow is going to get caught there on the sway, forcing the break now. Dangerous situation to be in here, and immediately Ashtar, both characters in the danger zone, gets hit with that overhead mix up there, huge stuff. Denting blows once again gets caught there, looking for the command grab, but no one was home. It doesn't matter, as the Creator Maker does the job. Rako and Septile have the opportunity to get this round going, and they do.
They do one round apiece. As we're making our way through, the Vault Breaker is going to find the connection, taking out down those ankles. Okay. Going into a bit of a stalemate right now. Not much is happening. So the Super Vault Breaker is going to get blocked. Going to be responding with a Vault Breaker into a Super Vault Breaker again. Get up attack, not going to be finding anything.
Yeah, I think you put it best when you said that there's not really much that feels like is happening. I feel like it's because, again, we are in that sort of stalemate position where we're waiting for something to happen. Someone's waiting for themselves to get in or find an opportunity to really get a punish. That jab, unfortunately, not really going to do much else there. Here we go as the shield comes out, and Vi's able to break through it there, so that's going to be made redundant almost immediately there, but the break comes out now a little too far out, and that's a punish opportunity coming out there for Ashtar. Here we go, the Creator Maker in effect now. Caitlyn's going to hit a lot of damage now. Very close to the danger zone, so the opportunity to zone is still there. Gets caught with a jab, 2H, unfortunately wasn't able to finish off the combo, but due to a misinput, gets the headshot there. Both characters now in the danger zone, forcing over to switch over to that Vi now. Making back that Grey Health would be the smartest thing to do. Both get caught, Vi is down, Super Vault Breaker.
Now it's all up to Darius. They do have the Fury on their side. The Decimate is going to get blocked. Nothing, no heads are going to be turned today. They have got the bleed applied, but it's not going to be able to do much if they can't find their way to get in. Bowler shot trying to keep them away. That they do. Using that Vault Breaker to come in, and they're going to get cleaved, however. So down falls the Caitlyn. So it's Vi versus Darius. One has more health than the other. A little bit too far away. Neither side is finding the connection, but Darius does in the end.
Had that been a patch or two ago, that super would have hit. That's what I find crazy about that interaction. But yeah, well played though so far. I mean, it's been a very good set. But yeah, I think you made a really good point before there. It felt like there was a giant stalemate, and that was probably just because again they were taking their time trying to get in. But this time around, that's what we call a punish. Super One comes out here from Ashtar, not wasting any time whatsoever there. They do also have 2x assist here available, so they can double down on that assist if they want to here. That Vault Breaker did help them out a ton in that last game. Will it help out this time as they get a couple aerial S2s to ground their opponent here? Rako and Septal have got to find some damage soon as they get caught pressing a button there, and now switching into that Caitlyn.
Now this Caitlyn is in the corner, but not down and out for the count just yet, using that S1 super, using that shot from the sniper rifle to just try and get a little bit of damage. They are going to have to do a bit of a block, but that second use of the S2 just cleaves the way through, but the headless super misses their mark. The bowler shot and the traps do find the connection, the denting blows, keeping the pressure up. Now, as Darius is trying to just use retreating tactics, a tactical retreat is what they're trying to do. Super Crate to make a bit of a blunder on their side. Now they're not going to be able to find anything other than a happy birthday. The breaker's going to get used. They are going to try and block, but the assist character is just going to get completely pummeled. Oh, another happy birthday situation. Can we see a 2x KO? Yes, we can!
Oh my god. Title card drop there. Beautiful stuff. As now Ashtar is one game away, sorry, from guaranteeing their spot in losers finals. Yeah, in losers finals here tonight.
Denton blows are trying to be exchanged. But the side of the left-hand side does have break ready. The limit strike is going to be used out. Bowler shot just going to keep them into the corner. And now they're trying to Vault Breaker through the trap. Unfortunately, that's one use of the trap that you cannot punch your way through. Hextech Enforcer Shield is going to be used. They're going to just run up behind it and just grab them and ground pound them into the corner. Denton blows keep them going. And now one final blow from Ashtar is going to put Rako and Septal onto one character. But that Darius is dangerous. He can do a lot of damage. Using Trifarian tactics a little bit haphazardly, but the Salted Earth does connect. Neither side is going to find the connection, just waiting for a blunder, and it's going to be Rako and Septal that make the first one. Oh, but Ashtar is going to be caught unawares as that headless slashes through. Oh, the Vault Breaker assist trying to punch their way through, but not able to keep themselves up into the air. Tell me how that hitbox works, doesn't even matter because that's a lot of damage. The headless comes out, they're gonna get cleaved, and down falls the Caitlyn.
Yeah, that super has been so helpful here for Ashtar. We have that Fury available here as well now. The one thing Ashtar has done pretty right here, is that we're going for these smaller combos. We're not worrying too hard about going for these crazy combos or actually extending not too far. And it gives Ashtar so much to work with as they now end up completely winning that, I believe, going into our losers finals.
Yeah, so congratulations, you have made your way. You'll be facing Monoloki into that losers final. So one of those two competitors will be making the way up against Will in the grand final. So who will it be? Only time will tell.
I feel like that was our first game in the lower bracket where it wasn't a 2-1. So it's nice to, you know, break the pattern a little bit there.
Yeah.
But what a great game still. I mean, it was a little bit more dominant than we've been used to on that lower bracket, but I feel like that's just setting up for such a good lower bracket finals coming up. I mean, it's going to be really close. So out of everything which we just saw, I mean, again, we haven't asked this question for a while because we've had so many close games, but why do we feel like there was such a gap this time?
I can't really come up with anything at the minute. I'm thinking when it comes to a matchup like this, we've had some. It was a lot slower than other matches, right? It felt like it was the tempo was a lot more precise, and I feel like the characters kind of help play into that one, especially you have to deal with something like Caitlyn and Darius. It kind of helped slow down a lot more. So yeah, it's my 2 cents on that.
Yeah. How about yourself, Panda?
I think the reason why it came down to like the last little bits, like using that Caitlyn to just keep the zoning going really helped out a lot. There were a lot of instances where Darius was trying to get themselves into the fight, but using the bowler shot from Caitlyn just kept them at out of harm's way, keeping them, you know, away from where Caitlyn doesn't want to be, essentially. Caitlyn kind of wants to be, you know, fighting from afar, using her rifle, using her bowler shots to keep them at a distance, setting up the traps, and it really showed and really put a dent into Rako and Sceptar, okay? So it is going to be Ashtar versus Monoloki in that losers final. So one of those two is going to be finding themselves up against Will. And to be honest, both of them are very deserving of that spot. They've both been playing incredibly well. They've been playing their heart out, but only one of them can continue. So this is going to be a best of 5, so it's going to be first of 3, so much longer series now.
Yeah, this is it. You're going to have to buckle in because it is about to get real long here. 2XKO is a long game in general, and that's why we tend to keep our sets first to 2. And now we're going into the deep end now. First to 3 here, Monoloki takes on Ashtar. You're going to need your energy as much as possible here. I know that these two have fought incredibly hard just to be here. But now it's about who's ready to push it to the limit. Now it's about who's ready to really face Will at the top of the mountain. And one of these two players is definitely going to do it. I think it is a shame that we are out of duos, but something about seeing solo players by themselves that makes this more exciting, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, like you said, it's a shame that duos have, you know, been taken out, unfortunately, due to the bracket. You know, both the duos were essentially up against each other, you know, as they continued on. So, you know, only time was going to be able to tell. But now that we're going into the losers final, this is really where the pressure starts. So between Monoloki and Ashtar, whoever can keep the composure the best is going to definitely be the one to be coming out on top. Because in these, you know, scenarios where you're on your final lifeline, essentially, you're one spot away from going into grand finals, your back is very much up against the wall, and this is where you're going to be feeling the most pressure, and this is where people fumble the most.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially those that may look as if they're incredibly concentrated, they will end up completely folding in such scenarios like this. You have to be as composed as humanly possible. You have to just keep your game plan going. You got to keep your head down. You got to keep yourself moving forward. It's easier said than done, however, because matches like this, where bragging rights are on the line, where there is a beautiful trophy on the line, and you are literally maybe, what, 2 or 3 sets away from potentially claiming that prize. I mean, it is a hell of a mountain to climb up, especially when you have to then, when you get into that grand finals position, have to win 10 games, or have to go through at least, at worst, 10 games, right? 2 whole sets just to end up winning that entire thing. So it is a very big ask, and not a lot of players can do it, but it is a testament, if you can do it, to just how great of a player you can be. So I'm excited to see whether or not either one of these players can pass that test.
We are having a little bit of a tech issue right this second. So I want to go back to something which Panda brought up earlier.
Go on.
I want to see you two have your drawing competition.
Okay.
I want to see.
Right. Which character do you want to see being drawn?
Let's go with Warwick. I feel like he's going to be the most difficult.
Warwick,
Warwick, okay. Right, are we able to get like a blank canvas on the telestrator if that's possible? Because it's going to be, because I think we got green.
We're having one sent through pretty shortly. Time to see your two's drawing skills.
Warwick. How am I going to draw this guy? Okay. How do you want it? Do you want like proper color and everything, or?
That's up to you. You're the, you know, you're a competitor. Let's see.
Oh God.
Pull out all the stops.
Oh, God forbid. Right. Okay. Let me just snout. I've never been so locked in.
It's a bigger scale than I thought we were going to get.
Yeah, I was expecting it to be. Oh, okay. I mean, the head shape looks pretty good, man.
Have you done this before?
Fair.
This is actually going better than I thought it was.
Yeah, no, I was expecting.
I thought there was going to be more to take the mick out of.
Yeah,
but, you know,
I was expecting something very basic.
He's doing quite well.
Fair play.
No, this is actually quite good.
Wait. He's not as fierce looking. But,
yeah,
you know.
it's a little bit of a less into. Oh, he's got the angry eyebrows now.
Okay,
there's Warwick.
I think this is about.
Yeah, he's got his eyes going.
Okay, I think this is about as best as I'm gonna get.
Sora, do you feel like
Honestly,
you've got enough
though,
room up here to give you Give it an attempt.
Me? Oh,
Yeah,
man,
let's
how
see
am I
this.
going to embarrass myself here, man? Because I'm not that great of an artist. Is there any particular character that we want to see?
I'll let you pick, Panda. I'll let you pick.
I could be really mean and be like, draw me a Kali. No.
Ali? Oh.
You know what? Give me Brom. Give me
You
Brom.
want
I want to see
Brom,
that
okay.
beautiful
All right,
mustache.
Brom's a
in full
big,
force.
muscly dude, right? So,
Yeah.
oh, hello. That's not. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we'll go basic. He's got like broad shoulders, right? Big shoulders.
See, this is more of a quality I wanted from,
yeah,
from your side.
I'm no artist, guys, but commission me, I suppose. All right, here we go.
I feel like I'm seeing a character from Roblox.
He's got like.
Say again.
I feel like I'm seeing a character from Roblox.
I'm not gonna give him proper hands because I can't.
It's
really
okay.
do
Lego
hands.
hands will do.
There's a shield. Let's give him his other arms as well.
You know what his arms remind me of? Do you know
What
that
is?
like that Russian quote unquote bodybuilder that was like injecting oils and just trying to make themselves look really muscular? I feel like it looks like that.
Yeah. All right.
Oh,
That's the kind
the
of vibe
washboard
I'm
abs are
guessing.
coming in.
Give him like a.
Do you even have a porro on your knee
Decent,
for reference?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we got the abs.
I don't even know how it goes. It's just sat there and now it's on my lap. So, yeah. Well, let's give him like dainty little legs, because why not?
Yeah.
And then we'll give
Brom
him,
doesn't
like-
hit leg day.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he skipped like that.
Hold on. Wait, that's peak. Hold on, that was awesome. And then we'll, I don't know. Damn, I guess we'll do
Okay, yeah,
this.
we got the.
He's got like that. He's got like that satchel going on, right?
Yeah.
We'll give him some eyes on the
Give him
side.
beady little eyes.
He's got a big old nose on him, so.
Can I ask what this line is? In the middle of his face.
I don't know what that. I don't know where that came. Maybe that was just
my
a,
bad.
That's a
Sorry.
big old smile. We'll give
You're
him.
clearly not the
He's
artist.
just
Call it a
really
smile, call it a
happy.
day. Yeah, that's what we'll do.
He's just got a 2x KO. He's beaming. He's beaming.
You know,
Yes.
Oh wait, hold on. I got this. There we go. Right. Give him.
Just saying the screen is black.
Yeah,
so they
the
won't see.
background's black.
Oh right, yeah.
For reference, he's drawn
For
some
reference,
really
guys, I'm looking
beautiful
down here
eyes.
and I can't see the black screen in the back. Thanks, guys. Very cool.
We're very supportive here.
Oh yeah, we're incredibly supportive individuals over here.
And then, come on, work with me. Yay.
It's his mustache.
I like
You've
it.
missed like the
Oh, the mustache. Oh my
feature.
god,
True,
yeah. How can I
true.
forget about... Oh, he looks like Mario, man. Oh, he looks like Mario, dude. That's not... You know what? Screw it.
Hold on, is this the leak to the new DLC character in like 3 seasons?
Yeah, man. It's a
Smash Bros.
cross-collaboration
crossover.
between Nintendo and Riot Games, man. Please don't get angry at me.
Okay, so we've got Brom off to his next Comic-Con, taking his dog with rabies out for a walk.
Something like that. Well, we've had fun with the Telestrator, we've had fun with a little bit of drawing, but now it's time to have some fun with 2XKO. It's time for Mono Loki up against our good friend Ashtar. Here we go. It is our losers finals of the bracket. Can we get some noise? We'll take it. Let's go.
No, sorry, no, it's Racco and Septile, sorry.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Racco and
So there was a little bit of a mess up in the bracket right there. So, Racco and Septile versus Mono Loki. One of these two will be making their way to grand finals, and the other will be seeing themselves out of the tournament. Who will it be? Only time will say. Now, things to start off with. Racco and Septile are just going to go straight in with the headless, cleaving that health bar. They find the connection for the medium, and once again, find themselves with the Decimate and the Lacerate swaying in. Mono Loki finds an opportunity now. They still have their break, but now Racco and Septile just have to take this Super Crater Maker Break has been built up. Nice run underneath to keep the pressure going. And Monoloki's going to take back their turn. Denting blows into the corner, building up that limit strike, but they're going to get caught. They're saving that break for the Fury when they need it most.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably best not to pop it now and just kind of wait a little bit until the games come down to here for you to actually use it. Now, it's probably now or never because you're not going to get it in that next round. Not get an opportunity to. Big hits coming out though at the moment, putting Monoloki in a very uncomfortable position. The bleed is now available here to go as well now. We're not going to be seeing any of the Fury because we don't need it. Darius is gone, Monoloki's still alive. And for Raccoon and for Racco and Sceptile, all that's left is that vibe. Beautiful cross-up again, going a little too far, forcing both players to now have to use that Fury. But it's not going to matter here as Monoloki is getting one in. The knee comes through, push block comes out there from Racco and Sceptile. But the throw there as compensation. We're going for another one. Are we going to throw out the fireball? No, we're not. In fact, we're going to wait for it. And here we are now, using the assist to try and get an exclamation damage. Monoloki's got to be careful here. Monoloki's got to be careful here. Monoloki's got to be careful. There we have it. 11 on the board. Crowd goes wild. And Monoloki keeps himself alive.
He came down to the wilds of it was a hair's breadth away, sending out the S2 Super, but it's going to get blocked. Now they are going to be sending them in, using that Super Quick to make it to get some damage dished out. Now the Darius rolls out of the corner. Medium is not going to connect. Both players are staring longingly into each other's eyes as they stand there menacingly. And now Darius is going to cleave their way, finding that connection. The block strings are going to be coming out. Not going to be using that, trying to delay that tech, trying to catch them unawares, and they do! The Vi is going to take some damage, but at the expense of Monoloki's opportune moment. Take it back. Oh, nice cross-up! And now Monoloki is getting closer and closer to taking game number 1. Remember, this is a first to 3. Okay, this best of 5. So potentially 5 games is what we could see. That's if it goes the distance. But right now, Vi finds the connection underneath, but they are going to get caught by the low. And this is more than enough to force them to pop their Fury. Blocks coming out, but they catch them on the low. These denting blows, they can continue on. They're not going to be able to find that connection. Oh, they get caught in the air. Defense is going to be penetrated. Ooh. And these jabs coming through. Oh, the nice dash cancel. Creator Maker is going to get blocked. So this is an opportunity for them to get punished. The Headless cleaves away, and game number 1 goes Monoloki's way.
Yeah, it does indeed. An absolutely amazing stuff there from Monoloki to keep themselves composed, especially in certain situations where they did get crossed up. Because a lot of players will get overwhelmed by that and go, okay, now all of a sudden I have to panic, I have to press, I've got to jab, I've got to do something. Monoloki kept their head on, kept their head straight, kept it going, and they were able to find their footing. But here we go now, game number 2, Monoloki having the opportunity now to get something going, but immediately after using the sway, Racco and Sceptile were able to get the punish. Now again, abusing those big hitboxes, we're now back into the corner. We're going for the Headless Super right after, again, keeping our combos nice and easy. Vi is almost down, bleed plus chip, and that completely destroys Vi's health bar.
Yeah, down and out for the count as fast as they came in. Nice opportunity for Monoloki to punish now. Oh, good punish coming out from Racco and Sceptile. That's going to be forcing the Fury out, but this is a very dangerous situation for them to be in. They still have the break. They might opt to save it if they need it. But now, as Monoloki's blocking, no chip damage is going to be going their way because of the Fury, but it doesn't matter. Break is now going to get popped. Oh, Headless is going to come out. It's going to send Monoloki packing. You can see that Racco and Sceptile are trying to space their way out. And that bleed has been applied. So now as Fury has been dissipated, a lot of chip damage is going to be going their way if they don't find the connection. Now Racco and Sceptile's got everything going in their way. The Trifarian tactics overhead slams them into the ground. They're going to get a taste of their own medicine, however. But Monoloki's on a slither of HP, and that assist Vaultbreaker sends them packing. Now, Racco and Sceptile have got themselves in contention of taking game number 2.
Racco and Sceptile are keeping themselves alive here. We have ourselves a potential game here for them if they're able to keep this momentum going now. Immediately the Vi gets clipped here, but immediately a response from Monoloki. That sees a ton of damage being put through. We're seeing the nice speed being nice and easy flow for that super Creator Maker jumping backwards. Are we blocking? Yes, we are. We're waiting. We're getting patient. We're getting the punish, and you have to respect it.
They're getting rewarded there. Limit Strike goes right there in the corner now, trying to capitalize off of it, but unfortunately not able to do so. Big hit there. Get up attack comes out now. And again, Mono Loki has come alive.
That they have. It's looking great for Mono Loki. They're going to be taking out this Darius for the side of the duos. And that uppercut just seals the deal. But Vi with the Fury. Gonna get caught by the sway. The Fury's going to get popped. Now it's all systems go for Rako and Sceptile if they find the way to get in, but they're not going to be able to because Mono Loki is going to stop them right in their tracks. They have got the meter. The Super Bolt Breaker does not hit OTG. They needed to use the Super Crater Maker if they wanted to get that damage, but as that Fury meter dissipates and ticks down, Crater Maker is going to get blocked. The assist tries to come out, but it gets interrupted, and now everything is going Mono Loki's way. The Fury scaling is going to keep them alive, and not much is going to happen. Now Vi falls down to the side of Mono Loki, so the turn has been taken back, but Mono Loki does have Fury. Darius with Fury, we've seen it before, very, very dangerous.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to need to bother though. They have the health lead here. Unless something goes incredibly wrong this round, then Fury might have to come out here just to save them some time. But yeah, it looks like that's going to be more than enough to do that. Mono Loki, 1 round away from making this 2-0 and being 2-up here in this first to 3 series now. But the question is can they do so here? As immediately, as we've seen before, they have been able to capitalize in such an aggressive manner. That's that motivation, that's that momentum that they want here. Crater Maker doing a ton of damage here in the corner. Once again, are we blocking? No, we're not. This time, in fact, getting surprised from the anti-air super there. Bleed is also available here too. So a ton of chip damage is going to be detrimental to your game plan here now. And all of a sudden, things have started to look a little bit more even. But as I say that though, gets caught here. Once again with the B&B, no super meter there, so they can't really crack that Crater Maker even if they wanted to. And again, using that get up attack here on the wrong character there. Darius was the legal character, so getting that punish in was looking good for denting blow, and that's how you recover from making a mistake there. Mono Loki showing us how to adapt.
That they are. Now chip damage going away towards Mono Loki. The assist tackle is going to take them out. So very even footing now for both Rako and Sceptile versus Mono Loki. Mono Loki does have Fury in the back pocket, but the Rako and Sceptile's just come online, so the connection is going to determine how it's going to see taking place. The tackle is going to get blocked. Super Bolt Breaker gets connected on. Not going to be able to Fury out of that one. And one hit is going to be forcing the other. Nice pushback on the block. Oh, but the apprehend catches them. That forces the Fury out. So Rako and Sceptile are now on a ticking time bomb, but it's going to get completely negated. They're going to get chewed through, and the Decimate does not land.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to hit, and the Fury has both been activated. Now look at this. Incredible momentum here. Mono Loki has now been fallen into the corner. Limit Strike now. Can they do something? The recovery gets clean. Denting blows once again. Are we going to find yet another? And third, Denting blows. Limit Strike once more, and they're still alive in the series. That is a point on the board for Rako and Sceptile.
1-1. That is incredibly close final round in that second game. So just remember, just to remind you, it is going to be first to 3. So whoever wins this, we're still going on with the competition. Honestly, the way both these two teams have been fighting, either one can take it. We can definitely hear the supporters in the crowd for both players, which is really nice to hear. So keep on cheering for your friends. It's explosive energy. And now we are going to be seeing the mirror match again. So Vi and Darius versus each other. So how do you think this is going to continue playing out?
I think it's going to continue to keep playing very explosive. Fury, we're going to be seeing a lot more of it here in this matchup, I believe, but it does come down to who ends up getting that first successful hit and then going absolutely crazy, because these two teams, should I say, have been very, very good at being able to maximize the damage that they get off of one punish hit. Let's see if that's going to be able to continue being the case here throughout this entire series. Because right now, Mono Loki has the upper hand here, but all of a sudden things start to switch around now. Denting blows. Here we go now. Not going to go for the electrics, but that's fine, because we can just go for the uppercuts here, but they're going to get caught in the air now. And that gives them an opportunity to go for this Crater Maker combo. Instead, we're not going to do that. We're going to wait for the restand here, mix up this time around, and then force them to break here. So now we're basically down to having 0 resources. We have a couple meters of super here, but again, you don't have a surefire way out. Mono Loki's going to get caught there. Still alive, takes it. Super Bolt Breaker takes out Darius. Not going to be able to switch. They don't have enough time. Goes for that low. Rako and Sceptile just have one more final character to take out to get that first round on the board.
Okay, game number 3 is getting incredibly dicey in this first round right here. Darius, his character's getting absolutely beat down, but that's Destiny misses. It does not hit OTG. The super vault breaker chipping away at the health bar. Vi is still in the danger zone. If they get caught up, the overhead slams them back down onto earth. The tackle keeps them up. Oh, the Creator Maker gets blocked, but the death blows do not. In the corner, they get sent. They are getting shipped, packaged, and sent to the post office. Round number 1 going to Racco and Sceptile. Darius is going to be facing off against each other. The Headless just gets ripped. It gets traded, but the bleed gets applied.
Yep, the bleed was there, but now it's completely gone here. Mono Loki has to be very careful. Also, I'm noticing a lot of 6S2 coming out. That move is incredibly punishable, especially on blocks. So you want to be very careful not to continue to keep ending your combos because you can get hit for it if you're not careful here now. Mono Loki has to be careful of how they do this. Great bring back here now. Are they going to be able to capitalize? We get that load. Are we going forward? Break's going to come out now. We're not going to switch into the fight. We're going to keep that Darius on here for Mono Loki. Pushbot comes out, looking for these jabs, trying to find the overhead, manages to get it. Unfortunately, not going to be able to capitalize any further here now. But there's the punish that you're looking for. We're punished there. Amazing. A second time around here. Mono Loki holding a lot of that damage. A third time around. Interruption there. What a punish coming out here from Racco and Sceptile. Mono Loki on that final character now here for Vi. And literally, it is a very dangerous position to be in here. That overhead again, just catching them there on that block string. They're trying to get these jabs in. That Darius moving back and forth there. They're going to get rid of the Darius, but they're not the ones that you have to worry about. The Vi is the one that you got to worry about. Super Breaker goes around, wants to punish. We get a couple of jabs. How do we start this off? Denting blows. Right back into the corner. Going for the, not for the charge here, into the Creator Maker. Super Creator Maker, should I say. A good amount of damage here being done. Still a ton of things left to do. A lot of work to be done here for Mono Loki. But right now it's seemingly possible here. The Vi is about to go down. Double down once again here with that Super Creator Maker.
Now it's coming down to the wire in game number 3. It's very, very close. And Racco and Sceptile on the receiving end of Mono Loki's beating. Not going to expend the meter. That tackle is going to get blocked. 2x assist not going to be used. They've been using that 2x assist pretty well from the side of Racco and Sceptile. Oh, the last stand super going to get interrupted, but it's going to get punished for their troubles. The Fury is not going to be coming out in time. That Super Creator Maker locks them out. And we're going to be going into a final game of game number 3.
That was so smart. Send out the Darius's bait so that you can go and immediately guarantee the punish. That was literally perfect there from Mono Loki. You can hear the cheers coming out now. They really want to secure that second game because it is now or never. If you really want to continue with this momentum, you've got to do it now. Don't let the adrenaline get too far to your head now as the Headless comes out. Big hitbox, bleed guaranteed here as well now. Try to capitalize on this denting blow. The final part of it is going to hit. We're going to capitalize, but that's going to be broken away.
Okay, now that the break has been used, Racco and Sceptile have a deficit of resources, so they really need to make sure that they utilize this as well as they can. They managed to find a couple of jabs, but not able to find anything in the Trifarian tactics connect, and now the Might of Noxus slams them into the other side of the wall, but it doesn't even matter because it's going to get tackled, and Mono Loki is going to take this beating right in their face. They're going to try jump, they're going to try dip, but to no avail. It forces a breakout, and now this is a scramble. This is what we like to see. The Creator Maker comes out, and Mono Loki's Darius is getting beaten and pummeled, and nothing is going to stop Racco and Sceptile from beating them down.
Yeah, they could get that punish there. Pushball coming out there though immediately from Racco and Sceptile. They're on that Darius. Here we go. That's the punish that you're looking for there once again.
The chip damage.
And here we go. That's going to not miss. That's going to miss, in fact, sorry. As the push block once again came out at the perfect time. Manages to find that entry in there with the jump medium. But again, no one was home there. Wasn't able to capitalize, unfortunately. Racco and Sceptile are one character away from making it 2-1 on the board. And they've got to get it done now. With that bye, we've seen it work some magic before. The question is now, can we see it work magic again? It doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Huge Headless. Again, a bit of grey help, but that's not going to matter. Chip completely taken out of the equation here. 2H comes out. Here we go. Extend the combo right back down. Creator Maker. And we're going to try and maximize his damage as much as possible. Can Mono Loki run away with this?
Each side is fighting to the bitter end, and it's going to come down to the wire. It's going to be 5 versus Y. Now we are getting so close. Fury is just been online for Rako and Sceptile. So if they get hit, which they're gonna get punished, they can pop it. And look how close Monoloki is to being going down. A little bit of chip damage is all they need. The Fury is gonna be blocking. No chip damage on the side of Rako and Sceptile. It's a ticking time bomb, but the chip damage comes through, and game number 3 goes to the way of Rako and Sceptile. They put themselves into series point. And now Monoloki is very much up against the wall. Their final lifeline could be this game, or are they going to keep themselves by a thread and hang on to their position in the competition?
Every single game has gotten so close. I mean, there's only so much you can realistically do. Sometimes, especially when you have no health to your name, you know, we saw Monoloki be as careful as possible with those jump backs. Again, now here we go though, let's focus on this round, shall we? Again, happy birthday coming out, both characters getting affected by this. That super gonna hit the Darius just a little bit harder there, but again, gets caught in the air. And while Monoloki did do a significant amount of damage, you have to remember, being in the danger zone while you're Darius is a very dangerous position to be in here. Break comes out.
Use of the break. Oh, the Trifarian tactics just goes a little bit off their mark, using that 2x assist to just create a knuckle sandwich that Monoloki just has to take right to the face. And now it's all up to the Vi. Monoloki is capable, but do they have the cards to play in their hand? Right now, it's not looking in their favor. The goddess of victory is not smiling upon them right now. Can they pray for a miracle to happen? Or are Rako and Sceptile just gonna keep running away with the momentum that they've been building? Monoloki using that crater maker is going to get punished by the assist, the 2x assist trying to come out. The assist characters and the happy birthday come out, and Monoloki is putting on an absolute spectacle. Here is a present for you, Rako and Sceptile, and it's an absolute beatdown.
It is indeed. And it's a present wrapped straight for them, a 2-in-1 special if you like. The Monoloki is trying to give it to them here. Postman delivery type of deal, and we're looking to getting close. Monoloki, very close from absolutely taking this. And gets in close here once again. Gets that cross-up. Monoloki, there is still some hope. Monoloki, there is still some light. And there is light at the end of the tunnel. Monoloki is so close to getting that second game. We could be going to game 5 if they're able to keep this momentum up.
Rako and Sceptile will be feeling the pressure, so Monoloki is going to start off with a nice sway to engage the action. That tackle is going to be forcing the breakout. Now, as we're playing a little bit of a footsies game, the sandwich mix-up is going to be coming in. Both sides are going to be blocking each other's exchanges. The sway comes in, but it's going to get punished. And now Monoloki has got everything going in their favor, using that crater maker, expending those resources, expending that meter to dish out the damage. But they get caught out on the Abari. They get caught mashing, they get caught lashing, and now they're going to get a taste of their own medicine as Rako and Sceptile are serving up nice and fresh.
They absolutely are, and the fresh dish that they love to set up here as well. Now look at this. Once again, right back down into the corner here. Given not many options to Monoloki to break out. Now the jabs do come out though. Is it enough? Again, we're jumping back here. We're giving us a little bit of time. Darius came out here perfectly to get that wall bounce. Super vault breaker. It's going to block here. Here we go. Get the jabs to the punish. Handless. Not completely out of it yet, as we do have bleed.
Ooh, the 2x.
He came out of nowhere, Randy Orton style.
That cleave into the headless is going to take down Darius. So Monoloki, they have still got the upper hand, but for how much longer? Now that the bleed has been applied, it's so dangerous for them. Look how little health they've got left. And Rako and Sceptile, they're on series point. It's coming down to the wire. Monoloki, you've got zero room for error right now. Everything has to be played to perfection. Can they do it? Yes, they can. They have the capabilities, but can they show it? Only this potential 120 seconds. Get down, a nice block on the break.
Beautiful stuff there on the break there. It's going to fail there, and that gives Monoloki an opportunity to just go crazy with this punish. Right back into the corner. Here we go. Vault breaker comes out. It's not going to be enough. And they get caught there, looking for something. Happy birthday potentially, but the break comes out. Darius is going to get hit. Great block from Monoloki. Gets caught there again.
Oh my God.
Big hitboxes, Panda.
Every single dash played to perfection. Just a little bit shorter on the arm, but this Decimate is going to get punished, and the Trifarian tactics are going to be able to cleave the way through, but with the block strings coming out, not going to be able to find much more out of this. Oh, it's going to get punished, and down falls. Oh, no, wait a second. They're going to force the tag out. Darius gets to live another day. blows, not going to find anything, gets caught on the line, the ankles are going to get chopped, they're going to get broken, but the cleave misses their mark. The 2X finds the way through and tackling through Monoloki's defenses. And now Monoloki is very much on the defensive. Down falls the assist. Can they find their point? We're coming down to the final moments, and the ball breaker sends them down, and Rako and Septar are in the grand finals.
What a set. Absolutely amazing. Went down to the wire. Could have gone to that game 5. But yeah, man, that was amazing. Well played to Rako and Rako and Septile. Unbelievable stuff. And GG's obviously to Mono Loki, who had an amazing run here, but unfortunately has to go out at 3rd place.
I agree. I genuinely thought we were going to get all 5. I thought we were going to get all 5 games then. I mean, they're so closely paired in skill, which, I mean, no matter who goes through, you always knew the grand finals was going to be amazing. But after a performance like that, to warm you up for the grand finals is kind of, you know, it's a crazy way for today to go. But I mean, we'll go to you first, Panda, because I've never heard a man so loud in my life. So, what were you thinking towards the end of that?
Oh my goodness! Honestly, I was really hoping for that game 5. Like Monoloki is a very skilled player, and quite frankly, I'll be honest, I was very much rooting for them with the way that they were playing, the performance they were putting on. They were playing incredibly well, but as the game went on, there were cracks in their defense that were just showing, especially that 2x assist. Rako and Septar were able to use that 2x assist to catch them completely off guard, and it really paid dividends for them. So the fact that Rako and Septar were able to use that 2x assist to their advantage and essentially brute force their way through Monoloki's defense was very much the turning factor. If it was any other fuse, Monoloki would have taken that series hands down.
Oh, 100%. I couldn't agree more. However, we are going to throw to one final break. We will be coming back to another great performance shortly, and then we'll be going into our grand finals. So don't go too far, and we'll be back very, very shortly.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless you'll survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fight is near. It's deep in their bones, they'll run into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you
Thank you again for the amazing performance, Des, and welcome back to Spark Out. We are getting ready to go into our grand finals. I am again your host, Quix, and I'm joined by Panda Richie and Asura on the casting desk again. It has been a long journey. Everyone has battled it out as hard as they can. It's been a tough battle for a lot of people during this tournament, and we're finally going into the grand finals. How are we feeling?
I mean, as you can tell, I'm cheesing like crazy. That was an amazing performance. I mean, I'm getting goosebumps just like remembering a little bit of that. I mean, it was amazing, absolutely incredible stuff. I mean, it sets the tone for a grand final that should be absolutely incredible. I mean, I'm excited. I'm ready to go. How you feeling, man?
I'm so excited. I'll be honest. I'm so gassed. The competition here today has been absolutely spectacular. Scrappy as it may be, it has been fun-filled with joy, and it has been an absolute pleasure to be on the casting desk here, joined by yourself and Azura. It's been an absolute phenomenal day.
So let's just go a quick little run through. Just talk us through how these two teams have managed to actually make it to the grand finals through all of the battles they've had today.
I mean, they've had to endure some crazy, crazy stuff. I mean, there were players that genuinely I thought in my head would end up beating them to get to this point. Will is an absolute dominant force of nature. Yes, I mean, has dropped a couple combos here and there, it is what it is, but they were able to keep themselves composed. And as I said before in our previous analysis, was able to just continuously keep on going and going and going until they got to where they are. They haven't really crumbled that hard. But then you look at our duo here, and, you know, at first I had them losing a couple of games. We had a bit of a rocky start at first, obviously making their way down to losers, but my God, what a monster run they made just to get to this point for grand finals. So they have to do it all over again. They have to reset the bracket if they really want an opportunity at raising that thing. And if they can do that, then I mean, they deserve it for sure.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we even learned a little story to do with keybinds about our duo, no?
Yes.
So what is it that we learned?
So I heard upstairs, I was speaking to the players just after the match had ended, and one of them had told me that their binds were completely wrong for games 1 and 2. And immediately my reaction was just my jaw dropped, and I just stood there like, huh? And they played that out, and yeah, fair play to them. I mean, they've made it to grand finals. So if anything, it goes like, you know, a testament to just how, you know, their willpower is, especially in a situation like that. And so this is going to be one hell of a grand final. And if they, I think you said it best, they've gotten themselves out of situations that they shouldn't have gotten themselves out of. And if they're going to try and do it again, they have to make that magic happen now. It is now or never for that to happen.
I mean, yeah, the technical side has come a lot from you today with, you know, the freeze frames with, you know, your amazing drawings, of course.
Yes.
So what is it that you're expecting to see from these players going into the grand finals when they pull out all the stops?
I'm just expecting a banger. That's just pretty much it. I'm just expecting a banger. It's going to be an awesome grand finals. Whoever lifts the trophy in the end deserves it 100%. Whether it's the duo, whether it's Will. Either way, the trophy is going to be going to the right hands.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, the feeling when you finally lift that trophy on the stage in front of everyone with that applause, it's going to feel so amazing, especially after as many matches as you've played today. And for some teams, the amount of rounds per matches they've had to play as well, with the close pixel of health left clutches. But what are we hoping to see in terms of comps or anything like that? What are you hoping to see in this grand final?
I think we'll probably have the Vidarius definitely be a staple here for both teams, or at least Morocco and Sceptile for sure. So expect a lot of Darius, as we're currently seeing on screen. Braum, obviously, Will isn't going to be changing that composition anytime soon. There's zero need to, if anything. It's been working out incredibly well. So I think in terms of comps, that's probably what we'll be seeing here on screen, and that is exactly what we're getting on screen. Yeah, anything to add to that, or are you?
No, in terms of comps, I was very much expecting exactly that.
Yeah.
So, as we're now going into our grand finals, everyone, make some noise for Will and Racco and Sceptile. One of these two teams will be hoisting the trophy. Who will it be? We're about to find out. Now using that stand behind me assist to just get things started. Will's going to be able to find the connection on to the medium, and it's just going to cleave their way through. The break is going to be used, but they are going to get punished. So that's going to be a lot of damage. Will's going to get dropped, but down they fall. So as quickly as the game started, 15 seconds in, the Vi is on their lonesome.
Will immediately executing a very strong game plan here and getting a very full combo here, not dropping it, but as I say that, the commentator's curse is a very real thing. They're going to get rid of the Darius though in the meantime now. And Barako and Sceptile, they're in a very, very hard, in stuck in a place where they just won't be able to get out. And Will, with a damn near perfect round, starts us off with a bang.
That they do. Salted Earth is going to find the connection, and the Headless is going to get interrupted by that Salted Earth, so they're going to be using that to just keep them zoned out. Stand behind me, keeping them protected. Now the lead has been applied. The Headless is coming out. It gets interrupted themselves. Will does have the break on hand, but they don't even need it. The break might be coming out from the side of Rako and Sceptile, which it does. Salted Earth just going to keep them at harm length. Zoning them out, but the tackle is going to come through. 2 Exorcists being used, a little bit overzealous, but that stand behind me once again punishing Rako and Sceptile.
Yeah, look at this now. We're in a very difficult position here for names of Rako and Sceptile now. Beautiful use of that super there to just finish off the combo again, making it nice and easy here. But you're literally fighting against 2 characters that can be considered as one united front, one giant iron wall here, and getting around that defense. So we don't want to interact with the shield, as you said earlier on today. And I feel like that's one of the reasons why we're not getting anywhere. But right now here, got to do something. Will slowly chipping away at their health here, but Rako and Sceptile managed to get that big hit there with that Headless super. It's not going to be enough though, unfortunately, as again, they're going to have to be holding this block string. Though that being said, push block comes out, break is available now, reset to neutral here. Looking for that super one, no punish, again, way too far out, so no one was going to be able to do anything. Great punish there, waiting on that failed aerial to come through now. And they have to be very careful. Poro goes out. The Vault Breaker doesn't hit, but that doesn't matter as a 6S2 will seal that down. Now one character down out immediately right there, Headless, but that's going to be a great punish there from Will.
Yeah, a bit of a Hail Mary throw from that Headless coming out right there. You know, there was a few more options available for them, but they kind of just went for what they thought was best and they got punished for it. So game number 1 is going to go in favor of Will. Now, how will Rako and Sceptile adapt to their gameplay? Interrupting the assists as they come out, cleaving them both. Happy birthday, look how much health is being chucked out. The Trifarian tactics slam them into the ground, and they are going to get back turned and thrown once again. Are they going to be able to do anything? They get caught by the overhead. Oh, this nice jump from Will, but it's going to get punished. Once again, the Headless is going to be coming out, cleaving through their health bar, and the assist breaks through their defenses.
Yeah, side switch there was absolutely crucial here for Rako and Sceptile. They needed that more than anything to get some momentum going here. Break comes out, switching out right back into the vibe. It gets brought back in there, but that's not going to matter here as the jab makes its way through towards Will's Brom, and that's going to be able to take them out here completely now. It's all about patience. It's all about being careful. You don't want to interact with the shield. You're going to get caught. So what we're going to do here is we're going to throw to get around the defense. You're holding back, fine, whatever. Let's get rid of the Darius. It's not going to matter. The jabs come through. We're not able to capitalize and get the full combo. Trying to look for the overhead. No one home. And again, 3 whole bars of meter here for Will to really waste. They really want to use it here now. But Rako and Sceptile, slowly but surely waiting for their opportunity to strike, using that 2 Exorcists to just try and see if they're going to block here again, just conditioning them here very nicely. Manages to reset after the combo, denting blows, no one home! Super 3, you're going out for a ride!
The Noxus Guillotine finds their mark, and they're going to just decapitate the competition by a slither of HP. You can see that Rako and Sceptile were trying to just play defensive, but they were playing far too defensively, and they're just getting punished for it. Will found all the openings that they needed, but the 2 Exorcists tackles them into the wall, but Will's able to counterattack using the upper hand to keep the combo going. Stand behind me is, in fact, trying to be used. Oh, but that pushback from the assist pushes it back. A wasted break right there. They're going to get punished for it. Battering around from the assist. Not able to find them out. Draw trying to jump over. They block in the nick of time. The overhead does not connect. They're going to get happy birthday. Will expending that break. I think that was a bit of a fat finger. You can see him smile. Yeah, he's holding his hand in his head.
It wasn't supposed to do that at all, unfortunately. But we're able to recover here brilliantly. Full combo right back down into the ground here, bringing it right back, looking for the throw. That's what we want to typically do after that combo enter. No punish there, unfortunately. The shield comes out here. Defend me. Will is 1 game away from being champion.
That they are. Very dominating performance from Will there. So he's been able to exploit all of the punishes that he can see, all the openings that are in Racco and Sceptile's defenses. Will is able to punish them quite spectacularly. Now as we're going into what could potentially be the final game, both sides are going to be fighting to the end. Racco and Sceptile are going to kick things off, but that battering ram assist is going to stop them in their tracks, and Will's going to keep that momentum going. And the headless super is going to get blocked by that stand behind me. That Brom back assist is the bane of every single person's life that has had to face Will going into this, and down falls Darius. Final lifeline. The form of Vi, the side of Racco and Sceptile. Can anything get done?
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really dangerous thing they have to deal with here in the corner. A lot of pressure being applied onto them right now here, and at the moment, they haven't really had to break a sweat here as Will. Gets the low, unfortunately, not able to capitalize off of it here, looking for those denting blows, but again, just a little too far out here now. What was going on there on the screen with all 4 characters available there? The overhead goes now into Super Creator Maker, but it's not going to be able to connect there, and that's going to be grounds for a huge punish there from Will, and Will is on championship point.
That they are. They are 1 round away of hoisting that trophy. And as quick as this grand final started, Will might very much be putting an end to this. Assaulted Earth just zoning out the character from the side of Racco and Sceptile, slinging out that headless, connecting onto both characters. Good amount of damage, but Will does have the break, but they find that connection. They are going to keep the combos going. It drops, but that stand behind me once again, being that lifeline in Will's back pocket, the sway to close the gap, and it's going to get punished, the cleave to apply the bleed, and now that chip damage is coming through, and so much health is going to get taken out. Nice tackle to get things started, running up for the grab, you know, finding that opening. Oh, nice jab, forcing that breakout, and now Will is getting caught out unawares.
Yeah, I mean, Limit Strike, here we go now, looking for that Creator Maker. A little too preemptive there, but again, it is a huge hitbox now. How do you play this? How do you reset? Because you have to reset now, especially after a mistake like that. Vault Breaker, here we go, Super Vault Breaker. Comes out here from Racco and Sceptile. They are close to taking out that Braum, but can they take out that Darius if they're able to get the job done? Overhead comes out now. We're seeing them come back to life here when the back's against the wall and a championship point away. Can Racco and Sceptile bring this back? Again now, Fireball's going to come out here. Here we go, apply some more pressure there.
So it is Justin, it is a best of 7, so Will, unfortunately, you might have got your hopes up. You've still got a few more sets to play in Racco and Sceptile. You've still got an opportunity to stay in, but that cleave is going to just cut through your health bar. They have got Fury available just in case they need it. And Will is very much taking this momentum in his stride. Both sides staring at each other menacingly, waiting for the other to make a mistake, and Will is going to get caught by the overhead once again. Changing up tactics. Oh, the hand of Noxus, is it going to connect? No, it's not. There's an opportunity for them to find a way. That cancel leaves them through.
You see the look on their faces, they're like,
they're happy with that one.
I think that was supposed to happen. Break meter almost up for Will, but I think they got a little too overzealous round start here because they immediately interacted there with that shield that caused them to get punished for it here too now. And now Will has a ton of free will, speaking of which, to get the job done here. Pushball's going to come out now. We're going to get a little bit of breathing room here. Again, beautiful punish coming out there from Will.
Yeah, I think the Rax is going to get punished. A little bit of extra damage. Oh, but jumping over the assist. And now they're trying to just smack that impenetrable shield. And an unstoppable force is now up in their face, blocking that 2x assist, and they're going to be able to punish the duo and cleave them down. And Will is going to be putting themselves potentially 3-0 up if they keep this momentum going, switching out to the Braum. That 2-step is going to catch, and the big swing is going to miss, but they catch them on the back throw. And the Mighty One seals the deal. Now we are going to championship point for Will.
Oh, man. Scary, scary position to be in there, man. I mean, only so much you can realistically do.
A very dangerous spot now for the duo. The backs are very much against the wall. The pressure is mounting. You can see that they're looking for support from their fellow classmates. And Will is a stone cold killer. Nothing is breaking his composure as we're going into championship point for Will. Things are going to get started off. Switching out to the Braum, the sway into the Vault Breaker to find an opening, and that tackle connects, but the Vault Breaker does not. And now the defense gets taken out by the overhead. They are going to block the Creator Maker, and not much is going to be found.
Yeah, an opportunity for these guys to actually come back now, and I think they are doing it very nicely here. Again, they took out Braum a little bit here, but Again, momentum just on Will's side. Now look at this. Swing that shield around.
Oh, so much damage. Great use from Will, you know, using that assist and the point character in tandem. Overhead gets blocked, but the tackle manages to make its way through. Oh, trying to catch him on the Oki, but not able to find anything. And the charge apprehend does not find anything. It's going to force the burst out from Will, and they're jumping through the little one. The Poro's not going to be finding their mark, and the apprehend catches him, but it's going to get punished. A happy birthday. The combo gets dropped, but the tackle comes in clutch. And now, as Will is getting forced into the corner, they find the jab on a magic pixel of HP.
Wow. I just don't really know what else to say there. I genuinely thought that the chip damage from the Vault Breaker would actually just straight up kill, but I guess it was wrong.
The level 3! It connects!
Will has decided to go and just throw all these tiny little Poros at you. Super 3 comes out. Championship point for Will.
My goodness, a hair's breadth. If that was done a couple frames sooner, it would have been punished. Luckily for Will, Lady Luck's on their side. They jump over the medium. Catch him in, forcing the breakout, and the Trifarian tactic does give them a little bit of a lifeline, but that stand behind me is going to block their headless. They're not going to be finding anything. It's going to get punished. They're going to get cleaved, but there's no meter to use. And now, as they are blocking the overhead, they're going to be throwing them back into the corner. This is a very precarious situation for the duo to be in. And now as the revolving door shows them to the exit, they are going to be denying entry. And now Will is having to force their hand and switch out. Super Vault connects! Hello? And now they are just biding their time.
Look at these two now, they're just trying to gain some distance here as well. They're bleeding effective, which is good for them. Can Rocco and Sceptile make something of this? Yes, they can, but the denting closes. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. That is one way that you're going to go ahead and recover, get those jabs in here. Rocco and Sceptile have one more character to take out here. Wills, Darius, that force of nature of a character here. It's that low, beautiful stuff there, as we're gonna just about catch them out. Oh God, here we go again. The 2H not connecting right after there. Looking for that overhead parry attempt.
Nice block string coming out from Will. Oh, nice punish and nice trade. Oh, nice block. The Super Vault is going to get blocked and it's going to get punished. Down falls the Darius assist. Now it's a 1v1 situation. Will is on low HP, but do not count them out for a second. That Darius is a dangerous character to go up against. The cleave is going to be missed thanks to that retreating guard, but the stand behind me finds them right where they need. It's going to force the Fury out. It gets blocked, and this gets punished.
Fair play, man. What a reaction there from Rocco and Sceptile. Able to bring that back here in really good fashion. They want to get that 1 point on the board. It's now or never. They've got to do it here. Beautiful way to bring them back down here. Will piling on the damage here. Very nice. It's Super 1 though coming out from Rocco and Sceptile as we put them right back into the corner here. Again, stand behind me. The shield decides to come out here and it's going to stop this Vault Breaker here. Available there too now. And we're immediately extending our combos here incredibly nicely. Throw comes out. Rocco and Sceptile now in the danger zone.
Oh, the cleave coming out. Yeah, applying the bleed, just using that assist, and now the force tag, just so Vi can take a little bit of damage, but look how much is getting taken out. Oh, the hand of Noxus slams them down, and the might just fells their opponents, and the double down comes out as the heart of the Freljord shatters them into ice, but they still manage to live. The Mighty One is not going to get punished, however. Oh, the Vault Breaker is going to get blocked, and now Will takes down one, and they put themselves in a great position to take the tournament. The Winter's Bite, the battering ram, they blocked the break, and now Will is your Spark Out champion!
Unbelievable. Great read there on the break. Congratulations to Will for getting the job done there. Well played. Had a great run here through that winners. Absolutely deserved to win Spark Out here tonight.
Yeah, congratulations to Will. You know, every competitor that came out today played their heart out. We saw some great 2xKO, but Will, with a flawless run, didn't drop a single game this entire tournament. You know, we came in, you know, the notes had nothing on him. I said he was going to be a dark horse, and he showed me the money.
Yeah, quite literally, we had no data coming into this tournament in regards to Will. So, you know, coming in and then winning the entire thing, not losing a single game. I mean, it goes to show you, man, you can never judge anybody, even if you don't have the data on them.
Now I think we're going to be throwing it over to our lovely host, Quicks. Take it away and crown our champion.
Thank you very much, Panda. I mean, what an amazing performance. I mean, I don't think you even lost a map all day, but today, Will, you are our grand champion of Spark Out here at Confetti in Nottingham. I mean, do you have anything you want to say? No? That's fine. That's pretty fine. No words for the victor. That's completely fine. Sometimes no words is better than some words in the end, but we would like to give you your trophy so you can lift it up in victory. Here you are. Here is your Spark Out trophy. Can we get a round of applause and some noise for Will? Okay, well, again, massive congratulations. I mean, surely you're exhausted by the time we've come to the end of the day. I'm sure you want to get home, get some nice food and get some sleep, I imagine. So we are going to now say thank you to everyone who has come. First of all, it's great that all of you have come out here, and also thank you to the colleges for actually coming and competing in the first place. Thank you to Panda and to Asura. Oh my brain completely went blank. I've been talking to you all day. I do apologize. And thank you to everyone here at Confetti who have also hosted us. Again, I have been Quix, your host today, and we will now be wrapping up the show. Thank you very much, and we'll see you soon.